Okay. All right. We're gonna start. Okay. Let's do it. Flipping it.
Flipping it, dude.
We're live. We're good. Is it dark? Is it not dark? I don't know.
It's a little dark.
It's a little dark. Okay. Maybe we can turn this on. Is that helpful? Did that work? What's going on, everybody?
I'll bust the light out later.
I'm live and alive, coming to you live from an arrondissement in Paris, France. Oui.
Does it sound okay?
We are live. Yes, this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from Paris, France. Okay, and we are currently on our way to a Palestine protest put together by different groups, but we're going to be linking up with...
They can't hear you, hold on.
Wait, what? Audio is low, they're saying. Yes, because it was, you cranked it down.
Yeah. I have to redo that intro.
Typical March, dude. What's going on, everybody? I'm Sam Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from somewhat sunny, somewhat gloomy Paris, France, in one of the arrondissements. We're on our way currently to a protest to link up with a couple party members from France Insoumise. Is that right? Am I saying that right? France Insoumise?
France Insoumise.
France Insoumise.
Insoumise.
Yeah. France Insoumise. Le France Insoumise. And yeah, we're about to get it popping. We hear a lot about how the French protest different, and today might seem like it's yet another day out here, and in some respects it really is. But there were mass strikes taking place all over the city today. Numerous unions participated in a work stoppage, and also on top of that protested, engaged in acts of demonstration against the Macron government's austerity measures, something that we've talked about quite a bit. But this is separate from that, or this is on top of that. This is compounding on top of that. This is a protest put together weeks in advance, when the SUMUD flotilla, which has a bunch of French nationals in it, including Rima Hassan, also from the party, France Insoumise party, made their way to potentially penetrate the illegal blockade, the illegal naval blockade that was instituted by the Israeli government as is conducting its genocide, a blockade that existed before this genocide as well. And they were trying to bring in with nationals from, I believe, 49 different countries, humanitarian aid, baby formula, and numerous other things like that. And of course, Israel predictably apprehended the flotilla yesterday. They intercepted the flotilla, and I believe with the exception of one boat, took over all of the boats. And in anticipation of that, the French had already set up a protest for tonight, and we are going to go and participate in the protest. We're going to do some protest coverage, as we're known to do, and we'll see what the similarities and the differences are in terms of police apprehensions, in terms of the response from the French police force, because I've heard a lot of crazy things. We see the ways in which French protests are covered after in American news, and the way it's covered in American news oftentimes is, showing all the flipped cars and everything's on fire, and there's this perhaps stereotype of the French constantly engaging in some pretty wild protests over minor instances of discontent. I don't agree with that framing, for the record. I think that protest is just, it's righteous, and the French do it very well. So we're going to see how that looks. We're going to see on the ground exactly what that looks like from this Palestine protest that's taking place. We're on our way right now to Republic Plaza, where a lot of these protests have historically happened. There's a historical significance for this plaza as well. Let me just look it up real quick. But Republic Place.
Also, I'm here. Hi, chat.
Yes, March is on the ones and twos as always. My ride or die. Place de Place de la République, as we know it today, took shape in the 19th century during the reign of Napoleon III, formerly known as Place du Château d'Eau. It was renamed in 1879 to honor the nascent republic, symbolizing the ideals of liberté, equalité, and fraternité. So, a lot of protests take place there in France right now, and these are some values that are very important to the French, very important to everyone in honestly, liberal democracies all around the world. And it does seem to me as though our governments, my government, our government in the United States of America, and certainly the French government as well, has not really abided by the same standards that they played a role in designing historically, that played a role in upholding historically. So we'll see how it goes, but I hope you guys are excited. Obviously, after the protest coverage, we'll be heading back to the hotel, to home base, and I'll be doing more coverage on the regular news of the day. The government shutdown, obviously, we'll be talking quite a bit about that because well, the French government is seemingly collapsing every other week because of Macron's inability to abide by the democratic wishes of the majority of the country, or the plurality of the country. The American government is also collapsing because that's what happens when the far right wins. The far right being the Republican Party in our country, obviously. So, chat, I'm new. Who is March, please? Damn, there's people who don't know you, bro. They don't
What is
know.
building?
They don't know you, bro. Yeah, this is my favorite thing about France, is like all that colonial plunder did actually build a beautiful city, I'm gonna be honest. And I do really like that. I've talked about this before, not to get all architectural digest on everybody here. You know, my mom would be very proud of me for saying this, but I do think that the city planning, the beautiful buildings, the historical significance of these buildings, and keeping up with, there it is, that's March. Keeping up with the old design of the city, I think plays a role. It plays a formative role in shaping people's understanding of the world. This is a fairly walkable city, for example. It's heavily segregated by different banlieues that are on the poorer side, obviously, but like the heart of the city right here, where the majority of the commerce takes place, is really striking. It's really beautiful. It's obviously, there's more to it than that, and there's beauty in every parts of France, of course, but this is what people think of when they think of France. Love European cities? Yeah. For Americans, this is something that you have never experienced, unless you've maybe been to like Chicago or New York. New York probably being the best example of this in the United States. This is a very walkable city.
Where are all the 8-lane highways?
Yeah, there are no 8-lane super highways. There's still a decent amount of car reliance here. One of the things I have noticed in France last time I was here was the fact that a lot of the cars, including the one that we're in, are Chinese. A lot of well, actually, this one might not be. MG? Is MG Chinese?
I don't know.
But yeah, a lot of the vehicles are. MG is Chinese, no? Isn't it?
I mean, we're all Chinese if you go back far enough.
Yeah, that's true. Now that we know for a fact that everyone is technically Chinese.
I'm feeling extra Chinese lately.
No, MG isn't. MG is English. MG is British. Wait, didn't they get bought out by the Chinese too, though? Am I crazy?
I'm going to choose to believe that.
MG stands for Mao the Great. MG is Chinese. It's a UK brand, but owned and made in China. Chatters are wrong saying it's UK. Yeah.
Oh, there you
MG is bought by the Chinese too, just like Volvo was like partially purchased by. Yeah.
MG, yes.
Is
Britannic of fabrication of China.
yeah, it's China made.
China.
Yeah.
China.
A lot of the cars here now, like the electric vehicles and whatnot, a big chunk of them are Chinese EVs now. Like the Chinese EVs have been dominating the market. Here, he's showing off the moonroof, right? Isn't that what it's called? The sunroof or the moonroof? What is all the way? Look at that. Top G.
Wow.
Hasan goes to the best transit city in the world and takes an Uber Lamau. Yes, okay. There's a couple different reasons for that. We don't have the proper metro cards and whatnot. Also, there's a lot of work stoppages taking place currently. So it wasn't a guarantee that we'd be able to make it. Plus, it doesn't even matter. We're still stuck in traffic anyway. So But unfortunately, because we're live streaming, we have to be above ground and in a car. Otherwise, if we were in Tokyo, you already know, baby. You know I'm a big public transit man. I'm a public transit man through and through. As long as you can actually stream in public transit, of course. There's a strike. Why would anybody go on the metro? Yeah, that's the other thing. Like there's strikes taking place, so it's like hard to. Lemma, are you gonna make it? Yes, hopefully. It's 14 minutes out.
That's crazy.
And we're actually pretty close at this point. Like there will come a point where walking will be probably faster than actually taking the car there, but
I have to pee really
we're not there yet. Oh, you have to piss too?
It's fine, I can
I had to get out of the car and rip a fat one earlier, and now March has to pee as well because we've been in this car for quite a while. We've been in this car for almost an hour at this point. The original location that we were supposed to link up at was like 18 minutes away from the hotel that we're staying at, and I was super stoked on that because that would have been a perfect, easy, boom, boom, 20-minute car ride. This has been around an hour, and I think the Frenchies in the chat know. They're probably laughing, but there's massive traffic, of course. Massive amounts of traffic. So even when a city has public transit, there's still.
Just saw another I don't know March what's going on. That has to be a meme. They're fucking memeing, right?
Bro, maybe you don't have motion like the way you thought you did. Have you ever thought about
we just haven't
that?
streamed for a while. And there's a lot of new eyeballs.
Yeah, that's what it is, yeah. We're live from the Palestine protest in France. This is March, everybody.
I don't know what that looked like, but there you go.
The government. Talking about the government shutdown. SUMUD flotilla.
Pay attention.
Interception. And my New York Times debate later. Get in now. Up with. Okay. Alright. That's good. Alright. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Let's blast it off, and then if there's mods in the chat, you can spam it for me because I won't be able to. But boom, boom, boom. So yeah, the plan today is simple. We're first going to go to the protest. Normally we do the IRL after the fact, but we're starting off with the IRL this time instead, and going to the protest this time instead because of the obvious time zone differences. Even though this is a relatively late night protest, what we're going to be doing is giving you some protest coverage, showing you what it looks like, comparing it to American protests from our own personal experiences, and talking to the people out there as well, why they're taking it up in the streets, and what they're really protesting for. Pharmacie. Yeah. Le weed. Damn, bro. We should have. Look at all the Vespas. That's real freedom out here in the city. Let me tell you, these guys get to just whiz around. On the toilet? Oui. Pharmacies are everywhere in Paris. Oui, oui. Oui, oui. Okay, I blasted off. So hopefully you guys can spam it in the chat so the people can know. Let the people know. Let the people come in, and then I'll also rip a Instagram live as well. Let's go. Oh. What's up, folks? It's me. It's March. It's the chat. We're out here in Paris, France right now. We're on our way to a Palestine protest. First, we're going to do the protest coverage, compare it and contrast it to the American protest that I've participated in, and then afterwards I'll get back to my home base and cover the news.
I wasn't ready.
Shutting
I
down.
look so chopped in that video.
Other things that I need to talk about, like the SUMUD flotilla being intercepted, and of course, last but not least, the New York Times debate that I had with Ross Douthat on political violence. Am I a radical? Am I a moderate? Find out more. Get in now. Let's get started, baby. Let's go. There you go. You got to see it. You got to see it in real time.
Yeah.
This is how the sausage is made. What are you laughing about?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing.
What?
I don't know, man. You're doing great. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at myself. I swear, I'm not laughing at you.
Why? What are you laughing at? What? How you found yourself in this situation?
No.
It's like you're probably wondering how I got here.
This is great. This is exactly where I saw myself.
Yeah.
Yo, Chad, what's good with Le Mans?
Le Mans?
Lemon.
Lemon. Isn't it Lemon?
Lemon.
Yeah. Grand Prix. Explorer. Tres. Quatre.
Cat.
Is that how you say 3?
Say 4.
No, it's the third one.
I thought it was 4.
No, it's Formula 4, but it's the third one.
Oh.
GP Explorer. Huh?
3.
Un, deux, trois. Oh, trois. Yeah. Un, deux, trois.
6. 7.
Did you learn French at all?
Des.
You learn French in school?
Des. Yeah.
So you know Spanish and you habla inglés, you habla español and habla français?
Parle français.
Parle français?
Not really though. I've been pretty
Habla
chopped.
española?
Sí, hablo español.
Habla española?
Do you speak Spanish?
Ah, un petit peu.
My man speaks only French, Arabic, and every language that I don't speak. We tried to talk to our guy earlier for a little bit. Okay, American government shut down. What are you laughing
I
at
just
now?
saw what Oz has on the screen.
What is it on the screen? Oh wow, you are Mr. Baguette.
I've yet to have a baguette. The only place I've had a baguette was at the Air France airport lounge.
Ugh. Did you guys watch the Ross Douthat interview, by the way, or the debate rather? I knew what I was getting myself into, for the record, before you guys say anything. I knew that it was going to be contentious. Ross Douthat, as I've covered before, is a right-wing guy, of course. But I think doing the conversation, it felt like he was not speaking to me directly, but instead speaking to the Trump administration to be like, arrest this man, please. This man is a dangerous radical that must be arrested. It was a good conversation, good back and forth overall. Seems like the New York Times audience definitely appreciated my perspective, which is that is probably like the most, that perspective and that framing is probably the most like unfavorable framing that you could possibly arrive at. So even then, if the New York Times is looking at New York Times readership is looking at an unknown guy like myself and saying, no, I think this young man has a lot of good ideas, then pretty good. Bro, why are you against me right now? What is this? What is this? This old man. It's crazy. It's crazy that you hit me with that.
I'm 9 days from 30, man.
Oh, that's why.
Or 8 days.
That's why you're doing this. That's why you're doing this. Because you're the old fuck. You old fuck. You're just...
I'm just getting my last ones in before I can't do
You just know that you're old now. Yeah.
I'm not old yet.
Questionable. Oh, this is like connected to the Wi-Fi in the back. What am I doing? Don't do that. Okay. Oh, we're like 3 minutes away. We're here.
Should we walk at you?
My mom said he's trying to seem neutral while trying to get across to you as a Middle Eastern fundamentalist. My mom didn't appreciate the framing of Ross Douthat. And she is exactly the kind of New York Times liberal, so that's, to be fair, she is from Turkey, so while she abhors any sort of fundamentalist Islam personally, she probably has a different perspective on foreign policy. And not only does she have a different perspective on foreign policy, but she knows what my position is. I think, where do we go? I'm gonna be linking up with Antoine. Oh wait, okay. This is dropping us off right on location. Right on location. Very good, very good. What's thank you in French? Gracias. Bonjour.
Merci.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Buongiorno. Merci. Maybe somewhere near the metro station, if possible. Do you know where it is?
Metro station?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Place République?
Uh-huh. Oui.
Nice, bro.
You speak French.
Yeah, you got it. Oui, oui. Wait. I'm gonna ride that high. Yours. Damn, is he French? I mean, look at this. This is pretty French. I mean, you got the scarf and everything. You know, this is the most French. 37, by the way. I'm 34. Shut up. Does it have the same ring from Vuitton, by the way, Chad? It's a pinky ring, not an index finger ring, nerd. Oh, this? Is it from Vitali? Is it from Vitaly? I don't know. I don't know where it's from. People give me shit. Bro, this is crazy. Should we just walk?
Probably. I also want to pee anyway.
Let's see, maybe it opens up for a second. Okay. It's pretty quiet. So I don't know how big this protest is, but it's supposed to be pretty big, I heard. And we're only like half an hour into the
demonstration.
Yeah. Police Nationale. I mean, there's cops. There's like a bunch of paddy wagons here. Should we just get out?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get out here. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right.
No problem. Okay.
Have a good one. Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Okay.
Okay. You want to give me the?
Yeah. Don't call it that, man.
Cops here. Let's see if there's a place that you can go to rip a piss.
Sorry, Jim.
Okay, it's actually colder than I expected it to be. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you can pee in there.
No.
Like a prima prick.
Probably this little cafe right here. Oh.
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 It's getting hectic.
Here, let me try here.
Oh yeah. Oh. Mexican restaurant
Of course.
called O Tacos. All right, everybody, you stuck with me right now. Okay, I can hear the drums of liberation. I'm awaiting March to be done with his little pee-pee out here, but we are near Plaza de la République, and there's a fuck ton of police presence. I actually was wrong. There's a lot of cops in riot gear. They're lined out with their vehicles. We saw them walking in this direction, which is the opposite direction of where the protest is, but I can hear drums from afar. So far, so good. Classic HasanAbi broadcast. Let's see how the French do it. We're about to find out. But yeah, obviously we're under the imperial order of the great Jupiterian Emperor Macron, who fancies himself to be a bit like a Napoleonic figure. It's so fun. Oh, they're rolling out. The police are rolling out already. There they are.
There was no restroom in there.
There was none?
No.
Oh shit.
That's okay. Let's go.
Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll get you a restroom.
It's okay.
Let's move in.
What did you
All right,
do?
so I was saying we're going to the Republic Plaza right now. Historically significant area. A lot of protests take place here. But even judging by the riot gear that the cops have, this is gendarmerie, which is the military police. So you got numerous units. What's up? Some guys also following us and also filming us now. That's weird. Anyway, let's see where we're supposed to be going. Okay, we're going to a statue. Oh wow, look at that. A lot of people, lots of Palestine flags.
Hey.
Are you sure you're gonna be fine without pissing?
Yeah, I'm good. Although there is a Five Guys right here.
Oh, get in there.
All right.
Here, give me
I'll be quick.
Give me the camera and get in there.
I'll be straight.
Okay. Once again, another setback, but it's all good. Sometimes the boys gotta piss, you know what I'm saying? All right, so once again, we're here. Protests seemingly are fairly large. Waiting for Marsh to take a piss. Lots of fucking police presence. God damn. I mean, I guess it's a little different because they don't have the same gear that our boys have. The American police is nowhere. I mean, the French police is nowhere near as heavily armed. Hi.
Pretty nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Oh yeah. Do you watch the stream?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah. Nice to meet you. You want to take a photo?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay. No problem. Let's do it. As I was saying, French HasanAbi heads. But yeah, cops are, interestingly enough, the police are not as heavily armed, I would say. And even their riot gear is not as bad. But there's already some mobilization happening here. They're like running around fast. And you know my American hawk, when they start running, especially because they're super fat. You got to worry about that. But I don't know how the French cops operate, because they are seemingly in much better shape than the American police is. But yeah, we're gonna head in there in a second. But yeah, they have a Macron Stop Genocide poster over there as well. For those of you who don't speak perfect French like I do, that means Macron Stop the Genocide. Cops are also filming as well, I guess, to make sure that they don't miss on the mass surveillance. They don't skip a beat on that. Making sure that everyone's faces are photographed. I guess technically that's what we're doing too, but that is what it is, folks. National ID coming to a European capital near you so that you can very quickly be identified and can no longer use Wikipedia or TikTok. That is, of course, I mean, TikTok's already been bought by the Ellisons, so it's already gone. Sky's the limit when you really think about it. Protests are starting to get louder. As my producer was pissing. Coming there right now. Loud guys is a pisser.
What?
Yeah, I told him for pissing against my plate. I guess they're already kept.
Trying to cross?
I don't know, I mean, so he wanted us to link up on the other side, I think?
That'd be good.
Go, go, go.
Very much for coming here.
Oh yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Well, sure. Oh shit, they got flares up. Classic. Whether you're at a football game or whether you're at a French protest, they always got them fucking flares, man. Dumb. All right.
There is a protest gathering to support the global SUMUD flotilla, which was arrested today by the Israeli forces.
Yeah.
And on this flotilla there are like 5 LFI MPs plus several French unionists too. So there was like, I don't know, maybe 5,000 people right there.
Wow.
On this side of the square.
Yeah, so how do these things go? So, because we're in America, we do a lot of this stuff, and oftentimes the protest starts, and then the cops will very deliberately start beating the shit out of people.
Yeah.
And they'll form a line, crowd people, they'll box them in, and then they'll start like beating the fuck out of gas.
Tear gas too, yeah.
Okay, so they do the same stuff that we are used to.
Yeah. Tonight
Okay.
I don't know, but it's gonna depend if people decide to start like walking in the streets. Because like this is like more the legal declared gathering, but sometimes like people decide.
What? I feel unreal. Yeah. Same stuff that we use. Cannon too. That's different. Western side.
Really?
You guys always light up flares.
Flares are great. Yeah.
This is like This is cool to see because we always cover it from afar, and we see the aftermath. You know, cars on fire, that sort of stuff. But and we see the flares. But it's interesting seeing it here in person.
Yeah. Generally, what's happening is like there is like the official protest, which is like negotiated with the authorities, and then people will decide to go on more spontaneous protests, like rather than the street, and that's where like the police start to beat.
Okay. Yeah. I feel that. I mean, that's usually how it goes in America as well. But are they super aggressive? The cops are also aggressive.
Yeah, the cops are awful here.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah. I mean, that's a universal thing.
That's a universal
So we'll
thing,
see.
yeah.
Do they? Because in America they fire directly at you.
Yeah.
Like they deliberately will target your head.
But here too, there has been an escalation in the violence of the police since like 2018, the yellow vests. That's when we started to see like very violent stuff from the cops. And now there are people that are injured. Several people have lost their eye or even their hand or stuff like that.
Show us around and we'll get in there in a little bit. But hey, you guys want to take photos? What's up? Yeah, take it off the stream.
Show speed.
They find people, he says. They find them at the Israeli embassy rally.
We were protesting really peacefully in front of the embassy.
How much they fine you?
Full of cops. I don't know yet. I don't know if I'm gonna. Yeah, it's like.
So, what are some of these flags? Country.
Yeah.
And then I got detained.
Yeah, I saw that.
So, once again, don't know what's gonna happen next time I walk back into the United States.
Yeah, it hasn't got better.
No, it's getting only worse. Fascism will win. Jokes like that sarcastically, some French people don't understand. They think I'm being sincere.
Okay.
They get, like a couple years ago, I made a joke about Zemmour.
Yeah.
And I said, a bunch of French people were yelling at me, and I said, I'm gonna do the Great Replacement. And they thought I was being serious, like about the Great Replacement. They thought I was like, they didn't realize that
Some of them are leftist.
For sore eyes, this is. Yes. So what about?
But nicer than the real colors.
Okay.
You can see like the
Next to it, where they deployed it. So.
but changing a cab, like all cops are bastards.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
in the French way, like a cab.
A caba. That's good to know. Hi. He's outside. Oh, this is the Red Star.
Yeah, this is like the organization from the organization of the Kurds. Like the
Oh,
Kurds of
yeah,
Turkey,
yeah, yeah. Okay.
The action is right there.
Yeah. We can go back. To specifically protest against,
The cargo that's going to Israel.
cargo that's currently going to Israel, weapons and supplies that are currently going to Israel, is continuing its genocide. So let me ask you this. We talked about this briefly with Jean-Luc Mélenchon last time. He's not here, I assume.
No, it's not. He was here, but he left.
Yeah, he was protesting earlier. So, I felt as though Macron was doing a bunch of stuff with Russia and also doing a bunch of stuff with Palestine, specifically because his popularity was diminishing. He was gone. It was over. In terms of broad mainstream appeal in France, he is a very unpopular figure. And in an effort to I guess, gain some kind of favor, he's been doing all this foreign policy stuff. But it's been rather symbolic, especially as it pertains to the Palestine issue. The symbolic conditional recognition of statehood for Palestine. How has that been seen by the French population broadly? Because it doesn't seem like it's stopped the protests at all.
It hasn't stopped the protest because, like, he did this recognition of Palestine, I think, in a way, like, because public opinion in France is strongly in favor of Palestine statehood. At the same time, he still hasn't declared an embargo on arms in Palestine, whereas, like, for example, the Spain government has done it. And in regard to like the flotillas, governments like against Spain, but even Italy, who's governed by Meloni, a far-right leader, they have sent like military boats to like protect the flotilla, and
then they pulled back. So they did that. That was also, I see all of this in the same vein where they're responding to a lot of demands being made by the public. That's what the democratic wishes are of the majority. They want to put an end to this. They want to stop the genocide. They want to sever ties with Israel, financial ties with Israel. They want to especially stop the weapons transfers to Israel. But it's obvious to me that a lot of these governments, instead of doing that, doing something that's successful as far as like, people still being very angry as the genocide is ongoing. What are these guys? The observers in the white vests? They have helmets on, they got white vests on.
Ah, okay. It's the
observers?
Yeah, they are observers from an organization called the Ligue des Droits de l'Homme, the Human Rights League. They're like a very old and big organization.
So we have a National Guild of Lawyers.
Yeah.
And they wear like highlighter green hats when they go to protest, and they're legal observers that take note of all the police brutality.
Exactly, that's what they do.
If someone gets detained, they get their identification and they log it. These guys are wearing helmets. So do the cops actually also brutalize them as well?
Yeah, there have been several several times where these kind of observers were also brutalized.
Yeah, because in America, there's a new designation for anti-fascism. They consider it terrorism. They consider anti-fascism to be a terrorist designation. And
you know that also in France, like the biggest anti-fascist organization, which is called the Jeune Garde, the Youth Guard, was dissolved by a government decree a few months ago.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Were they mobilizing around the issue of Palestine? Is that the reason?
They were mobilizing against the issue of Palestine, but they were also doing like auto-defense against far-right violent groups in several cities of France, and that's why like the government said, okay, there are violence, we can have them.
I don't get it. I thought Macron wanted to stop the far right. That's why he had to keep.
Yeah, you saw that.
What happened?
What happened?
It kind of feels like he doesn't want to stop the far right. What's up? Hi. Bonjour.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I shit on him. I shit on him quite a bit. Okay, that's crazy.
No, that's not crazy.
Well, we can't. Listen. What's up? What's going on? And I'm seeing the exact same things happen here. Police escalating, using chemical weapons on the public demonstrating their discontent.
You know what they're saying right now?
Yeah, they're saying they detest the police. Yeah.
Do you know what they're saying?
I forgot already. Déteste tout le monde déteste
La police.
la police. Tout le monde déteste la police.
That's it.
Yeah, there you go.
The whole world hates the police.
Yeah, and they're doing ACAB as well. I didn't know. I didn't know that was good. I guess that's also universal.
Yeah.
Police brutality is universal, and the protest slogans against police brutality also seems to be universal here.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's kind of reassuring, so to say. Like, I saw, like, did you see what happened in Italy? Like,
Yes. Yes.
that was huge.
The strikes that are taking place in every Italian city is fantastic. Obviously, that is what solidarity is all about. That's why labor unions are so important. That's precisely the reason why the capital-owning class has done everything in its power to dismantle and destroy labor unions. In my country, in the United States of America, labor unions are either completely captured by corporate interests or they're too cowardly to actually demonstrate, with the exception of a few.
Well, it's kind of the same, like,
Well, in Italy, it seems like those labor unions still have a lot of power, and they were unafraid. They were unafraid to show that they have that kind of power, and that strike is the reason why Giorgia Meloni, who is a fascist, ended up at least symbolically sending a naval vessel to protect the SUMUD flotilla. Obviously, they backed away from it when it was actually the most important part of it. We're 150 nautical miles off the coastline of Gaza, where Israel is implementing an illegal blockade.
Almost there.
But the very fact that Meloni was even entertaining sending a naval vessel shows that they have to respond to this discontent, they have to respond to this pressure, which is why people going out and protesting matters.
Yeah, and what do you think about Macron, like, recognizing Palestine? I don't think, like,
Fuck
it matters
Macron.
at all. Yeah.
Macron
I
can
agree.
suck my dick. How about he recognize democracy first in this country? The Popular Front won fair and square, and and he's too busy. Oh,
Watch out.
more tear
Courez
gassing.
pas, courez pas.
More tear gas.
Courez pas means don't run.
Pouvez pas.
Courez pas, yeah.
Okay. They're not going to magnanimously decide to do the right thing. It's very obvious, especially when there's so many financial entanglements involved. When there's a profit motive involved with continuing the defense of Israel's genocide. So this is what you got to do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thanks for everything.
No problem. Nice to meet you, man.
Cheers. Have a great day.
What's going on?
Are you liking France so far?
Pretty good. Pretty good. A lot of the same old stuff, man. This is
Feels like home, honestly.
yeah. It feels like home. Feels like LA.
Oh my god, it's crazy to see you here. I've been watching you streams for so long.
Hell
Grew
yeah.
up politically with you.
This is awesome. Well, I'm glad that you're here.
My girlfriend's watching the stream right now.
He's
Shout
safe.
out Sally.
He's
I
safe.
love you.
Look at that. HasanAbi at a protest outside, has a girlfriend.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
She's from New York. She came here 2 weeks ago. She was here on September 10th when we did the protest here. So, you know, teaching her the French ways, basically.
Yeah, I mean, the American ways are no different in many respects.
But you you guys should go back to your ways, the original American ways of
I
revolution.
know. There's not. These are way better organized, I would say. Like we have a couple groups in America that they're trying to consider terrorist organizations now. But
Yeah, it's great.
the labor unions here are and the numerous other advocacy organizations here are much more prominent. So that's good. All right. Nice to meet you. You want to take a photo?
Yeah, of course.
All right, let's do it.
Great.
Thanks, man. No problem. Just have a good one. Thanks for being here. Hi. Oh, thank you. Thank you for watching.
She's a good friend of mine.
Oh, hell
We
yeah.
work together, so yeah.
So you got advocacy organizations, you have labor unions, you have party members here.
Yeah.
That's actually different, I will say. In comparison to protests in America, that is very different. The presence of like actual, sometimes militant labor unions is totally unique in comparison to America. We do have some labor unions that will participate in protests every now and then, but I wouldn't say that it's as common as I've seen it here. Especially when it comes to politicians or you know, members of political parties. Like, I mean, we have two significant ones, two major parties, and I want them. I talk to them all the time. I want them to actually be out in the streets and to participate in this sort of protest, but like they never do it. Like very rarely.
We actually also have like some of the young LFI MPs would go like have the contact with the police, like to report the infractions and to like remind the rights of the demonstrators or stuff like that.
Yeah. It is kind of interesting. So what I will say is this. So far, they've only deployed tear gas twice. That is also a little different. Normally, once the first tear gas is deployed, that means they push people back into the square. They're coming in. Like our cops are also very fat.
They're very fast.
They're very fat. So when
yeah.
you see them start to run, that means you're fucked. That's what I always say. If you see a pig gets very scared of loud noises, shiny objects, free speech. But when you see a pig running, they don't like to run. So when they're running, it's intentional. It seems your guys are in much better shape, but also at the same time, they don't push as hard.
Yeah, they're not
Surprisingly.
shooting like constantly.
Yeah, they're not like once the first tear gas is deployed, there's no more. Like they just permanent tear gas, permanent rubber bullets, pepper spray. We have also civilian clothing, plainclothes officers all around the crowd. I'm sure you guys have that too, where I've seen plainclothes officers run up to the press pool from underneath from underneath the bridge, and like you have federal law enforcement up top on the rooftops shooting at the press, and then you have plainclothes officers that are running around with big fire extinguishers like this, and the fire extinguisher is just bear mace, and they're just macing the press. Yeah. So
Also, no flashbangs.
yeah. Also, you don't use flashbangs. Do you have flashbangs here?
What's flashback?
They just blow up and it's a big sound, and you get like fucked up.
They use it, but not like for demonstration like this. I think they wouldn't use it.
Oh,
yeah.
They would use it if it was
For us,
more like.
Yeah, you don't. It's
more
definitely
massive. They were more like.
You know what? Maybe Macron's austerity is not so bad. They don't have enough gear. They don't want to waste it. No, I'm kidding. In America, our government is shut down right now, and Trump is using that as an opportunity to cut previously allocated funds to like blue cities and blue states.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he said that one of the only departments that is, run by the federal government that will continue to work tirelessly is going to be Customs and Border Patrol, ICE.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So they're going to continue doing their deportations, but they're going to cut from like the National Weather Service or the parks and the military even.
And the ICE protests are they ongoing or?
Yes and no. It's a problem. A big problem is they deploy the military. So now, on top of the ICE protests, you have like the military coming in to help facilitate with the deportations. And there are protests that are ongoing, but not as big as this. But I assume that because they're going to continue doing these mass deportations, and because the anger and resentment is going to continue to grow, I'm sure the people will mobilize against that too. But it's all systems go right now in America. There are so many things to protest against that I think like people are having a hard time what to protest in favor of. Also, Americans unfortunately are not as they don't have the dog in them. You know, they don't have that revolutionary culture. They don't have the revolutionary spirit. It's a big problem. What's up, man? You want to take a photo?
Oh, that'd be great, man.
Yeah, of course.
Like a year ago or so.
All right, you got your phone?
My turn to say.
What do you got on there?
That's the POI, that's the Trotskyist party with like the Friends on Barrett. We're good folks. Okay, no, we're with Friends on Barrett in Mélenchon.
Okay. All right, let's do it.
All right, let's go.
When this is happening, I gotta come and check it out, and we gotta film it. You know?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Lucas, Squeezy.
Squeezy, oh,
Yeah.
Squeezy.
He's throwing a big event in Le Mans. He does it every year for Formula 4 racing. So I didn't fit in the cars. I was supposed to. I was supposed to do the race. Yeah, but I couldn't fit. But I'm going to be broadcasting it instead. Yeah. For the American audience. We don't got bevs. We should be cracking some alcohol. Yeah.
You don't drink in the streets?
No. In New Orleans, which is formerly French territory, in Louisiana, I think in New Orleans you can drink out in public, and in some places you can't. Like in Vegas, I think you can, but many places you have open container laws. They don't let you drink in public, and they'll ticket you because it's a fascist police state. France, for all of its problems, still has many liberties, like being able to drink in public. Oh wow!
It's authentic from St. Petersburg.
Oh wow!
As a thank you for being the reason I was radicalized and joined my student union and everything. So thank you.
Well, thank you for this. Look at that, Chad.
Icon. Authentically St. Petersburg.
All right, thank you. Nice to meet you again. So, just like in America, what I've noticed is the protests are very diverse. Like the crowd here is very diverse. It's not just young people. There's a lot of young people, for sure. But it's not the way that it's presented in the news. When we go to the ICE protest, for example, they'll say, "Oh, it's just like Mexicans. It's just Guatemalans. It's just people from El Salvador protesting." But that's not the case. And here, I assume they say Islamogauchism, and they say it's all like people from Algeria, Morocco, and other Arab countries from the Middle East. But that's not the case, clearly. Would you say it's more so like a youth-backed movement than anything else?
Yeah, the Palestine movement has been like really a youth movement. But like if you were like this afternoon, there was also an anti-austerity protest.
Yeah.
Where there is a lot more of age people because there are a lot more of unionized people. It's much more age diverse. But this kind of demonstration, especially when like people know that there's going to be like tear gas and possibly police charges, etc. It's going to be much younger.
So, as far as the union mobilization goes, have the unions not necessarily mobilized against or for Palestine at all in this country?
It has been difficult. They have, to be fair, but it has been difficult. Like at first, there was like this pro-Palestine coalition, which is called Urgence Palestine, Urgency Palestine, plus NFI, and we were both organizing all the demonstrations. But more recently, like I would say, like it's been a year that the unions, the big unions in France, have joined the
But they haven't participated in any work stoppages, major work stoppages specifically about this issue, though, right?
Sorry?
They haven't done any strikes specifically on this issue.
There
right?
was, but yeah.
Oh, there was.
The dockers of Marseille and Le Havre have done a strike against boats that were delivering arms to Israel. They have done in several occasions.
Oh wow, okay, that's cool. Do you feel like the Italian general strike that took place and the one that's supposed to happen tomorrow, I believe?
Yeah.
Do you feel like that gives more confidence to the unions here as well? To unions in other European capitals as well?
I would hope so, but I would hope so. The Italian movement is very, very impressive.
Yeah.
Actually, it was like started by like fringe of the union, which is the more radicalized fringe, and no like the CGIL, which is like the big union in Italy.
But now the CGIL has participated.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like it starts off on the fringes.
Yeah.
It starts off with independent unions that are not part of like a broader coalition sometimes, but that does have the capacity to broaden and to expand the movement. So hopefully that'll happen in France as well, and maybe in America, but that one I'm not so certain of.
Because the union in America, they don't participate in pro-Palestine movements, or they do?
Some do, but never like they barely strike for their own pensions. So they barely strike for their own health care. They barely strike for their own benefits. America's very either the unions are completely corporate captured in many respects. The rank and file might have discontent, but oftentimes they just like kind of squash that. Many people don't even know that they have this power. I think that's one of the big issues. Is like, at least in my experience, talking to labor union organizers, labor union leadership, and rank and file members, both in my community and beyond. What I have seen is a lot of American union members don't even realize how much power they have in terms of shutting down the entire economy if they choose to.
But also in France and in Italy, for example, in France the CGT or in Italy the CGIL, their history is very different from the unions in America because they were linked to the communist movement. And
well, ours were too, and then they made it illegal.
Yeah.
The signature Taft-Hartley law, literally in the law says you can't be a avowed like open communist and be a union leader.
Yeah.
And then they also, I mean, this was way back in the 50s. We're probably fine. Kind of sentiment being expressed right now is from Champagne, the head of the United Auto Workers, one of the largest unions in the country. And the UAW also obviously has like the different branches, like they cover grad students unions in many parts of the country as well. And the UAW is a fairly powerful union. Any sort of interest. If we were talking about potentially organizing for 2028 a general strike across the board in the country, requires a lot of preparation in a country like ours, not even aware of the power that they have. Or just like cover. You want to put my shirt on your head? Are you sure?
If it gets too bad, I'll let you know.
Excuse me, do you mind if I get a photo with you?
Of course.
My dad is a huge fan of you too.
Yeah, you've been waiting over there for a while.
I'm just patient, you know?
Classic. Oh, fuck.
Hold this for 2 seconds.
Oh, God, right in my fucking eye. Oh, Jesus. Oh.
It's just that I saw like a buddy of mine show me the comments like when like he was like the trots and stuff. They were like L trots and stuff, just for the information. We're with the ones who organized the talking between Friends Unbowed and DSA in the States. So we're not the trots that you hate. We're the alright ones. I don't want to bother you.
No, it's all good. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. So, as I was saying, it's not as the cops, at least so far, are not as militant, even though they are definitely still very aggressive. But it's they do let people push back in rather than continuously beat the shit out of people, as far as I've seen. So there is that.
What's up?
Yeah, of course. Dude, we need to start drinking.
Wow. Music to my ears, really.
Yeah. What's up, man?
My two mates are watching the stream. Fucking love you.
Oh, hell yeah.
How's it been for you today?
It's been pretty good. Not bad.
How's the tear gas?
It's all right. It's been pretty good. Not bad.
How's the tear gas?
It's all right. We're used to it. Yeah. It opens up the lungs and the nostrils a little bit.
How do you feel it's the taste of the gas in France?
It tastes different. It does taste different. In America, I think it's like spicier.
Oh yeah. It's the Europeans can't take
the European tear gas hits my eyes worse.
Yeah.
The American tear gas, I don't think the American tear gas leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
Okay.
But it's like a spicy taste. This one is not spicy in the same way. It's I don't know how to explain it.
Fireball spicy or
Maybe. I mean, I feel like they're all made in the same place. They're all made in like Arkansas or some shit. So I don't know why they'd be different. But maybe they have it refined for the French palate. I don't know.
Yeah, that's it.
Nice to meet you guys. Where's Antoine? Stay safe. What are you guys up to? You're just gonna chill here? Are you waiting for me? Is that what's going on?
No, I think
We're waiting for the revolution.
Maybe. If it's gonna happen somewhere, I would expect it to be here as opposed to my country. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Where can we get drinks around here?
drinks.
Yeah,
There
alcohol.
are people selling in the protest.
Oh really? There's people selling here in the
Yeah,
protest.
but you have to have some cash.
I don't have any euros. Do you have any euros? Maybe like to go to a corner store or something. That's true.
Do you want to take a beer here or do you want to like...
No, I want to take the beer and walk around. That's the whole... We're protesting like the way the French protest. What's that hourglass?
This is the Extinction Rebellion. This is an ecologist movement. It's called Extinction Rebellion.
Okay.
It exists too in the UK.
Yeah.
They are a movement that went on
They're the
civil
ones-
disobedience for...
Yeah, they're the ones who like stick themselves to like paintings and stuff, right? Yeah. And then people get really mad about that.
Yeah.
But then like, what are they supposed to do? Blow up pipelines, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you can't, the whole point is, you can't do any sort of protest. No peaceful protests, no peaceful civil disobedience, no work stoppages, no hurdles whatsoever, no blocking traffic.
Also here there was like a big, there is a big ecologist radical movement called Les Soulèvements de la Terre, like the Earth Uprising, and the government tried to dissolve them too, because they engaged in like blockades of sites that of capital fossil farm sites and etc. So the government said like they are eco-terrorists. And,
Yeah, they do that to our eco protesters as well. This is normal, isn't it? The drums of liberation.
You want to go over there?
What?
Want to go over there?
Sure. Should we go over there to see what's going on that side?
Let's go.
All right.
Samedi aussi for Palestine,
Yeah.
Saturday.
Oh,
They
okay.
go on strike for
Oh,
Palestine.
wow, okay.
On essaye de s'inspirer des dockers en Italie à Gênes, d'essayer d'utiliser la grève des dockers à Gênes et d'essayer de dire qu'ici il faut qu'il y ait un mouvement de grève.
Oh, wow, okay, that's awesome.
Et moi j'ai un procès pour apologie du terrorisme l'année prochaine.
You're being tried legally?
Pour un tweet.
Oh, for a tweet? Oh.
Yeah, here they're doing that a lot. Like they are targeting some people, like union leaders or political leaders, for terrorism apology, like people that stood up for Palestine.
Yeah, we have, America, we have free speech, but we're also getting there right now.
Et on tue normalement ici aussi. Donc, la liberté d'expression. Normalement ici aussi.
Oh, okay. Because they don't have it in England, you know. They have a prescription where they'll prescribe Palestine action in England, in the UK. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay.
I think it's worse because they started by forbidding all demonstrations in Palestine in October 2003, and then
I feel like that's failed.
That has failed.
Yeah, that hasn't really worked in their favor.
Why are you in France? Are you here to like see the protest or?
Well, yes and no. I'm here for my friend who's throwing an event called GP Explorer.
Okay.
But also, while I'm in Paris, I wanted to come and participate and film it.
And
We're filming right now.
okay.
We're live.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see you in the live in Twitch.
Yeah, we're live right now on Twitch.
Very little Twitch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know Squeezy?
Yes.
Yeah, that's my friend. I'm
okay.
here for his event.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you don't come Squeezy here.
I'll tell him.
We need most of.
I'll tell him when I see him.
Yes. Of Squeezy and many guys. Arrête de te foutre de ma gueule.
In America, it's the same as well. Not many people go out and protest because they're scared. They're scared of the cops.
aux US c'est pareil, il y avait souvent la
They're scared of the cops. Yeah, I will.
Comment?
Elle a dit qu'il faut que lui dise de venir.
Ah oui. Ils ont de l'influence.
I'm Yassine. Maybe you remember once we...
Yassine Manilogwa. Je te laisse. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye.
Merci.
We're live right now?
Yeah, we're live.
Kind of an impression. Once we rate you on Twitch, we are Parole d'Honneur, French Colonial Media. We talked about this on stream.
Oh, hell yeah.
Just want to salute you, salute the stream, and maybe if I can talk about the political review we work in. That's some political text.
Yeah, of course.
I want you to watch this. I'm going to show her, but I want you to look at it.
I mean, it's in French, so it's going to be very difficult for me to understand.
Yeah, for sure. But some people are watching you all around Europe, you see, and we're selling it in a protest and stuff, principally in France, and people can buy it on internet. And
it's all about the colonialism.
It's all about anti-racism and stuff like that.
I love that.
Just wanted to say hello, that we see you, we watch you in France.
Of course, yeah.
And yeah. Dans une autre belle flash, mon gars. Attends. Sur le stream là. How many people on stream, bro?
Like 30,000.
30,000 right now. For you this. It's
we don't know.
We sell it for like 10 euros. But I want you to
I don't have a bag.
You have anything?
No, I don't have a bag.
I have no bag.
Okay, if I see you before you leave,
Okay.
I will take it for you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
Thank
you. Bye. Bye, the stream. Tahia Palestine.
Ah merde, attends, j'ai plus de batterie. No
Oh,
battery.
your battery just died. That's crazy.
You know this guy recognizes you, but in France, like the French HasanAbi.
Actually, we're the one that raided you when you were doing your mega roleplay.
You got the labubu and everything. Where's your labubu?
It's in my room.
We got a DSA labubu back here.
Well, that's a lafufu, let's be real.
It's a fake one. It's a fake DSA. It's for Democratic Socialist American Railroad.
yeah,
We'll see what happens in America. I'm too stubborn to leave America. I want to keep fighting and try to get more people on board, hopefully, one day.
It's kind of depressing.
It is what it is, you know? It's got a lot of potential. It's got a lot of promise, it's got a lot of potential. It's just people need to wake up. That's what it is.
I mean, we look a lot towards America in terms of theory, in terms of inspiration. I mean, we're Twitch streamers, so it started because of y'all. But I think America is looking towards Europe.
There's definitely a lot more organizing here than I would say.
But the South?
But you know who else is looking? You know who else is looking to America? The cops. The way that the police are behaving here is
Have you tasted
consistent.
the tear gas?
Yeah, it tastes a little different. I don't know, but the way that they're behaving here.
Is there Paris revolutionary on here or just tourists?
Okay. I'm of São Paulo. His situation, the Brazilian government is measures at how much they can do. I hope that he gets
Closer and see what they're up to. See track the police movements a little bit.
Yeah, because our politics are also
HasanAbi, je t'aime, frérot.
Je t'aime. Oh my God! They didn't instantly. That's crazy. It does feel a little bit more civilized here. I'm serious. This is what I keep explaining to Americans. They get so shocked when I say this. Like in France, your police is not as militarized.
Yeah.
And they don't have like, I mean, I don't know if these guys do. I know the gendarmes have like the weapons and stuff, but like in many instances, regular beat cops don't have like weapons on them, do they?
They do, like, every cop has like a gun,
Pistol.
but they don't
But they don't
use
have
it,
like a,
and
they don't have
some
an
of them have the, no.
So,
Fucking kidding, an AR-15, no.
Constant loud flashbang.
yeah.
Your cops have an AR-15.
Yeah. So all the cops, every cop has an AR-15. Even our beat cops have AR-15.
It's so scary.
They have tanks. They have armored personnel carriers, and their gear is a lot heavier than this too. Like it's like military gear. But then also, the thing is like they have a lot more tolerance for people throwing shit at them here.
Yeah.
Whereas in America, you push a cop or or even in front of a cop, and you don't like run away fast enough, they can just fucking beat the shit out of you. They can like kill you. You know? Americans will say, no, that's right. You can't actually be in front of a cop like that. What are you doing? Like we're very cucked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Servile. Cucked. More civilized nations, you can kind of like duke it out with cops a little bit because they're just people. Just because they have a badge doesn't mean that they're like gods. Americans don't understand that, but this is what it is.
Also in the States, they like corrals you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also I think it's like tactics, like they're waiting like for the right moment, they're not like moving at every instant.
Yeah, no, this is much more tempered response. Not to say that this isn't fucked up, it is.
Yeah.
It certainly is. But it's been much more tempered than I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
I feel like they would have packed this up by now. From here at least, and then we would have pushed them away.
Yeah, we'd be half a mile away at this point.
This is also smarter because then you just keep people in this area instead of like all around the city. Keep going. Yeah, a little bit over there. French pigs are different. Like this is an anthropological study, okay? R.I.P. to Jane Goodall. Call me the Jane Goodall of hogs. An anthropological study in the universality of hogs. We have made a tremendous discovery about pigs in France. Very different. Bacon in France has a very different attitude towards flashing lights. And the American hog cannot comprehend flashy lights without immediate, over-the-top militant response. It seems as though the French hog is unafraid of the flashing lights and does not use it. And even bottles being thrown in the direction of the French hog does not scare the French hog into immediately escalating for violence. Incredible. Incredible, as they say. From just like knowing that people just don't have weapons.
Yeah.
You know?
Everybody's way less bitch.
I feel certainly a lot more secure. Something to think for the Americans. What's up, man? Yeah.
Since 2019.
Oh, hell yeah.
All the way from Lebanon. Just quick before they start
What's up?
Do a camera battery swap and like.
Yeah, that was. It's fine. You see, this is what I mean. Like they're bitch police at all, by any measure. But in comparison to the over-the-top militant response that you normally see from the American police force and the brutality that you see, this is how the American police should be, and then the French police should be even kinder and gentler. In a perfect world. Armed? Yeah. I wasn't either, so I just thought it's happening. Should we go back soon?
Sure, it's up to you. I need the battery swap.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
You might take a good picture because you're really tall.
Sure.
And like, that's really cool. Thank you so much.
Have a good one, guys.
Let's pull off to the side so I can battery swap.
Yeah. Leave this area, even if you're walking.
Where is the honor to meet you?
Nice to meet you.
I'm Russian. I covered your channel. Of course, there are lots of leftist people who spread their opinion, and they have a big influence, especially among young people. And I feel like in the US, I only see Kirk Shapiro and stuff.
Yeah, there's very right wing.
Yeah, and I'm very glad that you are here. And,
of course, nice to meet you.
To have influence. Thank you. How long have you been in Paris?
Wait, what's going on? Hold on. Oh, wait. No. What the fuck?
Can you take your phone?
Are we cool?
No, I think we're good.
No, it's still filming.
Yeah. Just don't touch it. Okay. Well, actually, fuck.
No, I mean, you're gonna have to.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to swap it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm at 2%. I have to.
All right, we're gonna do a quick battery swap. Hopefully everything works out fine. Oh, it's back. It's back. That was actually fast. Do you want to take a photo before you? Sorry, we had to do something for the stream. You want to take a photo?
Yeah. Sorry, I was.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
I interrupted you. Yeah.
But that's fine. Yeah. Thank you. Nice to meet you. It's topsy-turvy this time around. Instead of doing protest coverage after I do the regular news coverage, the protest obviously started. A certain time, so we had to be here for that. Just call it. Well, I think we can just call it from here.
Yeah. You want to walk down a bit?
It's fine. We're just gonna call it from right here.
Yeah, they pick us up like right there.
Yeah.
We're in a crosswalk.
Yeah, it's gonna be right here. Fuck, I haven't eaten yet today.
You should just order something to meet you at your hotel.
Ah, brilliant.
Logistics guy.
Bomb me, bro.
You want banh mi from Paris?
I mean, it's French. It's French Vietnamese. It's Vietnamese, but like it's French.
Yeah, don't say that. It's Vietnamese.
No, it is Vietnamese. But I'm saying like maybe there's some. You know what?
No, don't say that.
There's actually, as far as like colonial occupation, and like and people. No. As far as like colonial occupation goes, like normally, there's a reason why there's a lot of Indian people and Pakistani people in the UK, right? Like the colonial population oftentimes, or at least the collaborators, oftentimes will create like a migration pipeline to the colonial entity historically.
You're saying it's not allowed yet?
There's not a lot of Vietnamese people in France. Chat, what's that about? I never even considered that. Like there are far more like Algerian people here than there are Vietnamese people. Interesting enough. What's going on, guys? Yeah.
Can I also take a picture with George?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Ask him. He's his own man.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Bye. Someone said one of the biggest French streamers is Vietnamese. Huh? Are there a lot of Vietnamese French people? I don't know. What's the actual population?
I have a friend.
I'm a ignorant, uneducated American, guys. Remember.
I have a friend who's
Vietnamese mom speaks fluent French and plans to move to France, but lives in the States right now. So.
Oh, I think they're back there. I think he's behind the police line.
I see.
Maybe I said some real ignorant shit right there, but excuse me for being American. American. Yeah, they're stuck behind the police line.
Look, I don't care if they protest, just don't block the roads, you know?
Yeah, no. Exactly.
It's a joke. It's a joke, Jack.
Exactly. No, how dare you say that or about our law enforcement. They're allowed to block the road and also use chemical weapons and also beat the shit out of protesters. I think my dude is straight up stuck behind the cars. Like right.
Oh, he's right there.
Oh, sorry, chat. Yeah. All right, you got a scooch. Actually, I'll go over a second. Bonsoir.
Damn, bro. You
Sorry, chat. I know it's dark. Give me a second.
Is there a light that we can?
I mean, I brought a light that we can use and we will use. Oh, might be a bit overkill, but I can turn it down. Oh yeah, I did overkill. I'll turn it down. One sec, chat.
It's funny. Fear and group chat is trying to
Figure out how to
organize without us. It's so funny. We're having a hard time. Okay, so we went to our first French protest, and I'm here to report that it is in many ways identical to the American, and also in some ways maybe a little bit more restrained, if we're being honest. I don't want the French people. Yeah, don't feel bad. The French are just as much to blame for what happened in Vietnam as the US. The US just picked up where they left off. Yeah, no, of course. Tastier gas, no shot French protests go hard. No, they go way harder than the American ones do, for sure. I'm saying that it's more restrained on the police side. Like, yeah. Which is how it's supposed to be. That's what I tried to explain. Remember, there's like a famous clip of me out there somewhere that people love using when they talk about like how silly and crazy I am and how violent I am, where I say like in a civilized country, like people duke it out with the cops a lot more than they do in a place like the United States of America. Oh. Sorry. Stupid American. He's a stupid American. It's just no respect for the rules and safety. Classic. What do you mean when you said American unions are captured by corporate interests? Like, American unions don't realize the power that they hold in terms of work stoppages. There are some who do engage in protests. There are some who engage in work stoppages, but it's like far more restrained, and I would say it's rarely ever for like an express political purpose. Like some of the most significant labor union movements that take place, with the exception of like the UAW strike or the threat for a port closing from the longshoremen, for example, in recent years, one of the most impactful union movements was a wildcat strike, because it was in Oklahoma with the teachers. So when teachers unions actually protest, in many instances they're not supposed to be, right? It's like it's illegal. True chat, he just went home early like one does with 10K gear on him. No, that's not the reason. I'm going home early because there's a lot of news to cover, and I'm a news broadcaster.
It's like noon at home.
Yeah, it's 12 p.m. You're going home to protect your highly valuable beige jacket? Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. And I'm sure they get more rowdy as the night goes on, of course. But like, usually by nighttime, like this protest started at 7. Okay? Usually in America, the mobilization that takes place after 7 or around 7 is usually when it's like black bloc, or what people consider, what like cops consider to be like completely unacceptable. Usually by nighttime they're like, nope, it's time to pack it up. This is where it started. But I guess like when you think about it, that makes sense, because these guys eat dinner at like 9:30. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're used to being out and smoking cigarettes all night.
No, and also, again, just like the lack of constant, like, loud booms from flashbangs, and also like the kind of baseline understanding that people aren't all potentially carrying guns. Everybody's just like way less tense as a whole. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there was no...
Like, even when people started like scattering, they quickly like realigned, whereas like it just wasn't the case in the States.
I mean, they know, they've seen it, they've participated in it. I will say, like, this isn't, again, I mean, cops are cops everywhere, right? They're fucking assholes everywhere. They were still deploying tear gas. It's not like they weren't doing that. Yeah. But I understand why, like, in some ways it's really interesting, because I feel like there's more anti-cop sentiment in places like Europe than places like the United States. Like in America, cops are fucking, they're seen as heroes. They're seen as like the saviors of mankind. They're fucking, they're treated with tremendous reverence. Whereas I feel like in a lot of other places, in a lot of European capitals, they don't have the same automatic reverence for police and also automatic acceptance of police brutality, which is really interesting. I guess maybe that's the reason why the cops are not as brutal here as they are in America. But it was just like surprising. Phone reflection. Yeah, you can see it, I know. There's nowhere for me to put the phone and not have it reflect. Oh, right here maybe?
I mean, I could just angle away.
What? I just have to order Uber Eats real quick, and I don't know what to get. Here, like this.
Yeah, there you go.
Is that good?
That's good.
Let's see if I can get some.
Just get some French McDonald's. Call it a day, man.
No, it's a girl to boycott.
Oh right.
It's crazy.
I bet I forgot. I mean, I don't eat McDonald's.
Bro, the most significant component of a good banh mi.
I think you're gonna be very disappointed with the French banh mi. I'm not gonna lie.
The most significant part of it is the baguette, and this is the baguette country.
Yeah, but true banh mi uses Vietnamese baguette.
That's true. Should I not do it? Chat, what should I get?
There's a different kind. Trust me on this.
Chat, what should I get? Yeah, focus on W March.
Thanks.
Burgle, croissant, French onion soup. I'm beginning to realize that my audience is entirely comprised of Midwestern alcoholic dads, I think. That's literally the response that you would hear from a burger American. Like, I'm in France, what should I eat? Oh, I don't know, escargot. Don't they eat fucking snails over there? Like,
have you had escargot? It's yummy.
Yeah, I have had escargot. But I'm just saying that, like, that's crazy. They're like, get a cheeseburger. Get a cheeseburger. What the fuck do you mean? Get a goddamn cheeseburger. What the hell? Wrong, you also have Midwestern alcoholic lesbians.
Sheesh.
Burger and fries, baby. God dang cheeseburger. Remember, it's like 9/2, so like, and I'm ordering on Postmates, so like there's limitations to what I can get, but you guys have given me 0 good opinions. That's crazy. American, we're traveling. Imagine a foreign burger. It's a cheeseburger, but gay.
Look. I had a cheeseburger.
Yeah, you said it fucking slapped.
It actually was really good.
You said it was smacked.
I was starving off the plane. Went to the first thing available, which was a hotel restaurant. I had a cheeseburger. It was really good.
Okay, I'm probably gonna order the same thing I ordered yesterday because that was really bomb.
What'd you get yesterday?
Les Pos Libanese.
Lebanese food?
Yeah. Oui.
Nice. What'd you get from there?
I got a tawuk sandwich, chicken sandwich. That was very good. The hummus was very bad though. It was shocking how bad the hummus was.
Be like that.
Yeah, it cooked me a little bit.
Tabouleh.
Tabouleh?
Tabouleh.
I didn't get tabouleh. No, I got labneh. Where are you from?
Labneh, Lebanon.
Oh, you're Lebanese. Nice. I'm Turkish.
Oh, okay, Turkish.
Yeah, and it was very good. Have you heard of Les Pos Libanese? It's good.
Very good.
Do you have a suggestion?
Yes.
In the area that I'm at, like, do you have a suggestion for where I should order from, like a restaurant? No. No suggestion. Okay. What about Layali?
Layali, yes.
It's another restaurant.
Nora.
Nora?
Yes.
Let's see. Okay. Okay. Oh, they do like boxes. They do box kebe F4, 2 mezes Freud. What the hell does that even mean? Box khilade, 2 mezes mutabal.
I got Chipotle here.
Bro, you are not.
I'm just trolling.
I don't know if you're trolling.
I'm not ordering the fucking French Chipotle. Although I wonder if it would be different. It's gotta be the same shit, right?
It's not a secret what he's doing on the phone. Let's not freak out about the reflection. No, it's actually smart.
Where's the cheeky Nando's? They don't got Nando's in France?
Bro, the longer I wait, the longer this takes for them to bring the food. It's not gonna arrive at the same time. Roll duo messes and boisson. What is sand, shawarma, poulet, or viande?
Poulet is chicken.
Chicken. What is viande?
Viande, meat.
Meat. Ah, viande. They have.
You're doing great.
Soup cornichon marine, soup frites, soup harissa, soup navettes.
What is good takeout in France? Like, what are they known for? Chat, help me out here. Jet French tacos, Mods Van, that guy?
Hummus motoban.
Hold your phone in one place, because Haas is covering the phone reflection.
Okay, great. That's not gonna work.
I mean, he's constantly trying to follow you, so just hold it steady. And I'll hold the camera steady. Yeah, you're good. You're covered. You're good. I'm trying to keep it steady, but the card moves a lot. I'm sorry, Jack.
Dude, there's some great stuff here.
What spot did you pick?
Nora.
It looks legit.
Yeah, that's what my man suggested. What do you think? I'm gonna say no?
True. True.
Do you want me to order for you too?
No, I'm good.
Why not?
I might go grab dinner with a friend.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Not like that.
Like, you have friends out here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
So many
There's
people here.
mad people out here. That's right. I forgot. I didn't even think about that. Accompagnements. Knuffe fromage. Halva. Oh my god. Kadayıf. Oh. What the hell? Okay, I gotta try this. I gotta try all the different. I ordered so much. I don't even care. I haven't eaten yet. Okay. It might actually get there before us. I hope. Okay, we did it. Thank you for the PBS blockade that you implemented. Oh. Didn't the tear gas taste different?
I actually thought it was worse here.
The eye stuff was worse, but
I got more fucked up here. Well, that's not true.
I felt like it got worse in my eyes, but it was better. It was better in my throat and my mouth. We can still see the phone. Tell him to move it. Okay, calm down. It's fine. I'm just looking at the chat now. Reflection. I'd have to look at it like this. I have to look at the phone like this. This is what we need to do, though. This is the shit. You know, go to like a.
I mean, that's what I'm gonna do.
What is it, like a boulangerie or whatever?
I'm gonna hit up l'entrecôte.
L'entrecôte?
Steak frites place.
Oh god, I know. I mean, that's actually kind of basic, which is surprising.
I know. Apparently,
surprising that you're doing some basic ass shit.
I always counter with that, and everybody's like, no, even though it's basic, you have to.
It's true. I mean, it's incredible.
I haven't had it yet.
You've never had it?
No.
Oh yeah, it's great. Yeah, the meat here is excellent. Cutie is asking me for fear-end topics. What do I say? That's crazy.
That?
Haas. That's crazy.
They should try to find a guess.
We French have the worst non-lethal weapons, and they have a lot of money and research for worse tear gas that you don't even have in the U.S. Austin Show, I have some topics. What is happening? Why is the entire podcast in the chat right now? Get to work.
Find a guest.
Get to freaking work, man.
Linear.
Hold on.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to not show a reflection while looking at something.
You just tell me. Move the camera to myself.
Hi, chat. It's me.
Probably can't see me. I'm pretty dark.
Oh fuck! Almost threw my neck muscle.
Oh.
Moving fast. I didn't realize how hungry I got. Earlier today, we were supposed to head to the austerity protest that took place midday, and your boy woke up at like around 10, and those protests were at 2, and I slept through it. So.
Fan is literally staying with Cutie. Get her as a guest. Austin, March, Hasan. Yeah, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Are you fucking kidding me, Cutie Cinderella? You have people at your house that you can have as a guest? What? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text her in the group chat right now.
That's crazy.
Fan is at your house and as a guest. What the heliante?
She don't fuck with us.
No, it's true. It's hot, man. Oh, why didn't I just do this? No more reflection.
True.
I'm so stupid. Yeah, what's up now? Stop trying to make heliante happen.
Unk watch.
Still a reflection? Wait, can you still see it?
No,
Wait.
no,
Yeah, you can't see shit. You can't see shit, big dog. Fuck you mean? Groomer mirror doesn't work when I wind the window down. Get rewards by purchasing a gifting subscription to HasanAbi's channel while they're live in any category, guys. Remember. I don't know what that means, but Omega will check twice. March zooming on his glasses.
True. Enhance. March enhance.
Unk is tired, man. Unk went out for like a little bit, and Unk is already tired.
We better figure it out. We need 6 more hours of stream.
No, you got that. Hasan, you got cooked in that New York Times interview? Okay, bro. That's so funny. I got mad people literally reaching out, being like, dude, I think you handled yourself so well in that New York Times interview in spite of like the very obvious framing of the entire ordeal. And you got dumb fuck Twitch chatters in here being like, nah, man, you got cooked, Unk. Unk, you got fucking cooked. My fans are my biggest fucking haters, I swear to God.
Tight shit.
Him calling me post-liberal, yeah, that's like, I feel like they're doing that. I saw that with the Cass Sunstein shit too. I guess that's like the kind of, I mean, it's Ross Douthat. Like, of course, he's right-wing as hell. I mean, we debated for like 2 hours, so I don't know. We debated for 2 hours, so I don't. Yes. So I don't know what like ended up in the final cut, but yeah, he is pro-life. But did you get flashbanged and you didn't see it? I literally only know anything about him because of Chapo. Yeah, I've covered him before as well. But basically, the takeaway from that is like my goal there. I know that Ross was going to talk about like political violence and like my role in it or whatever. But a couple things I wanted to get across, which I think I did a pretty decent job in, unless the final cut doesn't reflect it, I don't know, was number one, we're holding the president to a lower standard than Twitch streamers, and number two, in terms of my own personal role in all of this, I'm here to describe to people the violence of systems. Like I'm merely an onlooker, and I think one of the main parts that Ross personally did not understand was when I was talking about adventurism. In the Marxist perspective, adventurism, or decentralized forms of violence in the hands of vigilantes, is not looked upon in a positive manner. And this is precisely what I was trying to explain to him, but I think he thought adventurism is a positive term, like going on an adventure. So we were having two different conversations at the same time, basically.
The hog Jane Goodall, some might say.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said adventurer, so we clearly missed it. Yeah. The first part about the lower standard definitely got cut. The adventurism cut is what people are saying you got cooked on. Yeah, I think he misunderstood what that meant, and he just kept saying, I thought he understood what I was talking about. I don't think he did. And I did actually clarify what I mean by like decentralized violence as a response in the absence of like proper legislation. But in any case, we'll go through it. We'll watch it because I haven't seen. His opening was like, look at this violent streamer, and then he just showed clips of you saying normal ass shit. But in any case, I think in spite of the, I mean, I looked through the comments, and in spite of the, like the comments basically were saying, the comments were mostly, primarily on my side when I first looked at it, when it first came out, and not from like fans or anything, but instead just people being like, this Hasan fellow, I wasn't very aware of this, but thank you for this. It's clear when we understand development. For instance, postmodern development brings a sense of nihilism. When we understand values of development and can see where things are coming from. Thank goodness for the clear-eyed views of Hasan Piker. In contrast, I'm so struck by Mr. Douthat's, like this person is Maureen from Denver. Don't know if that's a HasanAbi head or not. I don't know if I have any Maureens in the HasanAbi community that are also New York Times subscribers. Says, Thank goodness for the clear-eyed views of Hassan Piker. In contrast, I'm so struck by Mr. Dowthat's discussion of the complexity and his insistence on it when he's defending the IDF's murderous use of force against Gazans, and in his defense of the Israeli government's unfettered use of force against Palestinians in their homes. Where is his parallel insistence on complexity when he calls women who undergo abortions murderers? Apparently, his insistence on complexity doesn't apply here. He carelessly uses the language of violence against women who are controlling their own bodies, even though we all know that the issue is indeed complex, just as the issue of Israeli and Palestinian self-determination. Let's be clear, the Dems must insist that those who oppose abortion not demonize as murderers women who have an abortion. The evolution of sperm and egg to conception is complex. The evolution of a fertilized egg to fetus is complex. The evolution of a fetus to a viable human being is complex. Why is that doubt that insists on complexity only when it shores up patriarchal and religious and hegemonic views? Let's be consistent, Mr. Douthat.
Oh my God, Maureen.
But that's what I was trying to tell him. I was like, bro, you're pro-life. Like, do you not understand when you are advocating for a pro-life message? Sure, you're not like demanding. That was one of the parts of the conversation I hope they didn't cut, where I literally was like, dude, you're pro-life. When you understand, you must understand that the advocacy for a pro-life position implies that the government is going to harm women that want to get abortions, like women with an ectopic pregnancy not being able to get this medical procedure, right? It's like a denial of bodily autonomy for women. That's what that position implies. That is a violent position to have. But because that violent enforcement mechanism is done through the system, then you can just get away with saying you're pro-life and nobody thinks that that's violent.
They're saying they cut that out.
Wait, they chopped that segment up? They didn't cut. Some people are saying they didn't cut, some people are saying they did cut.
I don't know what to believe. I can never believe chat.
No, they left it in. Yeah, so that was what I was trying to get across, which is like the asymmetry of violence coming from conservative rhetoric, because conservatives can just lean on the violent systems and the enforcement to make it seem as though they're not actually like demanding more violence when they very much are. As a matter of fact, the type of violence that they're demanding is all too commonplace.
Why are travel times by car so wildly inconsistent?
I don't know. But yeah, this is like greatly pushed back. Now it says we get 10 more minutes still. I listened to the entire thing. Fascinating. I was not very familiar with Piker, and of course have not heard him enough now to form any significant opinion. I think an important distinction he makes is that being an anti-Zionist does not mean that you are anti-Semitic by any stretch. Also notable was Ross's palpable ivory tower condescension. Christopher Hitchens had made some compelling arguments against Zionism, but I wonder how Ross would have behaved with Hitch in this very same environment. Something tells me it would be very different. What a disingenuous title. In no way has Hassan Piker ever advocated or flirted with violence. Just another example of how the internet drives everyone insane. He sounds very sane to me. Paul from Indiana. This whole conversation was way more sane and coherent than some of Ross's other guests, notably the intellectual, in air quotes, LOL, Peter Thiel. I also find the comparison to Joe Rogan hard to square, because if there's one thing that Joe Rogan makes abundantly clear in all of his work, it is that he is an idiot. I would like to have seen Ross turn his own questions inward. Forget the Twitch streamers. What does it mean when Tom Homan, the director of ICE, says he's going to bring hell to Boston? Is that inciting violence? I think Ross is making a monumental mistake. When the MAGA army marches up across the Hudson, does he really believe that Trump signs on his lawn will grant him a Passover like lamb's blood in Exodus? It won't. They will be just as happy to be hurling Yankees in a blue state. And the good old boys don't care much for Catholics either. Sure, they'll pose as your right-wing friends for now, until the night of the long knives. They're cooking him. Douthat seems to have a problem with Hassan pointing out the shortcomings of our society, because just maybe that would lead someone to engage in violence. One could just as well argue that defending injustice is wrong because it could lead to violent actions. Pointing out why some people might engage in violence is not the same as advocating for violence. There are some people who are like talking about it as like the manifestation of influencers and podcast bros, and then like loop me into that category, which is gonna happen always, but you know. So overall, it seems like the New York Times readership was a lot more. This has been really interesting, and this is something that I have seen more and more frequently. A lot of liberals, even like well-educated liberals who live in wealthy neighborhoods and things like that, they are certainly much more aggressive in their tone and in their criticisms, even against the Democratic Party right now, than the way the media will have you believe. But yeah, as far as the readers' picks goes, the ones that like popped off were Boyd from Ohio. I'd love to have someone take the most controversial statements that have been espoused by Hasan and contrast that with the inflammatory and insightful language of the mainstream media and the right. I think some folks would be surprised that, compared to some of Kirk's, Limbaugh's, Carlson's, Poole's, or Crowder's statements, he does not have nearly the same level of anger or vitriol that these people speak on. Truly, we live in some interesting times. Especially at the end, Ross comes across as totally out of his depth in a conversation that he's ostensibly leading. Hard not to see this whole exchange being emblematic of the media landscape. The traditional media seems to be operating in an outdated paradigm that stopped in Trump's first term, which was nearly a decade ago now. There is no doubt, these are the top picks, readers' picks. So these are the ones that got recommended the most. There's no doubt in my mind that Donald Trump is far more inflammatory than anything this man Hasan Piker can possibly say. And Donald Trump and his disgraceful millions have proven that they will attempt to carry out every one of their violent and divisive acts in the name of my government. Whatever Mr. Hasan expresses, and I'm not at all familiar with him, I cannot express just how disturbing I find the blasé manner in which Mr. Douthat attempts to associate people like me with violent rhetoric wherever it rears its ugly head, especially while he winks away through the disgrace of this administration. He explicitly says he doesn't endorse violence. So strange title. The double standard that the left has to be a paragon of virtue, while they say everyone deserves healthcare, food, and a roof over their heads is insane. Advocating for policies that end state violence is far less violent than what the right does and says. Now do that version where you investigate all political and cultural figures on the right. Hasan has a better grasp of practical working class politics and the youth vote than 99.9% of elected Democrats. And then people dunking on other people that got upvoted as well. I think there was a person that's just like, yeah, there's Adam Weissman says, Douthat responds to Piker using the term adventurism by describing Luigi Mangione as an adventurer, implying that Hasan is expressing admiration by the use of the term adventurism. He reveals a lack of understanding of the usage of and its history of the term among Marxists like Hasan. Marxists, going all the way back to Marx himself, have frowned upon individuals and small groups committing violent acts, believing that a transition to socialism can only come through the creation of an organized and politically educated working class. From this vantage, the kind of assassinations advocated by revolutionaries like the authoritarian Louis Auguste Blanqui and the anarchist Bakunin were viewed as impatient, thrill-seeking behavior and as ultimately counterproductive. Marx advocated a transition to socialism by parliamentary means in advanced Western democracies like the United States, viewing revolutionary violence as a means appropriate for tyrannies where democratic transitions were impossible. When Hasan uses the term adventurism, he's criticizing this behavior, and this is well understood by his audience. Perhaps Ross misses this because hearing the term as an expression of admiration fulfills his confirmation bias as someone who has decided to view Hasan Piker as an inciter of political violence. This dude wrote my name with a double S. Just so you know. Not a fan, I think.
How should we do this?
What do you mean?
We're pulling up soon.
It's fine. We'll just like hide the camera a little bit.
Okay.
And then we'll getting defended by dudes who put the double S when talking about me.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
I'd like to see it. Want to see more of it. Bro, I'm so hungry that my tummy and my insides like feel as though they're shrinking within. Shit. I can't believe we didn't make it before the food.
You mean the food didn't make it before you?
Please go to no.
What?
Here.
For the light.
Oh. Of course. Sorry about that.
Alright, chat, we're going dark for a sec.
Oh,
so bad.
I got mad water somewhere. We can get it right here. Thank you, sir. Ooh. We can get it right here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Getting chest cam for a bit, chat. I haven't been there.
What is happening?
Somebody put two.
You want to mute it?
You kindly brought us cupcakes. That was your offering to our small little table. I wonder, this is obviously not small. This is a big endeavor. Where do you hope it goes from here?
Well, I'd initially hoped that we did 100 on one day across the 5 boroughs. Then I wanted to do one across the Brooklyn Bridge, which I still want to do. You know, I now think you can do it across the country and the world. One happened in Paris just a couple of weeks ago. Oh, wow. It can be as simple as you doing it for 6 people. You don't have to do 1,000 people. It's really as simple as putting out a table with some chairs and inviting someone to sit with you.
What's the website if people want to check it out?
It's longesttablecommunity.org.
So good. You are spreading community one table at a time. Miriam Banakarim, so good to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the Billy's Cupcakes.
Thank you. That's special. Up next, Swifties. Are you ready for it? We're only hours away from the big release of her new album, What Fans Can Expect. That's up next on NBC News Daily.
Fuck yeah. That's what I'm covering. That's what I'm here to cover. That's why I had to come back. Okay, everybody, we're back. We're back in business. We're live. We're alive. You already know what it is. Okay. Let me fix the. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we're back. We're back at home camp, at home base, at home territory. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we're back. We're back at home camp, at home base, at home territory. That HasanAbi new 9/11. What is that? Oh, Bill Burr defending Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I saw that. That shit was crazy. If that was LA, they would have fired multiple rubber rounds at you at that time. I agree. March is a better fit. Oh, I know for sure. That's not even a question. Okay. What is this question? Are you there on a work visa or a tourism visa? For real. Sounds like some fed ass questions right there. Strange line of questioning. The French riot police used sting ball grenades on protests. It exposed violently, shooting rubber ball in every direction. People lost their hand, feet, or died. Jesus Christ. Well, we're lucky enough not to see that one. You have the charger. This one. Is it? Okay. All right. Where's the Themasius playlist? What? No, I can't. This guy says, can you meet with me? I'm near the hotel. Boom. Do we have a... Here, it's fine, actually. We don't even need to... No, this is fine. The light behind me was weird last time. That's why I wanted to... Yeah, this one works. This works well. All right. Well, thanks, Marchie Poo. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Oh, okay. What is this meme, chat? Oh, so stupid. Barry White is going to be CBS's editor-in-chief. Oh, fantastic. Finally, an often not represented position in media. Someone who's incredibly pro-Israel and also incredibly right-wing in every capacity. Okay. Do we have the playlist? Let me get it started. They changed the title on your New York Times piece. What did they change it to? Hassan Piker is flirting with the revolution. Ooh, I like it. Okay, we're not going to start there, obviously. We're going to start with the news, and then we'll get to that. Washington. We'll get to that later. Nepo failures abound. Yeah, I know that there's also obviously major strikes that are going to be taking place in Italy. And I'm going to have to go back downstairs to grab my fucking food anyway. But is the protest over? No, the protest is still continuing, and it's going to continue. There's a different protest that they're going to go to as well. They're going to go to, there's a different one that's happening as well. Shouldn't you shower? No, it's fine. Anarchist, I showered before I went out today. Yeah, I saw this one. Dems at record low approval because instead of walking out the moment they saw the Trump 2028 hats, they sat down for a friendly chat and let themselves be photographed. It's true. It's just a weak moment for the Dems. Like, that's just, like, one could argue, like, you have to literally let it happen. What are you supposed to do? Like, he's not going to... In the Middle East! What is this guy talking about? Okay, I can't look at that right now. Hold on. Oh, I have so much shit happening. Wait, what? I think they meant because of the tear gas. Wait, is there no audio? Oh, there is audio. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back downstairs to grab my fucking food real quick. But here, I'll leave you with the government shutdown news. Okay.
Washington, where it is day 2 of that government shutdown.
Oh, because of the tear gas, I need to shower. No, I'm fine.
Threatened mass layoffs, and now he says he's going to take aim at projects that are important to the Democrats. Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill with the latest on this. Nicole, good morning. Always good to see you. Is there any sign of progress toward a deal here?
Well, good morning, Gail. Right now, things are at a standstill here on Capitol Hill. The House and Senate will pause to observe the Jewish holiday of Yom Kippur, meaning this shutdown will continue for another day, leaving thousands of federal workers in limbo.
From the Capitol to the Washington Monument, signs of a shutdown are everywhere. The National Zoo, part of the Smithsonian, is open for now, but could run out of funding by next week. No treat for Yael Krigman, who has owned a bakery across the street for more than a decade.
When they don't go to the zoo, they don't come across the street to Baked by Yael, and we lose out on sales.
Around the country, the federal fallout is growing, with an estimated 750,000 government workers furloughed. And in a call with House Republicans Wednesday, White House Budget Director Russ Vought warned mass layoffs could come within the next 2 days. President Trump claimed Democrats would be to blame.
Well, there could be firings, and that's their fault. And it could also be other things. I mean, we could cut projects that they wanted, favorite projects, and they'd be permanently cut.
The Trump administration announced Wednesday it would withhold $18 billion in funding for transportation projects in New York City, home to Democratic leaders Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries.
Do you think you're personally being targeted?
The Trump administration is targeting the jobs, thousands of jobs, of hard-working Americans.
With all sides seemingly dug in.
Does this look partisan? Does this look dirty to you? 24 pages to fund the government.
A glimmer of hope on the Senate floor as Republicans and Democrats huddle together to find a path forward.
We are not that far apart. This is not that difficult to solve.
Krigman hopes they cook up a solution soon.
Decisions have consequences. I know that as a small business owner, and I think that the government needs to understand that their actions have consequences and they hurt real people.
While furloughed federal workers will get back pay, many of these small businesses that rely on them do not. When the Senate returns Friday, Republicans plan to push for another clean funding extension, but Democrats insist any deal must address rising health care costs. Tony.
Nicole, thank you very much.
This morning, millions of federal workers already forced to work without pay, including TSA agents and some 2 million troops. The Trump administration ready to take it even further. Sources say Republicans were told layoffs could begin as early as today.
Well, there could be firings, and that's their fault, and it could also be other things.
The White House has already started targeting projects important to Democrats, freezing $18 billion in infrastructure funding for New York City, home of both Democratic leaders Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, and blocking $8 billion for energy projects in 16 states that voted Democrat in the last presidential election. Some Republicans warning all this could backfire and hurt bipartisan negotiations.
You would caution against,
I'd caution against
firing people.
Response. I would caution against that because it makes it harder for us to get those last 5 Democrats on board with opening the government.
Democrats holding firm on their demands, calling on Republicans to reverse Medicaid cuts and prevent health insurance premiums from rising for millions.
It is not radical to say we want to prevent the average American family from getting these huge increases.
But Republicans say Democrats are holding the country hostage and are calling for moderates in the party to break ranks.
I think a lot of these rank-and-file Democrats are looking for an off-ramp, and so I'm hoping at some point they'll come to their senses and join us in voting to reopen the government.
The administration now splashing messages like this one across government websites, pinning the blame on, quote, radical left Democrats for the shutdown. Caught in the middle of the stalemate, millions of federal workers, 750,000 furloughed. Mark Cochran works for the National Park Service in Newburgh, Pennsylvania, and leads the local AFGE union. His daughter just started college.
Now we have to try and figure out how we're going to, continue affording that while this is going on for who knows how long.
And here in Washington, Willie Jo Price is a cafeteria worker at the Library of Congress. She says she won't receive back pay.
The food is high, the electric bills and the gas bill, all of these things went up. So I'm already juggling paycheck to paycheck.
You may not be able to make rent.
Right.
So as of right now, there is no end in sight. Congress is out of session today. The Senate returns tomorrow, the House on Monday. And it is important to note that even as these furloughs are happening, federal workers going without pay, these threats of mass firings throughout the federal workforce, lawmakers will still get their paychecks even during a government shutdown, Michael.
Yeah, there are real people on the other side of this shutdown. Rachel, thank you for pointing that out.
There was an OMB memo going around suggesting that there might be firings during the shutdown. Do you think that will happen if the shutdown goes for a little bit of time, sir?
Well, there could be firings, and that's their fault. And it could also be other things. I mean, we could cut projects that they wanted, favorite projects, and they'd be permanently cut. So you could say, a lot of people are saying Trump wanted this, that I wanted this closing, and I didn't want it. But a lot of people are saying it because I'm allowed to cut things that should have never been approved in the first place. And I will probably do that.
Dynamic, and given the way that the president has been tweeting memes about you.
I hate how this insane things are, yet how normalized it is. Like, it isn't even in the top 5 most insane things over the past month. What are you talking about? This could throw flames on the already looming economic crisis. Yeah, I think yeah, one of the most interesting aspects of the full faucet of psychotic behavior coming from this administration has been that, like, things like a violation of the Hatch Act, which in other circumstances would be considered consequential, is not even like the 8th most important thing that they've done today, this past week. It's like, this is directly a violation of pre-existing law. Like, you are not supposed to be campaigning with federal resources. Like, federal government resources are supposed to be for all Americans, right? Not specifically for Americans who voted for the president, for example. You're not also supposed to use the existing federal government resources to campaign. And yet, that's precisely what this administration is doing. And they're doing it with this level of intensity that, I mean, they're doing it so shamelessly, you know? They're doing it like they don't feel like there's going to be another election, if you know what I mean. This is the violations are numerous. It's also, God, I got so many sugary. Okay, this is Noura. I ordered food from the place that the Uber driver recommended. He was Lebanese himself, and I'm gonna keep it $1.50. I'm gonna be honest with you. This should look bomb. This shit already looks bomb as hell. Okay, Trump says be gay, do crime. Pretty much. Oh, literally 10 minutes after you left the protest. Oh, so we did miss it. They did rush. They did charge. Huh. Now that's a site that I'm familiar with. Akaba, or whatever the Frenchies were saying. Akaba. Akabre.
You has been, in your words and the words of Democrats, already dismantling healthcare. What makes you think that he will negotiate anything? What makes you think that he and Republicans will cave to you?
Public sentiment. At the end of the day, the public knows that Donald Trump and Republicans have shut the federal government down, and that they're continuing to engage in the chaos and the cruelty and the corruption that we've seen from this administration from day one of the presidency. Again, this is the first week of their shutdown, but we've had months of chaos and cruelty unleashed on the American people. And the American people are paying close attention. And they know that it was Donald Trump and Republicans who have shut the government down. They also know that House Democrats are fighting and Senate Democrats are fighting to protect the health care of the American people. Because the Republican health care crisis has been devastating to people all across the country, devastating to working class Americans, devastating to rural America, to urban America, to the heartland of America, to small town America, and to black and brown communities all across America. We've never seen anything like this.
Once again, he's 100% right, but also 100% Rizless.
In terms of the pain that has been inflicted on the American people by Republicans, House Democrats are simply making the case that we need to cancel the cuts, lower the costs, and save health care.
I'm going to once again show support for my Rizless champion, because in spite of it all, He's holding it down. He's keeping it together. So far, so good. They're doing the right thing. This is a moment to, at least for this issue, stand behind the Democrats. They are right. They are totally in the fucking right. Totally in the right.
Not even a little bit, not even at all. This is what Republicans love to do. Whenever we fight to elevate the minimum wage, to expand Social Security, to make healthcare better in this country, in order to derail that, Republicans love to dangle this shiny object that says, but what if someone not like you gets it? The fact of the matter is, undocumented people do not and cannot access and be covered by the ACA, Medicaid, Medicare, period. There are dozens of laws in the books that enforce that, and that can be a whole other conversation. However, the fact is the Democratic proposal doesn't change that either. We are trying to change the immediate cliff where the ACA, as well as community health center funding and other kinds of healthcare funding, are about to go off a cliff and hurt millions of people.
Yeah, there's 20 lawmakers who are meeting informally trying to maybe circumvent their leadership to come up with ideas. But I think Democrats have totally overplayed their hand.
Oh, yeah, totally. Totally overplayed their hand. As in played a hand. Any hand. That's what's going on here. They've played a hand for the first time ever. And that's why so many people are like panicking. So many politicians and media figures are reacting as though you're not supposed to play by these rules. Like, what's going on here? You're not supposed to fight back. You're the Democrats. Why are you fighting back? Totally overplaying your hand here, sir. That's what it is. It's like they are 100% right for forcing a government shutdown in this circumstance. And the reason why they're doing it is specifically to protect Americans' health care, their premium payments, and their health care coverage in general. And what's impacted by this will be fucking Republicans. They are literally, for once, not only playing politics, but are doing it at the behest of decent policy, at least within the confines of what we have. Obviously, the best possible thing would be universal health care or socialized medicine of some sorts. Obviously, we're not going to get that. We're on a defensive posture right now. And in terms of the defensive posture, these are literally Democrat politicians putting their social capital and their political capital on the fucking line to defend the healthcare of right-wing MAGA rural areas, first and foremost. What an insane situation to observe. That's what's so fucking nutty about it. These guys are primarily, obviously this protects everybody, right? Like this initiative hurts everyone. But if we're looking at proportionality, if we're looking at who gets fucked over the most by this, it is unironically Republicans in rural areas. Okay? I cannot stress this enough. We get it, dude. You're woke transgender. Exactly. That's the response from the Republicans overall. It's like, you're just woke transgender, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Well, they need 60 votes, and they have 55, so they need to get those 5 more. So they're, because Rand Paul was the only one on the Republican Party that didn't vote for it, so they need 5 more Democrats to come over. You have those 3 already.
I don't know about y'all, but one thing that frustrates me about this process is it's one thing to have different policy prescriptions and debate the merits. But when one side says this is not in the bill, these things, I mean, I've been going through this morning. It's hard to read through this legislation and figure out.
Yeah, bro, because you're not literate, okay? As is expected from a fucking Fox News host. Let's be real. Yeah. Your job requires you to not be literate. If you were literate, you wouldn't be able to do your job. So yeah, no wonder it's hard to read. Anyway, that's just one dumbass thing aside. I cannot fucking believe that a Fox News host has the audacity to say Democrats are lying about what's in the bill. Dude, the number one message from the Republicans about what the Democrats want out of this is straight up giving $1.5 trillion worth of health care to undocumented immigrants. Like, that's what they've been going with. What do you mean? It's just pure projection.
What each side stands for. But when you go on national TV and you say, hey, there's no funding in here for illegal, and you know that's not true, That makes it hard for Americans to decide what is false and what is true, and judge it by not only the...
Oh my God. Oh my God. I spoke too soon. He was in the process of lying while simultaneously claiming that the Democrats are lying about what's in the bill and what's not in the bill. He's not so close, chat. He's just fucking lying. This is like when Israel says Hamas is like Nazi Germany. It's like, dog, you are literally Nazi Germany. What the fuck do you mean? Like, you're the guy doing the thing, and you're claiming that the Democrats are doing that thing that you're doing right now to the bill. They didn't send me any fucking cutlery. God damn it. To eat with my hands.
Vice President comments yesterday on our program, but Jackie's report as well. There is clear funding for illegals in this bill that they wanted.
Yeah, well, if you work for a company, you have a budget, and that's exactly what our country has. We have a budget. We just need 7 more weeks of funding. So the Republicans are saying, let's just pass exactly what we passed in March and fund our government for the next 7 weeks. And they're angry at the Democrats because they're saying people are going to go without paychecks. People are going to be furloughed just because they want to throw in this money for illegal immigrants. And they're blaming it on Chuck Schumer and AOC because they say that she will probably be primarying Chuck Schumer in his next election. And he was killed for supporting Republicans in March, and he doesn't want it to happen again. Here are some...
Yeah, this is why Chuck Schumer was wrong to have allowed the previous funding bill to go through without a fight. He was wrong back then, and now he's realized how fucking wrong he was now, only because of the outsized pressure coming from his fucking constituents, who at the very least are aware of how deep the cuts are going to be to Medicaid. $800 billion. All of this, like, oh, it's because he's worried about getting primaried. Oh, you mean democracy? Oh, you mean that, like, a politician has now, for one reason or another, decided to listen to his voters? Oh, how shocking of a concept. I know. What the fuck do you mean he's worried about a primary? What are we talking about? They should always be worried about being no longer elected. Like, that's the principle of electoral representation. That's literally what it is fundamentally.
The Democrats, the Republicans, and AOC was approached because she was saying, well, if Republicans have a problem with this, they can come to my office. They can sit down and talk to me. Listen to this.
I saw some Republican members of Congress saying, oh, well, if we have this shutdown, it's because of AOC. Well, if that's the case, my office is open and you are free to walk in and negotiate with me directly.
There was a thought from the Republicans that AOC is directing this, and she said that senators are welcome to go to her office directly. Is she?
Why are you saying such a ridiculous thing? Why are you saying? Yeah, no.
She said go to her office directly. Do you think there's any?
She is not directing this. She's wonderful. She's a real team player and the rest of that. You started by saying Republicans saying that she's directing this. She is not. Hakeem Jeffries is. And this takes a lot of experience, a lot of unity from the caucus in terms of...
She also literally said, as far as the Chuck Schumer stuff goes, she straight up said, now's not the time for this conversation. Like, now's the time to defend healthcare for millions of Americans. Like, that's what she said. I saw the fucking interview that she did. I hate the way American politics is conducted because, like, it's basically slop tubers all the way down. Like, people behave like fucking slop tubers. I guess that's just how politics is. But it just sounds so silly to be like, well, clearly she's the leader of the party now. Like, they're trying to fucking create division here amongst the ranks. Why are you causing drama? Is a wild defense towards the media. It's true. They are doing that. They are deliberately fucking... AOC said if Republicans think like I'm responsible for this, they can negotiate with me directly. They can come to my office and negotiate with me directly. This is not about that right now at all. That's the Republican claim. They invented the meta slop tubers and picked it up. Probably. That's true. Oppo has always worked that way. Is this Connor's biggest guess? He had Elon Musk, bro. What are you talking about?
The point
Connor's going to have Big Gav on. The gruesome Governor Gav. Finally, someone's doing some real politics on this golf-forsaken platform.
And that's what this is. She's an articulate spokesperson for her point of view.
For her point of view. She doesn't like the premise. But it's what...
See? Once again, more drama. You reply to it, and then they derive more drama out of it. Oh, the girlies are fighting.
AOC said, so you can keep yelling at the reporter or the anchor.
Yeah.
It's what AOC said.
That's right. She was quoting AOC, but we were reacting to this because she's saying she is not directing this. I like her. She's amazing. But she's not in charge, but I like her.
Yeah.
It's Hakeem Jeffries. She is not directing this. This takes a lot of experience.
Right, what she doesn't like, because she is the speaker emeritus.
Right, right.
I mean, I don't know. They should probably remove that. But she likes being in a position of power. But AOC is 100% right. The party is being governed by her ideology right now. And honestly, I don't know why we're inviting the leaders, Jeff.
Bro, that's so funny. Like, yeah, they think positioning this as like positioning the government shutdown around AOC, they think is going to be a successful way to undermine it. They're trying to draw internal conflict from the party as well in an effort to tamper with messaging discipline. They're hoping that the Democrats will start panicking because they also are under the false notion that like AOC is actually an incredibly unpopular figure. Except if you're Nancy Pelosi, you know you are the least popular figure when you were in office. Like AOC is unpopular nationally, sure, but the least popular figure in office was Nancy Pelosi because she was the leader of the Democrats. That's just how it is. Meanwhile, AOC being presented as the leader of the Democrats is actually going to boost the party's profile. The reason why is because AOC is not as unpopular as stupid media figures think she is. Yes, Republicans hate her. Yes, this plays a role in her approval rating. But she is nowhere near as unpopular as the way that these guys present her as. And especially if she has more leadership roles or more time in the spotlight and can potentially exhibit the same kind of like messaging discipline that Bernie did for years. I think if she could show herself as a strong figure for progressive politics, maybe even some radical policies, she could boost her media profile spectacularly. Ultimately, it's not about one person's charisma, even though charisma plays a role in this, and entirely about the policies. That's it.
And Schumer said, we should just cut to the chase. Go straight to AOC and have the debate with her about what's in the bill, not going back and forth with Schumer. Schumer is being influenced by AOC right now because he knows the right thing to do.
I love the fact that you have the vice president out there first in leadership in the Senate and the House, because the president, if you noticed him a couple of days ago, he's announcing he's going after child cancer with AI. He's talking about getting your health care bills knocked down. He's dealing with the military and their new, with Pfizer. He's dealing with the new military, so he can continue to govern, and he lets everybody else get into the mud. And you can stay in the mud. Let the president be the president. I think it's a great way to approach it.
Don't you think, Brian, when you watch Nancy Pelosi, that's the problem with the Democratic Party.
100%.
They're walking a fine line. She wants to be the establishment in the Democratic Party. I was in charge. Now it's Hakeem Jeffries. I passed the torch to him.
Wait, so there is a difference. For as many years as I've been alive, they say Nancy Pelosi is a fucking communist. All of a sudden, now you have to present like drama within the ranks. You have to say, well, Nancy Pelosi is an establishment Democrat. She's more moderate. I thought she was a socialist communist. What happened? All of a sudden, now AOC is the socialist communist and Nancy Pelosi is the reasonable moderate? Wow, what a change of pace from the Fox News Republicans here. If you find this to be sincere in any way, shape, or form, by the way, I got a bridge to sell you. They're only doing this because there is a left flank of the party and it's gaining momentum. It's gaining popularity. That's why.
AOC, we appreciate her. We're trying to appease all of the squad, but they're not really in charge.
Do you remember, Ainsley, I know you do, why Joe Biden left? It was Nancy Pelosi that finally had to step up, sound off, because nobody else, including Barack Obama and Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, would say a word. So she finally had to take control again.
She and George Clooney.
Right. And so, George Clooney. And because Barack Obama didn't want to do it. So she had to do it again, and she might have to step forward here, but she has to realize, like Ted Cruz in 2013, like the Freedom Caucus in the past, you may agree with their premise, but they don't have the leverage.
That's right.
The leverage is on the right now.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here.
I don't know if you want to take ownership over all this stuff, man. I really don't. Like, these guys are talking about a steaming pile of shit, okay? They're pointing to a steaming pile of shit, just straight up hot garbage, and going, look at how awesome this is. We control all of this. I mean, the economy is dusted, okay? It's busted and dusted. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. No solutions whatsoever. The only thing that this administration is invested in doing is like is using a militarized police force against like neighbors. Can you explain why Senate Republicans don't use the nuclear option, fund the government with a simple majority with a rule change, or is that not an option here? I don't think that that's I don't think that that's up for discussion as of now. I don't even know how they would be able to do that rule change, but
I was walking here in Washington, D.C., and who did I bump into? One of my favorite members of the United States Congress, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
And one of my favorite senators.
All right. Anyhow, as everybody knows, we are now in a government shutdown. Republicans are attacking Alexandria, attacking me. Why didn't you vote for this clean CR to keep the government open?
Well, there's nothing clean about it. This is one of the dirtiest tricks that is being pulled on the American people right now. Starting today, October 1st, and throughout the rest of the month, Americans across this country are going to start getting notifications that their insurance premiums are up to doubling. We're talking about...
Say that again.
Your insurance, your monthly insurance...
It's going to triple in some cases. Isn't AOC bought by AIPAC? What the fuck are you guys talking about, dude? Oh my God. Where do you get this information from? Do you guys just like live in fucking... What? Like maybe you could say like potentially J Street or something, but no, she's not fucking AIPAC at all. Bernie's gotten J Street donations. Bernie has spoken to J Street. Bernie is a liberal Zionist. AOC is somewhere in between. I don't think she is like as avowed an anti-Zionist as like Rashida Tlaib is. Neither of these politicians are AIPAC politicians. And no, she didn't just have like a bad vote on the Marjorie Taylor Greene provision or even turn around and defend it. That's not the only reason. AOC, the expectation for AOC is that she is supposed to be one of the leaders of the anti-Zionist movement, anti-Israel sentiment. She's not. She should be, but she's not. But it's not because she's AIPAC. But AIPAC is a catch-all term, an umbrella term that people use, sometimes falsely, to describe being in the pocket of the Israel lobby. Also, Hakeem Jeffries is an AIPAC politician. And I'm fucking defending Hakeem Jeffries here because this issue is not pertinent to the other thing that we're talking about. If a Democratic politician is doing the right thing on an issue, you have to fucking acknowledge it. He recently got endorsed by J Street. You mean Hakeem Jeffries? Anyway, just lock in for now, okay? We're going to talk about Palestine again. I was just at a fucking Palestine protest, man. Obviously, this is not this is an issue that's important to me. God damn. Motherfuckers will be like, we'll talk about the government shutdown. And motherfuckers will be like, well, you know, every Democrat that's messaging on this is like still an AIPAC stooge or some shit. It's like, calm down, please.
Premiums are going to double for millions of people across the country.
At a time when we are already paying, by far, the highest prices in the world for healthcare at a time when people can't afford it right now. So what happens?
That means people getting bankrupt over chemotherapy, people going to the pharmacy and not being able to get their insulin. And frankly, it means a lot of Americans are going to be in danger. And Republicans want us to rubber stamp that. So what are we going to say to that, Bernie?
Well, I'll tell you, it's not only be in danger. Let's be clear. And I'm not, doesn't make me happy to have to say this, but there have been studies out there that when you combine doubling premiums for the ACA and then throwing 15 million people off of Medicaid and the ACA, the result is, according to studies at Yale and the University of Pennsylvania, 50,000 low-income, working-class Americans will die every single year. All right? If you don't have the money to go to a doctor and you're sick, you die. And that's what we're looking at. That's what this clean bill is about.
Mm-hmm. And so Republicans want us to rubber stamp that. And we're saying no. We need to stand up for the American people.
That's it. It's good, clean, wholesome messaging. They could go even harder in the paint and start talking about how Republicans want to kill the poor. That's what I would do. Because that's what this is about. I hate the game that we play all the time. And by we, I mean those on the left. And yes, this even includes like those on the left flank of politics in this country. So the Democrats as well. Where Republicans can literally be like, Democrats want
undocumented migration to flow into the country so that every single immigrant can come to your house, break down your door, and rape your fucking daughter to death. And then they'll turn around and be like, what do you mean? I'm just talking about policy. Meanwhile, Democrats don't fucking turn around and say, Republicans basically want to kill you if you're poor. That's what it is. That is a more honest assessment of Republican policy, especially as it pertains to cutting funding for Medicaid. That's what it is. They want poor people to fucking die. Republicans want poor people to not be able to pay for healthcare and fucking die. And here we are having a conversation about whose rhetoric is violent. It is ridiculous. Republicans do not want you to realize, if you are a Republican, they do not want you to realize that they cut your health care by $800 billion so they could give tax cuts to the super wealthy in this country. Understand this. They cut your health care, your Medicaid, by $800 billion so they could at least put a dent in the whopping tax cuts that they pushed for the super wealthy in this country. Okay? This is going to destroy rural hospitals. It's going to destroy your grandparents' chances of continuing long-term care in nursing homes, because long-term care is not covered by Medicare. It's covered by Medicaid. I cannot understand how people are not more overt with this. They should have been from the start. And that's precisely what the Democrats are trying to stop here to the best of their fucking ability, or at least make a bigger deal out of this. My fear now is that they're just going to only do this because they want to highlight this before the midterms, because they know that the cuts aren't coming until after the midterms, because Republicans are demons like that. That's the other side of the story, by the way. Republicans are not even openly cutting before the midterms so that they don't even suffer politically from this. Why didn't they stop the big, beautiful bill? There was no way to stop it. They couldn't stop it. They should have already had this exact same fight a couple months prior when there was another budget consideration. Now the Republicans are using the previous concessions that Chuck Schumer offered to continue funding the government against them. Now they're saying, oh, what now, Chuck? You didn't speak like this a couple months ago, Chuck. What's up? Is it because you're scared of AOC? That's what they're saying. But he should have done it back then.
We need to stand up for our healthcare system. And if they want our votes, they need to make sure that we're protecting every American and making sure that we can do what we can to continue to make healthcare accessible, affordable, as we work to make it a human right for all.
Right. So let me just back that up. Remember, right now, our healthcare system is broken. Right now, we're the only major country on earth not to guarantee healthcare to all people. And these guys want to make it even worse. We're not going to let that happen.
No, we're not.
Thank you.
Onward.
God damn, dude. Yeah, Trump also is going to discuss budget cuts with Project 2025 author and OMB director Russell Vaught. Remember, Donald Trump was like, I don't know what Project 2025 is. It's a Democrat made-up thing. I don't know how to read. And ever since he got into fucking office, that's all he's been doing is following through on Project 2025. Yeah, that's where we're at right now, man. And not only are they doing this, but they're doing this in like a blindly partisan fashion too. They are just so open about how partisan this is. They want to use the federal government shutdown as an opportunity to lay off more of the workforce and even take out funds away from blue states, like energy projects in blue states. Energy investment that was allocated for blue states, they took out. That's crazy. That's jobs, man. That's just jobs. You're not you're fucking over Republicans too when you do that. We're fucking bailing out Argentina, by the way. We took away $18 billion from transportation funds to the state of New York so we can give $20 billion to Argentina so that maybe we can get some soybeans from Argentina. Meanwhile, our fucking farmers, well, not soybeans from Argentina. Argentina will buy the soybeans, I assume, right? That makes a little bit more sense. Partially because China no longer purchases our soy. Money comes out of one pocket, money goes back into another pocket. Yeah. America first when you hand billions to Argentina and Israel and withhold money from American cities. Total supplemental energy aid approved for fiscal year 2025 is $20.1 billion. Combined with the baseline, overall approved military aid to Israel in fiscal year 2025 exceeds $23.9 billion, a record high, by the way. This excludes $4.8 billion in U.S. regional costs like carrier deployments indirectly supporting Israel. Meanwhile, We're also giving another 20 billion to Argentina. Russ Vought is talking about taking $18 billion away from New York City infrastructure projects to ensure funding is not flowing based on unconstitutional DEI principles. Dude, they are literally fucking America. They are raping America, okay? I'm using aggressive terminology here, not to do like rape culture or whatever. This is literally what it is. They are raping this country, okay? Openly. And every day that they rape this country, they're saying, what are you going to fucking do about it? That is exactly what's going on. It is fucking insane. It blows my mind. This is not a partisan thing either, for the record. This is not like, oh, just the Democrats get fucked over. What now, libtards? Like, dude, that is a major city where millions of Republicans also live, okay? What the fuck are we talking about? Like California, right? California. People love talking about California. Pussy-ass California, right? Libtard, soy, California. California has more registered Republican voters than 3 red states combined. 4 red states, if you want to do the math. Like, there are more registered Republicans in California than 3 or 4 Republican states combined. There are Republicans there too, if you want to think about it from a partisan perspective, which is crazy to begin with. Why the fuck are we thinking about it from a partisan perspective? What is going on? Once you're in office, you're the president of everybody. You're not the president of just the dumbest, most racist monsters in this country. You're my president too. It sucks, but that's just the case. You got to start acting like it. What the fuck is this shit? No, I'm the president of an increasingly smaller constituency of psychopaths, rapists, drunk assholes, pedophiles, Zionists, the Argentinian population of anarcho-capitalists. Like what? What is that? Some of the worst douchebags you've ever seen in your entire fucking life. And these guys are sitting around being like, nope, those are the guys that we have to care about. Those are the guys who we have to defend the interests of, no matter how stupid it is.
When back this morning, President Trump is saying he's moving forward with more cuts to federal agencies as the government shutdown moves into day 2. And helping him make those decisions, Russell Vought, the head of the Office of Management and Budget. And as the president has mentioned, he's a key author of Project 2025, the plans that got so much attention during the campaign. Vought has already announced several of the cuts since the shutdown began and has emerged as a key member of the president's team.
You all know Russell Vought. He's become very popular recently because he can trim the budget to a level that you couldn't do any other way. So they're taking a risk by having a shutdown.
But who exactly is Russell Vought, and how did he get all this power? Let's get more from New York Times Washington correspondent Coral Davenport, who just wrote a very extensive piece on the White House budget director. Coral, thanks so much for joining us. We just heard the president praising Vought for his cuts. How did he come to earn the president's trust, and what do we know about his plans and priorities?
Sure. So Russ Vought has been with the Trump administration since the first term. He was deputy budget director and then budget director in the first term. In that first White House term, he was involved. He kind of tried to use the power of the White House.
I didn't realize that's how you say his name either. I thought it was Vought, like on The Boys, like Vought Industries.
White House to cut off spending. He was involved in the decision to cut off Ukraine spending, which ended up getting the president impeached, to reroute money for building the wall, which ended up getting canceled, to try to fire employees kind of at will, thousands of federal employees. All of those were ideas that he really embraced, that he wanted the president to be able to do, that kind of fell apart. And he spent the 4 years of the Biden administration kind of relentlessly working. He started his own think tank. He worked with Project 2025 on this project of how can the president do these things and have them stick? And because he's a budget director, he thought of using the tools, the levers of the federal budget. How can the president get the power to cut off spending, to stop spending, to shut?
What? You cannot even recognize Armenian genocide? Are you talking about Russell Vought? Is he like, does he have a position on the Armenian genocide or something? Who's this guy talking to? Is there something about Russell Vought that I didn't know, that he's like this world looks away when Azerbaijan desecrates ancient churches and monuments? I mean, that is true, but You're in one of the very few spaces on the internet or anywhere really that doesn't do that. So it's ironic to come here to say that to me of all people. I honestly thought this guy was talking about something that I didn't know. Like maybe Russell Vought was like a weird Turkish nationalist or something. And it turns out he's just yelling in general.
Federal agencies to fire workers, to shrink down the government to, you know, the size that you could fit it in a teacup. He has spent all this time really working, researching, planning, mapping, strategizing this in a deeply disciplined and focused way. And now
why is he so set on shrinking the federal government? Where does that even come from?
Where were you in Azerbaijan? Blocked the population for a year and desecrated ancient Armenian churches and monuments. Israel does not recognize the Armenian genocide. Israel still denies the Armenian genocide along with Turkey. And then because you spammed it, you got timed out for 300 seconds. You silent me because you do not recognize genocide. No, they silent you because you were spamming. Also, everything you just talked about, I not only recognize, but have also covered, which is part of the reason why, because I've covered it so extensively that I genuinely thought you were talking about like Russell Vought being like weirdly into denying the Armenian genocide or something. No, you recognize, yes. Okay, then why are you yelling at me? He even spammed it in right-wing chat months ago. Oh, he's been doing it to Zach Rahr as well. You speak up against Israel or Russia, but where were you all for Armenia? Okay, never mind. This guy just kind of does that. Okay, I take it back. He does that. He's equal opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, he's a conservative's conservative. You know, he grew up in a very Christian home. He's deeply religious. He went to an evangelical Christian college, Wheaton College in Illinois. His first job in
what is this? I wonder what the Trump supporters who consistently attack me with lies that I've denied the Armenian genocide will have to say about Trump's actual denial. They don't give a shit. They'll just move on to the next thing. Damn, all the way back in 2019 too. Did he go to a rally or not yet? No, I came back from a rally.
Washington was with Republican Senator Phil Gramm, who was sort of known as the most unloved man in Washington for his efforts to cut the budget. I think he's talked about how he felt like for his parents, he grew up in a blue collar family. His parents were a teacher and electrician. That the burden of paying for federal government really dragged them down. He's also talked about his interpretation of the Constitution. He calls himself a radical constitutionalist who thinks the founding fathers wouldn't recognize agencies like the Federal Reserve. So I think he.
Why do you care about Palestine so much? Hamas murdered 1,000 innocent people. Yes, Israel's killed 1,000 people in return. But those people would have turned into Hamas militants any moment. And all of them are Hamas supporters, which killed literal innocent people. How can you be so anti-Western? Are you against democracy, secularism? Islam is literally the enemy of those before mentioned concepts. This guy's so funny because he said, sure, Israel has killed thousands of people in return, but those people would have become Hamas militants. Like, do you not understand what? I've studied the Quran. I've lived in Iran for 21 years. You tell me how I'm wrong. Like, you just openly stated, like, yeah, Israel's killed, but, you know, they should be able to do that. Like, this is such a lazy way to argue that you immediately contradict your own position. If you have, like, some sort of, if you believe human life is valuable and sacred, as I do, then it's rather odd for you to just, like, find justifications for why it's appropriate for Israel to take far more lives than Hamas ever did or ever could. I don't think you understand your position, albeit a little brain broken from, I guess, living under the Islamic Republic, is far more militant and far more fundamentalist and far more violent than even the Iranian government's position is. I hope that sits with you for a moment. I know it comes across as crazy. Like, what do you mean? Israel is good. Iran is bad. Even with all of the domestic policies and all of the violent repression from the Iranian Republic, from the Islamic Republic of Iran, Israel is still a far worse entity in the region and around the world. I'm trying to understand. It's just really hard to take into account every aspect of the situation. I've watched you a lot. Okay. Well, then listen to my words. There are many things to criticize the Islamic fundamentalism of the Islamic Republic of Iran. You can even have issues with Hamas's own governance or its actions or its form of militancy, its targets, whatever. None of that is even remotely consequential when we are discussing an ongoing genocide that one of the world's most powerful countries is committing against a captive population of Palestinians after 80 years of brutal repression and apartheid. You were not a chill Persian, my friend. I don't want to get too emotional here with my rhetoric, but it seems to me like you are quite unchill. So you do believe that Hamas has its own problems? You don't usually talk about this? Yeah, just like it is not pertinent to discussion to talk about the Allied forces and their own domestic conduct during World War II. Okay? Churchill was a monster in his own right. The American military was comprised of segregationists, homophobes, transphobes, woman beaters. Does that even fucking remotely matter when we are talking about fighting the Nazis? It does not. It doesn't even remotely matter. It doesn't matter even one bit. It's that simple. Why do you not fuck with Kurdish people? I don't think there's a single person that comes in here that actually watches me that has this opinion, right? Like this is got to be someone who just watched like people simply claiming that I don't fuck with Kurdish people. Dog, I've literally had Kurdish terrorists on my stream. What the fuck are you talking about? Like dudes who went and fought in fucking Rojava that are declared terrorists by the Turkish government are good friends of mine and also have been on my stream a bunch.
He is a true believer. He thinks that, you know, the
I feel crazy thinking that Democrats maintain the shutdown is only doing harm overall. They're the party with zero plan. The base is fully mobilized. I'm part of me thinks leaving the budget is going to get people taking action. I'm gonna be honest. I think the reason why the Democrats are doing this is not because they have an honest to God fear that healthcare is going to get taken away. I think they're far too cynical to actually make that consideration. I think after listening to, what's his name, Shane Goldmacher, right, on the New York Times this morning, I realized that the Democrats are probably doing this because they want to make healthcare a main priority, a main point of contention. They don't actually want to do something about healthcare, probably. If I'm looking at this super cynically, they just want the healthcare thing to be on the forefront so that people actually get mad, so that there's like one issue that they're strong on to advocate on come the midterm elections. Because like they're getting fucking cleaned on immigration and all this other shit. So they're trying to find something to posture on and something to message around. And the only thing they got at their disposal is healthcare. And I mean, even if I'm thinking about this like in the most cynical way possible. If I am a cynical operator like the average Democrat politician is, I'm still invested in this cause because at least it moves the conversation away from like, I don't know, any number of different issues that I am fearful the Republicans are destroying me on.
administrative state is not recognized by the Constitution, and he says it's infected by, you know, federal workers who are woke and weaponized and sort of liberal leaning and aren't accountable to the president and to voters. So he comes at this from a place of kind of a true believer who has been working on this, realizing this, executing this for about 20 years.
Well, and he, as you mentioned, had an impact in the first Trump administration. Now he's got this humongous role in the second Trump administration, and it seems like there are really no bounds being applied to this presidency. And you have anti-tax activist Grover Norquist, you quote in your piece, saying that vote has, you know, been lining up the billiards shots, getting each ball in place one by.
You got to get better at preventing clippable moments, brother. Law of a Kurdish terrorist on my stream isn't a great look. Save resistance fighters that are considered, etc. Man, shut your bitch ass up. The fucking reality of the matter is, I already fucking mentioned that, and it's that's what happened. Okay, the reality of the matter is that is what happened. People that are declared terrorists by the Turkish fucking government are good friends of mine. Okay, shut the fuck up about optics because you're so goddamn concerned that motherfuckers are gonna clip me out of context. They do it every day. It doesn't matter. Okay. What is this fucking concern? Brother, you got to get better, dude. You got to get better, dude. People come in here and cynically bait you into saying stuff, and then it doesn't matter what you've done, what kind of work you have done in defense of the values that you defend every fucking day. What matters is a clippable fucking moment. Go yell at the people who clip it out of context and scream about this fake shit instead of trying to get me to fucking, I don't know, speak in 10-second increments for 8 hours every day. What's next? Don't make jokes. People can actually say that you're being sincere.
One for each consecutive move. So help us understand the vision and what it looks like moving forward, because we already went through Doge. We already went through Elon Musk and all these, tens of thousands laid off. What else does VOTE have planned? What does he want to do?
VOTE is in a lot of ways the anti-Musk. Musk kind of parachuted into Washington with so much chaos, so much haphazard action.
I don't know what the
VOTE
fuck
has
this is, but it's
a really clear roadmap, a really
very
clear
rosy.
plan. And his ultimate end game is to continue to do these cuts, but he is orchestrating, essentially setting up a showdown in the Supreme Court. He believes, the people around him have told me, that if he can get these cuts, these moves to give the president the power to unilaterally cut federal spending, if he can get one of these cases to go before the Supreme Court will ultimately find that the president does constitutionally have the power to cut off whatever funding he wants, or something along those lines. And he if that happens, if that end game plays out in that way, then that really just reshapes the presidency and gives this president the power to really just cut down the government and legally.
Well, Coral Davenport, you have such good deep dive reporting on the New York Times. Thanks for sharing some of it with us and helping us understand the influences right now on the president as we're charting this moment, charting forward.
It is so ridiculous that this just goes on so often over there with you guys. Dude, America is not a real democracy. We have corporate oligarchs. They run the show. We stick to fighting ourselves over idiotic, petty shit. We stick to eating each other alive. And the corporate oligarchs keep doing whatever the fuck they want. They keep shafting the everyday guy. This is how it works. It's not even new. It has, however, gotten worse as of late.
Republicans, as everybody know, controls the U.S. Senate, controls the U.S. House, and controls the White House. In other words, they are running the government. But what is happening now, which has never happened before, is they are not sitting down and negotiating. So as of this point, Democrats have had no input into the process at all. Now, what Republicans want is to pass what is called a clean CR. In other words, maintaining the status quo. Here's why that is an awful idea and why all of us are opposed to that. In the last year, as many of you know, under Trump's big, beautiful bill, 15 million people on Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act will be thrown off of healthcare. Very shortly, you are going to be receiving notices from your insurance companies that your rates, your insurance premiums are going up by, on average, some more, some less, 75%. Yeah, you heard that correctly, 75%. Now, right now, we have a broken healthcare system. Nobody can afford healthcare. You ready for a 75% increase in your insurance premium?
Do you think the strategy of Wright using trans undocumented as a magic spell to justify taking things away from people is generalizable or universalizable to the entire grand strategy of right-wing politics? Yes, because it's not just about trans undocumented. Back in the day, it used to be black people. It still is black people. But now they say trans and undocumented too. But ultimately, that is the only way. That is the only way that the Republicans have been able to successfully demand cuts to social safety nets that every American takes advantage of. It's not a new nor unique position. Lee Atwater basically defined it when talking about the Southern strategy. Bad Biddy 101. Hasan, I'm 21. Am I too young for you? That's crazy. That's a crazy question to ask right now.
You're not, nobody is.
But in Vermont family making $82,000 family afford their
Oh my God, that's what Peter Rush sounds like? That's crazy.
premiums can go up $20,000 a year.
We want to protect access to health care for millions of people across this country. And we're willing to get in the fight for that because we've had it.
The priorities that we have at the table, and they need Democratic votes in order to keep the government open, man, they're pretty reasonable. They're pretty reasonable. What are we asking for? Just don't increase people's premiums by 75%.
Your grocery bills are going up, your utility bills are going up, and your healthcare costs, especially health insurance premiums, are going through the roof.
Who voted to repeal
all of these Medicaid and
Ed Mackey. Damn, they got all the progressive senators out here. This is like the Congressional Progressive Caucus, but for the Senate. What the fuck is Chris Murphy doing there? I guess this is his thing now.
Going up.
That's the new meta for Chris Murphy is he's with it now. Fuck it, I'll take it. I don't care.
Actually, health insurance.
all of these Medicaid and Affordable Care Act, Medicare, and NIH.
I do hate that like so many of like the OG long-term, somewhat progressive or like left flank politicians in this country are also all 800 years old. Ed Markey is Hamas. It's so crazy. Like I like Ed Markey, you know. Like a lot of these politicians that are in this room, I don't have like a lot of, I mean, I have a lot of disagreements with, but like it's not undeniable. It's not impossible to contend with. These are probably some of the best senators we have, and they're all incredibly old. Oh my God.
Funding. Republicans.
We're for a proposal that keeps the government open, but we also don't want to give Donald Trump, a lawless president, a blank check.
Save healthcare and save our republic. Those are our two missions.
I was talking to Austin about this, but he found out that Merkley, Jeff Merkley is, I think, Jeff Merkley is a no AIPAC Democrat. And Merkley also pushed for a bill titled "A Resolution Calling on the President to Recognize a Demilitarized State of Palestine." Source: New York Times. Was this a story that you covered? What the fuck is going on? What is this? This is just a Google share link. Still shits on protesters though. Yes, they all do. They're not with it. Okay, I know. Jeff Merkley's son is my primary care provider. That's funny, but yeah, he is one of the better Congress members from Oregon.
Peter Jeffries, Speaker Johnson says he's got nothing to negotiate with you over. Will you accept anything less than a permanent extension of Affordable Care Act subsidies?
The legislation that House Democrats and Senate Democrats have introduced together relates to a permanent extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits for working class Americans. Understand, in the Republican One Big Ugly Bill, where they enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, stole food from the mouths of hungry children, hungry seniors, and hungry veterans. And all of this was done so that they could provide massive tax breaks to their billionaire donors. And you know what? Those massive tax breaks were made permanent. Why in the world should everyday Americans, working class Americans, hardworking American taxpayers accept anything less? I mean, literally this year, House Republicans, Senate Republicans, and Donald Trump enacted massive tax breaks for their billionaire donors, for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, all to subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and shameless. And this was done permanently, and now they want the American people, not us.
He's right. It's hard to pay attention to his words because he's so sexy, but he's right. We must pay attention to his words, in spite of his sex appeal. Stop objectifying Hakeem Jeffries. He is right about every single thing that he said.
Democrats, the American people, to accept anything less than a permanent extension of tax credits that make their health care affordable. Understand this, over the last few days and over the next few days, what you're going to see is more than 20 million Americans experience dramatically increased health care premiums, copays, and deductibles because of the Republican unwillingness to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. They're not even willing to extend it for multiple years, let alone do what Republicans just did for billionaire donors, which is to extend the billionaire tax breaks permanently. Of course, the American people should accept nothing.
Okay, he kind of flubbed it a little bit. I mean, everything he's saying is right though. It's probably not great that the leader in the House for the Democrats is incapable of putting together a coherent narrative when he is 100% correct. I don't want to fucking shit on him too much because like I'm supporting him in this endeavor. I'm behind it. You know, AIPAC Shakur or not, whatever people call him, I don't care. On this issue, he's right. It's just explain the message again. It's simple. Republicans are cutting $800 billion in Medicaid because they wanted to make tax cuts for the super wealthy in this country permanent. They are taking money directly out of the pockets of the working poor in this country who struggle to make ends meet, who still have to pay a shit ton for fucking health care, and they're taking the money from the poor to give it to the wealthy. It's like reverse Robin Hood. And we, the Democrats, must put an end to that. The reality of the matter is, they should have been doing this way, way, way ahead of time. They should have done something of this sort to get assurances before the big booty bill. But they didn't. And now we're stuck. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah. Instead of, okay, you're saying Robin the Hood, but I can totally see Hakeem Jeffries do that now and be like, Donald Trump, instead of Robin Hood, Donald Trump is Robin the Hood. Stop. We put that out there. Fuck, we put that out there. It's going to happen. Oh, God. It's going to happen. Oh, God. I'm Brian Kill Me. He's going to do that and then fucking be like, mic drop moment.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, Democrats want to not only have health insurance for illegals, but some of your Democrats...
You disgust me. I mean, sometimes we come up with shit in this community that is disgusting, but then it literally becomes reality once spoken. Logs, I have a genuine question. Hey, man, genuine question. Why did the Dems not go out there in front of cameras and say the president is lying? He's a liar and he lies and he does nothing but lie, and call him a couple of names or something? I feel like the people will respond to that more no. I mean, I don't know. I guess, yeah. I don't know what the actual answer is. Because, like, it's not a bad question. I guess if the standards are so low now, maybe the Democrats should also shit smear. I personally don't give a shit about the optics of it all, because I think if they were loud and proud about like bold policies, about things they actually care about, you know, free healthcare and shit, like I don't care how they message it beyond that. Like that would still be more galvanizing. That would still be more effective. People that don't support Trump know he's always lying. People that support Trump will never think he's lying. A Dem, especially Hakeem Jeffries, isn't going to convince Trump voters that Trump is lying to them. Yeah, that's true. Well, why don't you do performative bullshit? That's not entirely true. I think you can educate people on how Donald Trump is actually fucking them over. You just have to go to them. A competent Democratic Party right now would be going to Republican houses, okay, finding Republican voters who have been frustrated because they saw their new health care bill, and go to red states, go to rural areas in person and cut videos and be like, this is Hank Pecker, okay? This is Hank Pecker. He's a real salt of the earth kind of guy, okay? Victim of divorce court. Wants to potentially even assassinate the judge that oversaw the family court case, okay? That's how real of a American salt of the earth kind of guy he is, okay? And Hank Pecker owns an HVAC business. Hank Pecker has to go and purchase healthcare. Hank Pecker, as a industrious HVAC business owner, owned and operated by himself, of course, sees what his healthcare premiums are going to look like next month. He doesn't like that. Now he's just as mad at maybe even the powers that be as he was at the family court judge that fucked him over and made sure his alimony payments were as high as possible because that's a woke, gay, libtard judge. Okay? Now Hank Pecker's mad. Bernie Sanders comes in, does a video being like, Hank, you mad? Not at the woke, gay, libtarded family court judge that made sure your child support was $5,000 a month. You are mad at the Republican Party for stealing money directly out of your pocket to give it to the billionaire and the millionaire class. You know? Boom. Do that like a million times around the country. Is this the sort of dreams you get? It's very sad, but yeah, I do dream about shit like this. Exactly. Dave Weigel on messaging. Newsom stands out as the Dem who understands the how dare you is much less effective. Trump responds to mockery. Yes and no. Because Newsom does it directionless. Even though he is kind of my goat right now because he's taking away all the attention from people like myself, so the Republicans aren't going to like prosecute me because they're too busy trying to prosecute Governor Newsom. So he is a little bit of my goat right now. He's kind of my goat. Low key. He's like a magnet for their fucking hatred. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, dude, I see racism in the same way, and I see transphobia in the same way that I see all these other distractions, right? When the Republicans are using it. Obviously, it's a hateful way to live, and when it's reflected as policy, it's incredibly harmful to entire swaths of the population. But its utilization as a tool is distractive. It's the same reason why Republicans right now in this period of instability are focusing on Netflix for having a Coco Melon video that from a show that ended years ago that apparently has like a woke baby in it or something. And that's why Republicans are currently focused on canceling Netflix, because they're fucking stupid. They're talking about Cracker Barrel. They're talking about Netflix because they're fucking stupid. Okay? I can't stress this enough. They are fucking stupid. If you are looking at an unprecedented economic crisis, the likes that Americans have never experienced, I'm talking Great Depression style shit, okay? The likes that Americans haven't experienced in 100 fucking years, and you are predisposed with woke babies on Coco Melon, you're a fucking moron, okay? You are too stupid to operate a vehicle. That's it. And unfortunately, there are millions of people who are that stupid. But even stupid people understand when they're getting fucked over. So it is pertinent on us and the Democratic Party to explain to them that while they are stupid, they're still getting ass fucked by the Republicans. That's the job of good governance. That's the job of good leadership. That's the job that the Democrats are fucking failing on. Okay? That's it. Like, imagine there's a government shutdown that's going on. $800 billion in healthcare funds is going to be taken away. Almost $1 trillion plus dollars taken away from healthcare that these guys desperately fucking need. Okay? And they're talking about canceling their Netflix subscription. I know when you see stuff like that, when you see how hateful little monsters these dipshits have become, I know it feels like it's impossible. It feels like it's impossible to talk to these fucking monstrous pieces of shit, okay? Because they're so stupid that they're like, nope, I don't care. I'm going to hurt myself and fuck you. You can't say anything about it, woke libtard. I get it, okay? I get it. I get frustrated all the time. I have to deal with these fucking animals all the goddamn time, okay? Having said that, if you care about making people's lives better, you have to fucking convince these people, okay? Even this fucking guy, George Wallace Lame Similes, says, this idiot poser with his childish rebel politics is going to get himself killed or other people killed while he scams to make a buck on Twitch. Like this dipshit, right? I want this fucking moron to have healthcare, okay? I want this fucking old-ass, bald, loser fucking moron to have healthcare. They only look monstrous because you don't understand them. The world only looks wrong because you don't understand what's really going on. Yes, brother, you have it all figured out, okay? Listen, Unc, listen to me. It doesn't matter what you have heard about me or what you think about me right now. I'm telling you right now, whether you like it or not, I am going to nonstop fight to make sure you have free healthcare. You understand me? Free healthcare for you. It doesn't matter if you hate me. It doesn't matter if you think I have hateful politics. That's my politics. My politics is giving everybody healthcare. My politics is giving everybody free education. My politics is giving everybody housing, okay? No matter how much you want to fucking kill me in the process, no matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you think I am the one fomenting hatred in this fucking country, that's what I want to do, okay? No matter how stupid you are, no matter how bigoted you are, no matter how hateful you might get, I want you to have more autonomy in your life. I want you to have democracy in your workplace. I want you to have a shelter over your fucking head, and I want you to have free healthcare. These are things that other governments that have far less money than we do are able to provide to all of their citizens unconditionally, okay? And I want you to be able to have that too. Doesn't matter if you don't want it, okay? I want to deliver it to you in an authoritarian manner. Oh, I don't want it. I'm going to vote against it. I don't care. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. If I have my way, you're going to get it. You're going to get that fucking beautiful free healthcare. You understand? You're going to say, no, I don't want to be able to go get coverage. I don't want to be able to go to a fucking general practitioner with regular frequency so that I can have the decent preventative healthcare so that I don't have like debilitating illnesses down the line. Fuck you. I'm going to fucking force it to you. Okay? I'm going to force it down your fucking throat. You understand? That's it. That's my politics. I want to violently make sure that your life is better. Okay? That's it. This is the upside down of class reductive style messaging of channels like Breaking Points. They might be soft on the social issue side of messaging, but they're doing work on the class war messaging, the hogs. Yeah. What do you think about the Democrat kitty video? I hated it. Ass.
Over in the Senate are also talking about DEI programs that Democrats want to bring back.
Yes, there's all sorts of.
As a European, I'm very confused and how Americans have been so propagandized against free healthcare. Because what do you mean you love to spend 20% of your paycheck for insurance, but won't bother spending 2% on an extra tax for free healthcare? No, that's what it is. It's because anyone that fucking speaks out on shit like that, people like myself, get ritualistically humiliated every damn day of the fucking week. And they don't do it on the virtue of healthcare because they know they can't advocate on that side. Like, they can't turn around and be like, this guy wants everybody to have free healthcare. What a fucking loser this guy is. They can't say that. So they find anything and everything they can. They find clips out of context. They find it's the same with like even someone who is far less radical than myself, like AOC or even Bernie Sanders. There's tremendous amounts of enmity towards people that want to advance the material conditions of workers in this country. The media is owned by powerful corporations who have a vested interest in ensuring that the same domineering hierarchies continue. And people are kept sedated, and it's a fairly sophisticated way of doing things for conservatives. The conservative agenda for decades has been to weaken government in an abstract sense so that Americans are too fearful to do the things government is good at, like universal programs. It has worked on the boomers a lot and a lot of the Gen Xers. Yes, Ronald Reagan and his consequences as a singular force in this country are so devastating. Ronald Reagan is the liberal FDR. He is the neoliberal FDR. What FDR and his politics did to America and his policies did to America, Ronald Reagan had the exact opposite effect. Now, I'm not like I'm not in the business of saying that people are singularly responsible for the American demise. But if there was one figure that is so pivotal that you could point to, it would be fucking Ronald Reagan. Every single graph that tracks how shitty everything is nosedives in the fucking 90s. Okay? In the end of the 80s, every single graph. Do you think that is an accident? Every fucking graph, dude. Like, you look at cost of living, you look at deregulation, you look at like home ownership rates, virtually every single fucking graph that you can point to about ongoing American demise, the starting point is fucking Ronald Reagan. Like a little bit after, you know, for the policies to take place, the deregulatory economics to take place. Now, of course, it didn't start with Ronald Reagan. It certainly didn't. It's still it's capitalism. It always has been, and it always will be. But Ronald Reagan as a domestic force was so powerful that it basically restructured both parties dramatically. Yes, I know Carter was bad too, chatters. I'm just talking about, like, it's like saying New Deal economics is entirely in the hands of FDR. It's not, right? There were tremendous forces that were pressuring FDR to do the right thing. And there were still limitations. But if you were to reduce it, if you were to make a reductive argument, if you were to reduce it to like a singular force that made the opposing major party damn near concede entirely to full tilt domination, FDR's New Deal era politics dominated American politics for a very long time until Ronald Reagan flipped it. And now Reaganite neoliberalism dominates American politics in the same vein. He's the reason college is so expensive. He's the reason we have conservative think tanks. He's the reason we have trickle down. He's the reason we have the war on drugs. He's the reason AIDS became such an issue. He's the reason why stock buybacks are no longer illegal. All corporate consolidation in this country that was already happening, but like the complete corporate capture and the complete corporate consolidation you have seen comes from the Reagan era. The last breath that the unions had was taken away under the Reagan era.
They can directly ruin your life. Once upon a time, a bunch of rich people sat in a room. One of them said, damn, I hate paying taxes. Another one said, bro, me too. They said, you know what we need to do, right? We need to hire somebody to convince poor people to pay more taxes while we pay less taxes. They said, that'll never work. Someone said, wait a second, I might know a guy. But you see, at this time, Ronald Reagan was a General Electric spokesperson. He was really good at convincing poor people to do whatever the rich company General Electric wanted.
Hey man, Slick Willie did a lot to help that along. Credit where credit is due. Dude, I know. But everyone that comes after Reagan, Democrat or Republican, is still absolutely following through on the attitude change. If you're thinking about like Nixon, if you're thinking about people that came before, sure, they played a role in this as well. But Ronald Reagan was the point of no return. Like Bill Clinton's neoliberal anti-welfare policies, sure, I'm sure he was like super invested in that personally. He's a piece of shit. But like Bill Clinton was responding to what he perceived as the public pressure to Ronald Reagan, because Ronald Reagan did put up LeBron numbers. Like you're forgetting. Ronald Reagan actually did have that popular mandate. Okay, unlike Donald Trump.
But before that, he was a Democrat, an activist, very anti-racism, all for workers' rights. They said, hey, bro, we need to hire you for the opposite side. He said, you think I'm a... They said, here's a bag. He said, when do I start? You see, he took this job because his acting career was failing. So he said, hey, I'm pretty good at this. So he ran for governor of California. He won.
He was also the head of SAG-AFTRA, or SAG at the time. They hadn't consolidated yet, I think. And as the head of SAG, he literally fucking ratted out communist in his own union. He was a snitch. So even when he was the leader of a prominent union in the country, he used his position to fucking rat out rank and file members with what he perceived as having radical politics.
Remember, his only jobs at this point were acting and convincing poor people to do what rich people want. And rich people loved him. He was the perfect storm. They called him the great communicator. One of his exact words were, send those welfare bums back to work. They said, Reagan! He said, but you like how I said that? No, they said, he could do no wrong. So it's only natural he becomes president of the United States. He says, okay, as my first act, I'm going to take the rich people's taxes from 70%. Yeah, fun fact, people like Elon Musk paid 70% in taxes. He said, I'm going to take it from 70% to about 28%. Everybody said, whoa, that sounds kind of low. He said, no, listen, y'all not hearing me though. He said, here's the plan. They're going to be super rich, and then they're going to want to spend more money on their companies, so then they're going to hire people like you. But people back then weren't dumb. They were like, what? He's like, but we're going to also stop those welfare black people from taking your money too, even though white people took most of the welfare money. They're like, well, I don't like black people that much. Okay, you're keep going. So he steps up the charm. He goes, y'all know me. Just see what happens when I deregulate businesses and let them do what they want. It's going to benefit you in the long run. Well, he lied, but listen closely. They were in a recession at the time. But what economists know is that after a recession, usually is a time of mini prosperity, then back to recession. It cycles. So he knew that the economy was going to go back up because that's the natural cycle. So when the economy starts going back up, he's like, see, I told you. They were like, well, he was right. But in the long run, this happens. Basically, as the economy goes up, everybody starts getting paid more. But from when he became...
Dude, look at that. Every graph is like this, bro. Every fucking graph. No, it's not a natural cycle. I mean, it's somewhat of a natural cycle, basically, under capitalism. It doesn't have to be.
President, everybody started getting paid the same while the economy went way up. What does that mean? Well, the money had to go somewhere, right? And it all went to the rich people. Yeah, right.
Like, isn't that fucking nuts? Like, how do you look at this? How do you look at this equitable, more equitable system and then turn around and go, this is so much better. That's what's so fucking annoying about people nowadays when they talk about like the good old days. What do you mean? Let's get back to the good old days. Like, the dumbest guy you know is advocating for the good old days, thinking that it was that way because like black people were segregated or some shit. But the real reason why was because they had better redistributive policies. Like, it wasn't socialist by any means, but at least there was more of a more equitable outcomes for everybody. When they talk about the good old days, they're talking about like having decent wages, being able to have one earner in the family and have like 2 kids or 3 kids or even a fucking second family on the side as a secret. Think about how much purchasing power the average dumb fuck American had, that they literally could have a second home for a second secret wife on the side, bro. That shit's unheard of. What are we talking about? Think about that. Nowadays, what's unheard of is living in a fucking 1-bedroom apartment by the time you're like 36, 37. That's unheard of. I'm not even talking about owning a home. I'm talking about not having fucking roommates. Okay? So when those people, when those dumb fuck boomers and the lead generation turn around and say, oh man, we got to go back to the good old days, Republicans turn around and say, yeah, that's right. You mean fuck black people, right? Like, you know, no more Mexicans, right? That's what you mean. It's like, and they go, yeah, that's what I mean. That's why things were good, I think. And the cycle fucking continues. Now, of course, boomers and the lead paint generation are obviously better off overall than the generations that come after them. So for them, for their position, it's like they don't have a lot of life to live. So it doesn't really matter all that much, but they have like most of the fucking wealth captured, or a more equitable distribution of wealth in their generation, as opposed to like millennials and Zoomers alike. But that is the design. That is the design that we have currently. The truth you're saying is making me sick.
To the rich people. Yeah, right up until 1980, laws were protecting you a lot more than you think. After hundreds of years of Theodore Roosevelt and Franklin Roosevelt battling, making sure workers have rights, he in one swoop demolishes it and flips it 180. And he was the only person skilled enough to convince poor people that they need to pay more money while rich people pay less. They need to not have workers' rights, and rich people can control their rights. And to this day, Reagan's policies still stick. In fact, Donald Trump just copied Ronald Reagan. Yeah, make America great again. That was Ronald Reagan's campaign slogan.
Yep.
He just took it.
It's true. Also, offloading the de facto slave economy, the global south did real fucking well for obfuscating how much working class wages were getting fucked, NAFTA, etc. Oh, that too, for sure. Yeah. How do you reconcile this with the fact that real wages have slightly gone up and not down since the 70s? Brother or sister or the emperor, real wages going slightly up is nothing in comparison to the overall economy's explosive growth in that same time period, because that is this exact same distribution of wealth that we are looking at right now. It's wealth consolidation, especially when you factor in how expensive things are. You're talking about, oh, well, real wage growth happened since the 70s, albeit slightly, okay? Real wage growth happens in the 70s, albeit slightly. Okay, well, what about big ticket items that you need? Compare wage growth from the 70s to now, like what your wages look like now, and then compare college education, the price of college education in the 70s to right now. Wages are fucking stagnant since then. Output has skyrocketed due to unimaginable technological achievements. Okay? Productivity has skyrocketed. American laborers are insanely productive, like incomprehensibly productive in comparison to how productive they were in the 70s because of automation and all of the wonderful technological achievements that make it so that you can basically work 11 people's jobs as one person now. Not even 11, 100 people's jobs. I mean, think about computers even. You're talking about a time when like computers didn't exist versus a time where computers do exist. And not only a time where computers do exist, but they exist on your fucking hand, in your phone, okay? And they're on you all the time, 24/7. The amount of productivity that each laborer has now is unimaginable, incomprehensible to someone who is who's living in the fucking 70s. Now, adjust that to the price of everything else. Adjust that to the price of everything else. You could buy a house for like 50 grand in the 70s. There is no home, no single family home you could purchase for like 50 grand, okay? That does not exist. You can't even buy a fucking lot for that price. The only thing that has gotten cheaper as we offshored slave labor to the third world is commodities, cheap consumer goods, things like a television. That's it. The only thing that has actually become incredibly affordable in the time frame is junk that you throw out every 2 years. No, and also it's designed that way too. That's another problem, which is creating tremendous amounts of fucking landfills all over the goddamn planet. But that's it. You can get a TV for cheaper. This is true. You can get a toaster for much cheaper. You can get electronics for, like, it's not even a comparison. Like back in the day, a TV was like a big item. Okay. Now you can purchase shit much cheaper than you ever could. And that makes people feel like the situation is better overall. But all of the things that you need for survival, healthcare, a house, college education for upward social mobility, have exploded in prices. Yeah, you used to get paid $25K and houses were $50K. Now you get paid $75K and houses are $500K on the cheap side. So yeah, your real wages went up, but everything is so much more expensive. Even in the 90s, the houses were tremendously cheaper in 1998 in Denver, Colorado. The average house price was $149,000. Now it's $649,000. Bro, you can just go buy a 100-inch TV, 100-screen TV for $500 now. That's all that's gotten cheaper. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's the only thing that's cheaper in comparison to how affordable it was back in like the 70s and the 80s. 10 years ago, rent was $700 and TVs were $1,800. Now rent is $1,800 and TVs are $700. Well, that's not 10 years ago. It's I would say, because where is rent $1,800? You know what I mean? This boy is in Oklahoma. He's over here like, dude, what are you talking? Oklahoma City rent is so fucking costly, man. $1,800. I didn't even say Ohio, bro. I feel like Ohio is not even. My parents' first flat screen was $1,100, and that was after a discount because it had been dropped. They were stoked and thought it was a steal law. I can have a nice TV in my tent. Yeah, that's what it is, though. That's where we're at. It's like, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. But honestly, I think it's much better if people have houses than a new TV every 2 years. Okay? The thing is, these are not mutually exclusive concepts. You can have a cheap TV and cheap housing, like, if you want. It's just, even if that was the trade-off, I would much rather have the cheap housing than the cheap television. Chart of the day or century, July 23rd, 2022. Price changes, January 20th to June 2022. Select the U.S. consumer goods and services and wages. Yeah, since the 2000s, if you look at new cars that have been like relatively inexpensive in comparison year over year, household furnishings, clothing, basically everything that comes from China, okay? Everything that the Chinese hands have built. And I mean China as like a catch-all term for the entire global south. TV prices, look at that. Ooh, so cheap, so good. What's that up there? Hospital services, college tuition, college textbooks, medical care services, childcare and nursery school. Average hourly wages have gone up. This is because this is the fucking American Enterprise Institute that's like pointing all this. Food and beverages and housing. The reason why they're using this chart of the day or century is to say the reason why these things are so costly is because of unions. They're claiming that this is all too costly because of average hourly wages going up. And average hourly wages are going up because of socialism. That's the reason why they're using this graph. Make no fucking mistake. Sidebar, why socialism fails. Yeah, this is socialism. That's why it's failing. My neighbor's big brother in 2007 could afford to live in a single bedroom working at a grocery store as a cashier. Now that seems insane. Things have deteriorated a lot just in the last few decades. Yes, and it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. Trump is literally not addressing any of this shit, and he's making it worse. He's looking at a fucking fire, and the only thing he's got is a canister of gasoline and more matches, okay? He walked up to the fucking house that's on fire, and he said, time to dump this gasoline and light it on fire even further. That's what he's doing. He's like, I'm going to fix this.
Remember, we sent over a 24-page clean CR. They sent over this thing that you'll have to see on my website to believe it yourself. But it's all chock full of all sorts of crazy things that they want to restore. And DEI is always been one.
Oh, DEI, fuck
The
me.
reason the boomers give us shit about buying luxuries is because back in the 80s, luxuries were expensive, but life was cheap. Now it's been inverted. Our life is expensive, but our luxuries are cheap. So I think this is where the disconnect's happening. For example, in 1980, you could rent a great apartment for $200, but a television would run you $1,000. So if you bought 3 TVs, that would be $3,000. A CD player was $500. A cell phone was $2,000. A personal computer was $2,500, and a microwave was $500. That's $8,500. That is 3.5 years rent on luxuries. And $8,500 was also equivalent to a 20% down payment on a $40,000 home. So it was irresponsible if you didn't budget correctly to buy all these luxuries because it could be holding you back. But today it's flipped. Our biggest luxury is our rent for $2,000. We can now buy 3 televisions for $600. We have a Spotify account, cell phone for $1,000. You can get a computer for $500, a microwave for $200. That's about $2,400 a month. So our luxuries is about 1 month's rent, where theirs was 3.5 years rent. And if you want to put this onto a down payment, even if you took the average home of $420,000, let's bring it down to just $320,000. A 20% down payment on that is $64,000. So if you gave up all those luxuries, you would still owe like $61,000. This $2,400 of luxuries wouldn't even cover your closing cost of $10,000 on that home. So the whole thing's been flipped. So I think when they see us with the TVs, the avocado toast, and the cell phone, they think that's the reason we can't move forward. But why we can't move forward is because housing, daycare, college, and healthcare is so expensive. But those are our necessities. These luxuries are just fun little things that we have. The reason the boomers give us shit.
It's the French internet. Why your video is so crisp. Yeah, it's fantastic. Anyway, whatever. Fuck that guy. Let's get back to DEI in the bill. Good luck with that in the midterm election. Mike Johnson slams Dems for pushing woke programs. Yeah, woke programs such as... Sorry, I just saw something on Twitter. Woke programs such as giving the working poor just like little bit of fucking financial freedom in their incredibly costly healthcare. Okay? That's what's woke in DEI. You understand? Peak woke is when you say the working poor should only pay, 10 grand out of pocket for their yearly healthcare coverage as opposed to 30 grand out of pocket. And it's extra woke when they're only making 65 grand a year. That's peak woke. What are you, fucking woke? What are you, DEI, that you want someone who's making 65 grand a year to not pay 30 grand? How is that person gonna live, dude? Like, this is what I don't understand. How is that person supposed to fucking live? The example I'm using is a bit exaggerated. The actual numbers is like, what, 85 grand a year? 85 grand a year salary. Guy was paying like fucking, what was it? It's like $100 with all of the, $100 a month with all of the additional subsidies that come along with his health care. And now it's going to triple. What the fuck's that person supposed to do? Yeah, Warnock posted an example of someone making $65K who used to pay $300 a month, and it would be $900 a month next year. $900 a month. My mom makes $1,000 in Social Security, pays $280 in supplemental insurance for Medicaid, and $95 a month for the prescription plan for the same supplemental company. That's 4 times what it was a decade ago. The Georgia one was a household with an income of $85,000. Oh, they make more money off us if we get sick and die than preventive care. That's not even totally true either, because it's instability. It causes too much instability if motherfuckers are dying left and right. If you just have cancer and your ass is like, I can't pay for this treatment, and you just go to work before you perish every damn day, if that keeps happening over and over again, like, that's not a sustainable economy. Why don't you like winning this much? Oh my God, I know. So much winning.
They want to spend $1.5 trillion new dollars of spending is what they're demanding to keep the lights on around here. It's absurd, and they should know it. They're all wrapped around the axle about these woke progressive programs being ended, but that's what the election was about. That woke progressive stuff is what the American people rejected. Some of our Democrat colleagues here are doubling, tripling down on it. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Oh my God.
We're in day 2 of a government shutdown, and President Trump is threatening mass layoffs of federal workers. For more on all
Yeah, this was the one I was looking at. This dude is a household making 65 grand, okay? already paying an insane amount, already paying a fuck ton, $307 a month. Now it's triple. Also, those aren't the same plans as what people are saying, which is what my initial curiosity was about this as well. Except this is a worse plan that he's paying more for. It's worse coverage, and he's paying more.
Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson, who's been blaming Democrats for all of it, joins us now to expand on those thoughts and more. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for joining us. My first question is an easy one.
Dude, this is such a universal thing. Ironically enough, like healthcare is such a significant factor in the affordability crisis that even someone as bad as Chuck Schumer has identified it. Because people were literally talking about, like, people were yelling at Chuck Schumer like, oh, well, Mr. Schumer, affordability is the #1 problem for Americans. Healthcare doesn't even, healthcare is not even like the top 10 priorities. And Chuck Schumer correctly pointed out and said on the New York Times interview with Mike Barbaro, he straight up said, healthcare is a major part of the affordability crisis for every American. And he's fucking right. He's right. That's a big part of the affordability crisis is fucking healthcare. What the fuck? And what's frustrating to me is, like, people in the media act like they got premium health insurance, man. This is what I don't understand. Like with cops, I get, right? I guess cops have like decent benefits packages, but like if you're in the media, are you that protected? Because you're talking like an alien. Like, you are talking as though you are completely removed from a human being that is suffering because of this. Like, you don't have any immediate family members that you talk to at Thanksgiving or some shit where they're like, hey, I saw you talking to Mike Johnson about healthcare and about how he wants to cut healthcare, and you just let him fucking chirp. What's that about? He's fucking me. He's ass fucking me. Why do you let him get away with this shit? Like, do they not have any fucking immediate family members that are like, dude, hello? Like, maybe you're doing all right with whatever your fucking salary is, but we're not. Because, like, this is what's so frustrating about it. Like, look, it's not a secret. You know, I make good money, okay? So when I'm fucking chirping about this shit, I'm chirping for everybody else. Because I can still recall a time when I certainly wasn't making good money, okay? I know what it's like when you leave your fucking job and you have to do a COBRA payment, okay, where your healthcare costs skyrockets, and that's the only Band-Aid solution that this government has ever offered to people. Oh, you can still stay on your corporate healthcare, you just have to pay for it now. It's like, okay, but what do I do if I don't have additional income? Like, luckily I did. It's so crazy to me that that is the solution in this fucking country, okay? But I don't understand how these guys act as though they're like, that they can't even see the consequences of the shit. Like, with the Republicans, I get it. It's their job. They're demons. But if you're in the fucking media, do you not have a single person in your immediate family that is going to get fucked over by this? No? The beauty of social reproduction is that the upper class gets to mingle with the upper class, a vicious circle jerk, if you will. They're not like, bro, they're not like oligarchs, though. Not every single one of these people are fucking oligarchs, right? Like, they're not all oil barons. Hey, Hassan, were you in France yesterday? Yes. And I'm in France today as well. I don't know. I mean, I guess it is their job. Their job is to reproduce these results. Their job is to literally defend the system. And the better they defend it, the better their salaries get, the better their class position gets, the more they feel like they're doing the bidding of their corporate oligarch masters.
Is any negotiation going on right now on Capitol Hill?
There's no negotiation right now because the Democrats have dug in. You say I'm blaming the Democrats. I mean, these are objective facts. We passed in the House more than 2 weeks ago a clean continuing resolution. There's no partisan pills in this. There's no Republican priorities. It's just an extension of current funding, Tony, so that we can keep the government open until November 21st to allow the appropriators in both parties to continue their good work. They've been working very hard in a bipartisan fashion to move the 12 appropriations bills. We just ran out of time because the end of the fiscal year is September 30th. We're asking, wait a minute, this is very important. All we're asking is that Senate Democrats do what they have always done in the past every single time and allow the additional clock. That's it.
Mr. Speaker, they clearly think they have leverage right now, which is why they're doing this. There's also things that the Trump administration and Republicans think they can get in a shutdown. One thing is shrinking the size of government, some layoffs. I know you think government's too big. I know you think it does too much and does too much of it poorly. You know about the layoffs that are planned. You've got word of them. What departments, how many people?
I don't know. I don't know those details yet. We did have a long conference call yesterday with Russ Vode, who directs the Office of Management and Budget. But what was communicated to us is that they are trying to mitigate the damage. The president and Republicans in Congress do not want a government shutdown. We are bending over backwards to prevent it because real people get hurt. The Senate Democrats, 44 of them, have now voted 3 times to shut the government down. And here's what's going to happen, Tony. Real Americans are going to suffer from this. You have veterans benefits, food nutrition programs for women, infants, and children that are being stalled. You have health services that will not be provided. We have troops, TSA agents, and Border Patrol agents now going to work without pay. There's real damage. FEMA services are being...
You know what's really funny about a Republican saying this? They've been doing that. Like every time you cut funding to any federal government initiative, you are doing that. Okay? And not only were they doing that, they were doing that like for months. That was like the first 3 months of this admin. Fucking stick it to the federal workers, suck my dick, Doge. Let's bring the most autistic billionaire on the planet to come into the White House and be like, comedy is legal now. Guess what? Do you work for the National Weather Service? You are trans. You are getting fired. Ha ha. Like that's what these motherfuckers did for straight up the first like 4 or 5 months, dude. Like, and now he's like, it's really devastating. It's really devastating for the TSA, which we recently made it so that it's illegal for them to strike. USA. Did your house get flooded? USA. Don't be woke. And now he's like, it's devastating that the government is shut down, and therefore we can't pay these federal regulators that we want to fire anyway. Now, the reality is, of course, they can't fucking fire them. They need them. Like, some shit needs to run. You know what I mean? If billionaires want to continue living somewhere with all of their endless wealth, and that somewhere happens to be the United States of America, like, yeah, they need to keep shit intact. But they're so goddamn horny for super profits that they are just ripping apart everything. Everything. Oh, here, this is also Michael Penis, caught on candid camera over here, talking about how unwell Trump is, apparently.
The president is unhinged. He is unwell. What are you doing? A lot of folks
on your side are too. I don't control.
Oh my God, please. That performance in front of the generals, that
I didn't see it.
is so dangerous. You know I serve on foreign affairs and appropriations. This is a collision of those two things. Our allies are looking elsewhere. Our enemies are laughing.
I just left
you
the
have a
speaker's
president who is unwell.
Dude, what are we doing? What are we doing? He's bad on every part of the job. Like, there is not a single redeeming quality of Donald Trump. Like, he's funny, that's it. But I'm talking like as a part of the administrative apparatus, there is not a single redeeming factor for Donald Trump. He's bad on every single thing. He's silly. He's narcissistic. HasanAbi, you low IQ trash, still not in prison, ? You got to respect how great of a businessman he is. I mean, yeah, he's just fucking the American public. The only good thing he did is that he stopped USAID. No more CIA stuff from there. No, but you're wrong. It doesn't even... No. USAID is not stopped entirely. It just went back into the hands of the CIA directly. So there's no more soft power initiatives, only hard power. So they're still doing the fuck shit. They're just doing it at the directive of the CIA, and they're no longer doing the marginal good things that they were doing in an effort to garner good favor all around the world that made a lot of the destabilizing initiatives easier to that was a part of the bargain. Like, America gets to be the world police. But also America like gives back a little bit. You know what I mean? So it's not like they took away it's not like they stopped America's interest in destabilizing other countries. They're still doing that. They're just doing that directly under the CIA instead of under the State Department by way of USAID. And there's no more subtext. It's all text. There's no more soft power. It's all hard power. Also, a component of U.S. aid that was very destabilizing for the countries that they actually sent this aid to, because a country that gets aid or a country that relies on aid doesn't invest in its own agricultural development and is incapable of developing sovereignty, incapable of being independent. And now it's double fucked because those countries did not actually develop their agricultural output evenly because they were relying on grain and other sorts of things coming from the United States of America by way of U.S. aid. And that was a massive subsidy to the fucking farmers. That's a big part of the output for American farmers, too. They were just selling to U.S. aid. So now American farmers are fucked. People in Somalia are fucked because they don't get the free grain that they were used to getting, and they never actually developed their own agricultural output in the process. So everybody's fucked. Yeah, it's not that they failed to develop. The aid destroyed their agricultural sectors. Yes, that was the purpose. And that's not the only thing that U.S. aid does, obviously, but that's just one component that's like at least in between, where it looks like it's actually a good thing, but in fact, it's done for a very indecent purpose, and it's done in a way that actually ends up in the long run harming countries' attempts at sovereignty. Having said that, this is precisely why that was always a dangerous bargain, because one day they just fucking cut it, and then you're cooked. The aid is above all a means of subsidizing the purchase of American grain to make these states client states thanks to the game of unfair competition and corrupt powers which crush local production. Yeah. Soybean farmers are double fucked. Oh, yeah, because China just said no more soy. Stack the soybean crop no longer being sold to China on top of that, the farmers are double fucked. No, farmers are quadruple fucked. And it's really funny in some ways because farmers are, at least the way we understand it, like farmers are no longer like the farmhands. You know what I mean? And I guess some could even say that they never really were. Not to get too deep into it, but they're owners, right? They're capital owners in many respects. And therefore, due to their fucking class position, they vote for the reactionary party. They're like, of course I'm going to vote for the deregulatory party. Of course I'm going to vote for the tax breaks for the wealthy party. I'm a capital owner, right? I'm a fucking property owner. I'm a capital owner. I'm the master here, right? And what's interesting about it is, even though they get fucked in the long run, and they have gotten fucked already by Trump before in an identical fashion, they still vote for the Republican Party. They still vote for the Republican Party. They know at least they'll get a bailout or something, but it doesn't even matter. It's not even a leopards eat my face party at that point. It's like leopards ate my face last time and I liked it party, okay? I'm waiting for the leopard to eat my face again, and this time maybe my ass too party. It's crazy. Trump is proletarianizing the peasant class. Trust the process. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Yeah, there's a $50 billion bailout. Scoop. Hill, Republican estimates Trump will need to send as much as $50 billion to the farmers hit by tariffs. Trump admin plans to roll out billions for USDA, but Treasury officials and others are eyeing ways to tap tariff revenue without a fight in Congress. It's just crazy because, like, who is this for? Who is this for? Like, why are we doing any of this shit? Like, at the end of the day, is it worth it that we have data centers all around the fucking country so we can make, like, the dumbest AI videos of all time? Is that what this is for? Because, like, what kind of industry are we pumping in this country? What kind of industrial base have we developed leading up to Donald Trump and certainly after Donald Trump? Like, what will we have? What kind of trade are we protecting? Do we have good paying jobs now? Is that what happened? Because we don't. It's all bullshit. Everything sucks. We make nothing. Not to get all Stephen Miller here, but we make nothing. We build nothing. We are nothing. It's just slop and a bunch of fucking con men. I saw Ryan Grimm and Sauger talking about AI data centers jacking up prices today. Virginia being a prime example of a state that Amazon has captured. Yeah, electricity prices are surging. We have burgers and guns, bro. That's true. We have burgers and we have gun. And we have gun burger. And also now we have AI gun. We used to have gun burger and now it's AI gun. It's fucking awesome. Wait till we make AI burger and then it's just and then it's over. It's complete. The American project is complete. This is mental torture for Americans. Cheap medical.
My name is Emily. I'm a Canadian living in China. Today I will show you how efficient and affordable it is to see a doctor in China as a foreigner. Prices for X-rays, ECG, and blood tests included.
Okay, first of all, China doesn't even have the best healthcare, okay? Healthcare is one of the biggest weaknesses for the Chinese century of prosperity. Okay, so remember that when you're watching this.
Appointment on my phone last night using just my passport and was able to schedule an appointment at 9:30 a.m. this morning. I arrived on time and waited for only 10 minutes until my name was called. I told the cardiologist that I'm here for a regular heart checkup. And
Okay, so that was what, like $10,000, $20,000? I hope, I assume, right? Everything that she just described is basically like this is a walk-in. That's going to be like what? Okay, I'm exaggerating. It's not going to be 20 grand, but at least 10 grand. Like, at least.
She sent me to an ECG, blood test, and x-ray. Here are the prices I paid as a foreigner without any medical insurance. Still very affordable. Then I got my ECG done. No need to wait at all, and I got the results on the spot.
Wait, what was the price?
5 minutes to get my blood. Still very affordable.
What was the price?
Very affordable. Then I got my ECG prices I paid.
$75,000, right? Like, that's what you... X-ray $19? X-ray $19? It's not 1,900? Did she cook the decimals? What's going on? Be honest. tofu X-ray. Yeah. No, you don't understand. There's a tofu dreg X-ray. I don't understand. We got to cook the Chinese GDP, folks. There needs to be an incredibly expensive middleman that is not actually invested in lowering the cost whatsoever, because it actually benefits them in the long run to keep costs high. We need someone like that. We need an expensive middleman to extract as much value from the consumers. Where is the middleman? Where is the... I don't understand it. Actually, I don't know the Chinese healthcare, private healthcare system at all. I'm sure they might even have that. China spends 95% less than the U.S. on healthcare per capita, but has a life expectancy that's 4 years longer. Stop. China is much more efficient at converting production into human welfare than the U.S. China is currently increasing its investments in public healthcare provisioning, which is correct to do, and I predict the social dividends will be impressive. Ultrasound in Mexico this summer was $70. CAT scan in the U.S. last August with insurance was $2K plus. Adjust for PPP, they pay like 80% less, not 95. Oh, my bad. I was thinking about that in the shower today, because like a big argument right now is like undocumented can't get healthcare, and it's like they talk about that like that's a good thing. And I was thinking, like, I'm in France right now. If I got into an accident, God forbid, I could go to the fucking hospital and have all my healthcare covered. America could absolutely do that for all tourists and all people living on U.S. soil, on top of every single American. And it should. It's crazy.
A foreigner without any medical insurance. Still very affordable. Then I got my ECG done. No need to wait at all, and I got the results on the spot. I then waited 5 minutes to get my blood test done. Results will be out in 2 hours. Next was x-ray. I waited for 10 minutes and results will be out in 1 hour. I had all of the tests done in 40 minutes. The fact that you can do 3 different tests and get all the results on the same day of your appointment is crazy. I also love that they have everything digital. You can make appointments, payments, and check the results all on your phone. Everything is just incredibly efficient and affordable at the same time. Let me know your thoughts.
My mom is a doctor in China, and she was brainwashed by American conservatives. She complained to me that the pharmacies are too cheap, costing only a few bucks per month for patients. Did you pay for anything when you got hurt at the tuition thing? No, I did not. I don't know why the right thinks anyone's coming here for healthcare when Americans are going to other countries for healthcare tourism. It's because America, and that's going away already, but America for like the last 10 to 20 years was really good at highly specialized fields in medicine, like unique forms of brain cancer or whatever. And also, the one thing that is better in the United States of America than like at least any other country's public healthcare system that I've taken advantage of, whether it be France here or whether it be Turkey or even in the UK, is that it is a hotel experience. That's the other thing. So like rich people would rather fly here and not wait or have like the luxurious healthcare experience in an American hotel style hospital. But that's it. But that's only for people who can pay for it. And it's an unimaginably costly endeavor. But for the average American, if you're looking at healthcare tourism, it goes in the opposite direction. More Americans are leaving the country to go. And again, you have to look at this like with respect to the rest of the planet, because people who are wealthy from all around the planet can potentially come to the United States of America to get like unique kinds of healthcare coverage, or at least that used to be the case. Okay, that used to be the case. I don't even think that's going to be the case in the future because of the brain drain, the opposite direction of brain drain that we're going to be experiencing after this fucking Trump administration's anti-science initiatives. And also because of how incredibly costly everything is, like education is. But wealthy people from the rest of the planet might come to America, but Americans, everyday Americans, in far larger numbers, when adjusted to the American population, are fleeing the country to get their pharmaceutical needs covered. They go to Mexico a lot, or even their healthcare covered. Other places focus on preventative care that benefits the entire population and increases life expectancy. The U.S. focuses on advances in expensive tertiary care. Yeah. Private healthcare in China.
Here's what a private healthcare clinic looks like in China. We're in Guangzhou, which is about an hour and a half from where we live. Unfortunately, my daughter had a really nasty cough, but these doctors were able to prescribe her antibiotics. As you can see, the facility is super clean, the staff were very friendly, and there's tons of toys and books for the kids to play with. It was really nice to be able to talk with the doctor for about 20 minutes and not feel rushed. Overall, it was about 133 USD, which is expensive, but...
Yo, I hate this country, man. Yo, that's crazy, dude. That's private healthcare in China? That's on the expensive end of healthcare coverage in China? That's it? Bro, that's less than copay, dude. She has a first world problem, 130 USD
well worth
expensive.
It. So afterwards, we went to the mall and took a look at all of these different ice creams. So yummy. But we decided to visit this Japanese restaurant. I had seen it was viral online, and I wanted to try not only their kids' meal, which has so many fun things that all of Leilani's favorites, actually. Don't tell her dad I gave her all of this. For me, I got this big boy right here. It's all tempura-style seafood. We had a wonderful day, and now we're headed back home.
She might be paying for cheap healthcare, but at what cost? That's right, dude. You're right. You're fucking right. But at what cost? The cost is liberal democracy. Yeah. Yeah. Try saying Xi Jinping looks like Winnie the Pooh in China. It's like, okay, try saying the government is fascist in America. Okay? As it's doing fascist policies. That's the worst part about this. We don't even get the high-speed rail or the fucking healthcare, or any number of different things that at least come along with like this kind of supposed creeping authoritarianism that we're supposed to be terrified of that's happening in China over there. But at least they got shit that works. We don't got nothing that works, bro. Nothing works. Everything is expensive. Everybody transgender. That's what the fucking president keeps saying. Like, I want, dude. I want I want to be led by a committee in a one-party state where every single person has been embedded with Confucius values and cares about meritocracy more than anything else, cares about their fucking schoolwork and their performance than anything else. I want chemical engineers, or at least former chemical engineers that then went into politics, to be leading the country, okay? Maybe chemical engineers whose parents were actually sent to the countryside for counter-revolutionary behavior at the time, and then they learned a lot, and then once they were actually working through the ranks of the party, they too also worked in the countryside and developed an understanding of what the rest of the country looks like, what the rural populations looks like. I'm not talking about a person. I don't know why you guys think I'm referencing a human being here. I'm just saying, like, don't you think that being governed by people who simply care about industrial output would be better than lining their fucking pockets for all their charlatan con men besties? Oh, Chinese urbanite Xiao Hongshu. Chinese healthcare can be actually very expensive. Copay for your doctor visit costs 12 RMB, $1.6. I spent 600 RMB, $82 on cold, flu, and bronchitis treatment last year. You just described the fastest and cheapest medical care imaginable. You should do a deep dive on Chinese cabinet. You shouldn't fall for the Western great leader narratives. You should watch a video on their crazy bureaucracy. Wait, what? I don't think it's a great leader. I was just fucking joking about that. No, that's why I said, like, endless desire to ensure that those who rise to the top are coming from at least like some semblance of meritocratic background. Like, they are working through the ranks. They're fucking dabbing on us. Yeah. No, that person wasn't saying China is bad. That person was saying that the Chinese system is actually infinitely more complex than the way that reductive Western narratives actually presented, even positive ones that say, oh, great leader Xi Jinping is the one who's like singularly responsible for Chinese prosperity, when that's not the case. New WAPO poll, 47% of respondents blame Trump and Republicans in Congress for the government shutdown. Just 30% blame the Democrats. Oh my God. The guy who pulled up is talking about what she paid is a fifth of the median monthly wage. Brother, what we pay is like half of our yearly wage. Oh yeah. Can you elaborate on that? She is still massively influential? No. Yes, he is. But the American narratives on Chinese governance make it seem as though not only is it a one party, which doesn't actually analyze how that one party operates at all, and how much feedback is required for that one party to operate in the way that it does. And there are some other parties as well, but it's irrelevant. Let's be real. It's a de facto one party governance, but it makes it seem as though it's like a top-down single-handed dictatorship where Xi Jinping just decides, like, I wrote an entire book on what the next 5 years are going to look like, or in the past was 15, I believe. Okay. And that's just what we're going to do. Like, they don't realize that there is a unlimited bureaucracy in the decision-making process. Oh, anyway, there's issues with China as well, mostly on their foreign policy.
Do you know China has 9 official political parties? One of them is the ruling party, the Communist Party of China, or CPC. The other 8 are called Democratic.
I mean, yeah, they're powerless
Parties. They act as advisors in a system called a multi-party corporation. Let me break down for you all 9.
Because they got a gun on their head? No, it's not even the case. It's just that, brother, even the fucking Communist Party, even the Communist Party internally has a lot of division, but ultimately there are certain things that you can't say or do.
By one. Communist Party of China, CPC, founded in 1921, leads the government, the military, and all other parties. Its goal is to build socialism with Chinese characteristic, modernize the country, and eventually achieve communism. Revolutionary Committee of Chinese Kuomintang, RCCK, formed by former left-wing Kuomintang members, focus on Taiwan-related affairs, works to promote peaceful reunification across Taiwan Strait. China Democratic League, CDL, made up mostly of teachers, scientists, and cultural workers, provides advice on education, science, and culture, supports national development through knowledge. China National Democratic Construction Association, CNDCA. Members include business people and economists, focus on economic policies and private sector development, help promote modernization and reform. China Association for Promoting Democracy, CAPD, includes professionals in education and publishing, offers suggestions on education and cultural matters, encourage democratic participation in education and society. Chinese Peasants and Workers Democratic Party, CPWDP, made up of doctors, public health experts, and environmentalists, give policies input on healthcare and environmental protection, aim to promote sustainability and public well-being. China Zhigong Party represents overseas Chinese and their families, focus on building relationships with global Chinese communities, supports national unity and international ties. Jiusan Society. Members are scientists, engineers, and teach experts. Advises on science and technology development, works to promote innovation and research. Taiwan Democratic Self-Government League, TDSGL, formed by Taiwanese living on the mainland, represents Taiwan compatriots, support...
I don't see a legalized child brides party, so this sounds like authoritarian bullshit. True. Where's the cryptocurrency pedophile party? Yes, they are like advisory committees. The difference in Chinese governance is that there is a tremendous amount of local influence. Like, there's a lot of feedback, a lot more than I would say even American governance. The government is the most powerful entity, okay? The government controls the flow of capital in China, as opposed to capital controlling the government, as is the case in America. But even though the government is the ultimate authority, in China, all the way down to the local officials, there is tremendous amounts of feedback that they get from the population, and then they bring that feedback back to the main, the main committees of the party.
Peaceful reunification with Taiwan. All 8 Democratic Party take part in national policy consultant through a system called the Chinese People's.
Is also some of the most autistic versions of government that I've ever encountered in many respects. Like, this is a STEM lord's dream. It's a STEM lord's fantasy, not only because it's mostly people who have done STEM that are in positions of power, but it's also, no, it literally is. It is. It's all feedback. It's all maxed out on efficiency. It's all inputs. It's all, it's almost like a mathematical formula. It's not an accident that they've done tremendous work in terms of high-speed rail, in terms of like building a robust rail network. It's the most autistic. Confucianism is so autistic. I mean, these dudes were already doing what you could potentially consider meritocracy back when they had imperial rule. Okay, they've been literally testing. They've been rigorously testing the entire population back when they had fucking, god kings. Okay, like there was no. He's clip farming again. I mean, it's true. It's true. They had exams. This is the nerdiest fucking country of all time. They had fucking exams back when they had kings, empires, emperors. There's no like, oh, my daddy fucking is wealthy, so he bought the wing of the library to a institute of higher learning. So then I get to go there as well. And then I become president because my dad was president. I'm talking about George W. Bush. Even back in the days of empire, the best job, not dissimilar to how it looks like now, was being in the government. and the way you got to be in the government was if you tested well.
Shut off in the middle of a hurricane season. Chuck Schumer is leading the Democrats off a cliff, and it's very simple. Everyone now knows why. He's trying to fend off a challenge from his far left in his party for his next Senate race. That's why he's done it. Chuck Schumer voted for this exact product in March of this year.
Mr. Speaker.
And every year that he's been in Congress, which is more than half my life.
Mr. Speaker, I'm curious about the implications of there not being a deal. The subsidies that support the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, used by more than 20 million people. They've come to depend on them. If those subsidies go away, healthcare premiums will spike. Some people will choose not to go on insurance. Bernie Sanders is arguing some people are going to die as a result. Are Republicans trying to topple or effectively topple Obamacare without outright saying so?
No, this is an absolute.
Oh, really? No, you say. No, not at all. We just want to make sure that it is so fucking costly because we cut the funding mechanism that it's basically impossible to stay on your healthcare coverage.
100% red herring. Everyone in Congress knows, and the Democrats know as well, even the ones making this crazy argument, that is a provision that does not expire until the end of December, December 31. We are in the beginning of October. They're trying to make a December policy issue. Wait a minute. Part of the argument for a stopgap funding measure in Congress. That is not the issue.
But, Speaker, people at home have to make decisions now about what they're going to be doing next year. They're looking at how much money they have, how much something might cost, and they're deciding now.
Tony, we have 3 months for Congress to do its deliberate work. All we're saying is while that work is done on these and other issues, keep the lights on for the American people. The Democrats have made a wild series of counter demands. What they're demanding is to spend $1.5 trillion additional dollars for a 7-week stopgap funding measure. We can't do that. They want to give health care paid for by taxpayers, hardworking Americans, to illegal aliens. We are not going to do that. They want to give $500 million back for left-leaning media organizations paid for by taxpayers.
What he's talking about is funding public broadcasting, dude. Like, so the kids can watch Sesame Street, by the way. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about PBS and NPR, dude. Yo, this country sucks so much dick. Oh, God. We are so mean and so ruthless to so many people. It's just evil maxing. That's all. I feel like that's all Republicans do. And I guess to a certain degree, Democrats do it too. But it's just like, it's so transparent when Republicans are in charge where they're just like, we're going to fuck the poor. We're going to kill them. We're going to kill them dead. That's our job. That's our goal. That's why I was voted into office. Why do you think I'm the Speaker of the House? I looked at the situation and I said to myself, we can get more evil. Okay. We've done a lot of evil over there to the rest of the world. And it's brought in tremendous bounty for some of the wealthiest benefactors that keep donating to my campaign. But I thought to myself, how can we fucking kill the poor here in America? It's not enough that we kept them down all the way in the global south, as the lefties like to say. But I decided You know what else is the global south? West Virginia. You know what else is the global south? Georgia, Arkansas, North Carolina. We are going to treat those states like they're also the global south. Okay? After all, I believe in the prosperity gospel, which means that if you're wealthy, that means you're heavenly. You've done the right things, and you're a moral person. And the more wealthy you are, the more moral you are. And of course, I think you know, Tony, the less wealthy you are means the more immoral you are. So you probably deserve not being able to pay for your health care coverage.
Not doing that. They know that. They're playing a political game here, and it's very dangerous for the people.
I hear you on that.
It's quite sad.
All I got to say is transgenders and undocumented migrants, and everybody will believe me.
My name is Vanessa. I'm from Westminster. I dragged my husband up here against his will, but I have to talk about being blind in this terrible Gabe Evans and Donald Trump regime. I feel like the day that he blamed handicapped people for the crash with the helicopter and the plane, and he called out people, including people with no vision, dwarfism, deaf people, etc. I cried. I felt less than a human being in this country for the first time. I went to college, and I have worked my whole life in this country. And I feel like we have to help blind people with being able to use websites and being able to get adaptive equipment that helps us use Braille and speech. With DEI eliminated, that is what's being taken out of schools. That's what's being taken out of businesses. Businesses can discriminate, and they do not have to provide accommodations. And if we want people not to sit around and be worthless, and we want us to use our mind, please, Gabe Evans, stop this DEI crackdown.
Yeah, A is a part of the DEI, accessibility. Obviously, they're not there yet. There's an A in DEI. DEI also has an A, accessibility. They're obviously clamping on that part too. But we haven't evil maxed to a point where like you can openly say that, like fuck the disabled. Like you can kind of say it as, Gabe Evans has. But like when they say fuck DEI, like that's low key what they're saying as well. But the reason why they can't just like openly say it yet, and I say yet because like I think even the most conservative person still feels a little rude when they hear someone straight up be like, oh, you got fucking Down syndrome, fuck you, or oh, you got a disability, fuck you. We're not there yet, but we might be, maybe next year, maybe next year. The more these guys evil max, the more we have an endless opportunity for new kinds of evil. It's the paradox of Republicans trying to seem civil while acting uncivil. Yeah, but as long as it's done within the confines of the systems, then that kind of incivility or that kind of violence, that kind of incivility and that kind of violence is not seen. What the fuck is this, bro? What the fuck? Elon's children are minors, bro. Oh my God, this dude is fantasizing. Oh God, so gross. So fucking gross, dude. You are disgusting. God damn. I guess that's the next wave of evil maxing is just like being openly pedophilic.
I hear you on that, and I did ask Senator Warren about some of those subjects in the last hour. I want to get you on the record on this AI sombrero video thing with Leader Jeffries. Everyone's talking about it. He says that the video and the images are racist and bigoted. You've got to work with this individual. Do you see his point of view here? Can you see how he might feel that way?
Hakeem is my friend. We have a great relationship of trust. He's a great colleague. I think he has to lighten up. When you show that you're upset, I get attacked in memes every single hour of every day. I don't react to it. That's what people are trying to get out of you as a reaction. The president was making a joke, okay? And so much has been made out of this. They're acting as if the issue of the day is a battle over memes on social media. The issue is to get services returned to American people. Young mothers.
Okay, but like, your president is the one doing that, okay? Your president is the one doing that, actually. So shouldn't you be more mad at him for doing that if the situation is much more dire, much more serious? Like, what do you mean? Oh, I can't believe these guys are talking about the memes. Like, my president is just a memer. He's a memester. It's like, okay, he's the one doing the memes while 750,000 jobs are potentially threatened threatened to be furloughed. He's the one who also doubled down and said, we're going to fire them at will for funsies because I'm a petulant fucking child. So he's not the one taking this shit seriously at all. The fuck do you mean? And look, for all of my criticisms of like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and them, they haven't even made that big of a deal. They should have never actually sat in the room when they saw those fucking dumbass hats, or at least picked up the hat and fucking chucked it at Donald Trump's face or something. But like, it's ridiculous that they sat in that room with those fucking hats in display so that Donald Trump could make a mockery out of them and belittle them even further. But they haven't made that big of a deal of Donald Trump doing these sorts of little fucking childish shit, things so far. I can't begin to describe the raw contempt and rage this fucking snake oil preacher salesman fills me with. This kind of soft-spoken, polite, prim, and proper asshole is so common down here. You can never catch him in a weak public moment. Or they're at clammy meetings on the weekends. I fucking hate Mike Johnson and Scott Jennings more than anyone else in American politics. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they are like that. They're very buttoned up, but they're ginormous pieces of shit. And they're huge fucking liars. And on top of that, they know that Donald Trump is like bad optics. That's the other thing. Like, these guys would love to have a Jeb Bush in charge. They just love all of the cuts that Donald Trump represents. They love all of the deregulation that Donald Trump is able to push for. They don't like the fucking optics. And plenty of Republicans who are now never Trump Republicans were so pissed off and so frustrated with Donald Trump and the way he carried himself and the way that he like spat on this massively important position in around the world, really, not even just like in America. You're the leader of the free world, right? Like, this is how you behave. This is how you fucking carry yourself. All that shit is obviously, I mean, they hate that too. They hate it too. They just can't say anything about it.
We're dependent upon that nutrition assistance right now. Veterans who need their services. We have suicide prevention programs that are being halted right now. This is serious business. We should not be talking about sombreros on the internet. We should be talking about the American people's needs.
Okay, that's the president is doing that, man. The president is doing that. I think that's something you got to take up with the big guy, okay? You're too pussy to say anything, but like, you're not wrong. That's not that consequential. I mean, it is what it is, I guess. I've given up. I've given up on looking at that and being like, what the fuck is this? Like, what are we doing? I care more about the cuts to fucking Medicaid that these guys push through.
It is serious business. We've given it extensive coverage today, and we'll continue covering it tomorrow. One additional topic I do want to get your answer on is Representative Grijalva, who won a special election last week in Arizona. She's yet to be sworn in. I know you're not in session, but you've sworn in Republicans out of session. Why not her? Does it have anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, the House is not on the floor doing business this week, but we will do it immediately, early next week, as soon as everyone returns to town. We have to have everybody here, and we'll swear her in. I congratulate her on her win. She's replacing her father, who had a long history here, and she'll be a productive member of Congress. We look forward to that.
All right, Speaker.
All right, let's do the Ross Douthat debate. Now, the original title for this video was different. The original title for this video was different. I forget what it was, but now they changed it. There's an accompanying New York Times piece with this as well. For those of you who don't know, Ross Douthat, of course, is a right-winger. He's a conservative, but he's supposed to be like, and he's not even like an anti-Trump conservative, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure he's like, at least like either Trump agnostic or pro-Trump. I can't remember now. But Ross Douthat is a, did you request that they change it? No, I didn't. They do that all the time. They will come out with like a crazy fucking title, and then people will get mad at them, and then they'll change it. They did that with the style section piece. Remember, MAGA body. But in any case, oh yeah, the original title was in my how radical is Hasan Piker? The Twitch star's flirtation with violence. Meet the online star who likes to play with fire. So, I knew going into it. That obviously it was going to be like this. It was going to be contentious. But to be fair, Hasan Piker goes on Ross Douthat. Piker has no filter, says Douthat, or at least that's a sympathetic way to describe his marathon Twitch sessions, Twitch podcasts which cover everything. He's self-proclaimed, blah, 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 blah. All right, whatever. So, like I said, I knew that it was going to be a contentious conversation, but it was going to be a polite one overall. And I hope that I was able to get some of the positions that I have across in a somewhat hostile, somewhat contentious, but very large platform. Because the New York Times, this YouTube video won't do like crazy numbers or whatever, and that doesn't matter. But the New York Times and interviews like this do reach a lot of power brokers, a lot of people who are in positions of power, right? So let's take a look. I think conservatives have a really great way of designing a narrative that makes sense to as broad of an audience as possible.
Everyone is in the business of crafting media narratives,
Yes.
right? And
I wish Democrats were a little bit better at it, to be fair.
Hasan Piker has no filter, or at least that's the generous way to describe his marathon streaming broadcasts.
Fascists need to go to prison permanently. Sig Heiling has one use. You're a Nazi. If Donald Trump is going somewhere, it is certainly not heaven. Israel is an illegal entity, okay?
Which cover everything from the war in Gaza.
It's crazy to me that we treat Israel like this unstoppable force, like they are not human beings that are making these decisions to bomb schools, mosques, hospitals.
To his fitness regimen.
Are you on creatine? Yes, I love creatine. I love creatine.
He's a self-proclaimed Marxist and anti-imperialist.
We here in the United States of America live under the comfort of being a part of the labor aristocracy.
Who's been hopefully called the left's answer to Joe Rogan, and who's compared himself to Rush Limbaugh. And he keeps getting suspended from his platform, Twitch, for language that he calls hyperbolic and other people call incitement.
Is this person calling for the death of a U.S. senator? Of course not. Hello. If you're watching this, that means I just got banned.
Is he the future of the left? Or is he just another example of how living on the internet drives everyone insane? Hasan Piker, welcome to Interesting Times.
We are living in some interesting times, considering that it is you, Ross Douthat, who is interviewing me for the New York Times. I feel like that's very interesting.
Who else would it be, man? This is a show. This is a place for the interesting perspectives of our moment.
Did you hear this intro? Yeah. No, I didn't hear this intro. It's new.
Oh. I think that's what you represent, and we're gonna get into that. We're gonna talk about the Hasan Piker worldview. We're gonna talk about debates about political violence. But I thought we should start because I know what you do. I'm very tech savvy. Obviously, I'm very online. I understand the internet, but there may be some listeners and viewers who don't know what a Twitch streamer is. So I want you to tell me what a Twitch streamer is.
Yeah, Twitch streamers broadly, for the most part, play video games. I'm a little bit unique to the space because I cover politics. I do news and political commentary for the most part. I do lifestyle stuff as well, and I do the regular things that Twitch streamers do on the side, but that's secondary. But Twitch is basically a live streaming platform. So for the boomers that read the New York Times, I would say it's like YouTube, but it's always live. It's like just live stream YouTube. That's it.
Right. So when I make a podcast, I come into this beautiful, wonderful studio and I sit down and it's like a self-contained thing, but then it's edited and cut up and, turned into the product. Right. But when you sit down, you go for 7 hours? Like what?
If you ask my audience now, they'll say half day Hasi, and they'll say 7 hours, which is a joke. But yeah, I used to do it for 8 to 10 hours every day, but you've cut back. I'm 34 now.
Yeah.
So I lowered it to 7.
Okay. And you're doing it after we record this, right?
Yeah.
So
I go 7 days a week as well.
Every Sunday. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think if someone, they can see you right now with the mic and the background, right? But if someone who wasn't familiar with this sort of dropped into the stream, they'd see other stuff on screen, right?
Yeah.
So what would they see? What do you share the screen with?
Normally, at any given moment, if you tune in, you can either see me full screen like this, just doing direct-to-camera commentary, or most likely reading an article, criticizing it, piece by piece. And also sometimes I offer commentary over media from TV channels as well. And it's a broad spectrum of political ideology.
And you're also talking to people who are talking to you though, right?
So there are tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of concurrent live viewers
right,
that are in my chat. So we broadly call it chat.
They're on the side of the screen. You can see it as well. It's just constantly going up and down like it's the Matrix, right? Because it's a constant flow of thoughts. And I don't know exactly how I figured this out. Maybe it's my ADHD, but I have been able to somehow offer commentary that people consider compelling,
right,
while simultaneously
responding
browsing through.
And you're responding. Somebody writes a
Why is he infantilizing you? No. This part is actually pretty good. So what he's doing here for like the first, I would say like 15 minutes to 20 minutes is explaining what I do to a media executive that's like 60 years old. Okay? Because you have to remember, like, for you, this is every day. Of course you know what the fuck I do. But for a person that reads the New York Times and is familiar with Ross Douthat, that person has no clue what the fuck I do. They don't know what Twitch is. They don't know anything. And the reason why he's actually giving this backstory, and it's the right thing to do for the record, but the reason why he's giving this backstory here is because he's going to then at least give me like an honest shake. Because he's going to obviously criticize me, but he wants to make sure that it is contextually appropriate. Because if he just like came into it and said, you've said this and you've said that, then we would have to go back and forth on like, well, it's a long, the medium requires you to talk endlessly for 7 hours with like constant feedback, and a lot gets lost in the sauce, a lot gets lost in the messaging, all this stuff. Instead of doing that, he's basically explaining to people exactly what this is.
And says,
But he's also belittling a little bit. No, I don't even think so. I think that's just the tone he takes. Because the reality of the matter is, if Ross Douthat wanted to belittle someone like myself, he just wouldn't do this at all. He would just write an article. I think what he wanted to do instead was not to belittle me, but to present me as somewhat of a dangerous figure in American politics. Because I do think he considers me to be somewhat of a dangerous figure in American politics. The other side of it, the belittling side of it, was when he actually, like that guy was just saying in the chat, the belittling side of it comes from like, oh, well, you live in a nice mansion. Like, you don't want violent, revolutionary violence to come down your doorstep. Like, not understanding that, like, yeah, I don't want that in general. Like, I understand that violence is a constant presence in politics, but like, my advocacy revolves around reform. Anyway, let's continue.
That's stupid, Hasan, because of this. And you're like, no, gremlin user 47.
Exactly.
I'm brilliant. You say something, right?
Well, I wouldn't. I don't know if I would say that.
No.
But sometimes it's complementary information that's coming in. So it's almost like a hive mind that can quickly extract and find information all around the internet. And sometimes it's contentious, where people come in and they're right-wingers, or they come in and they're liberals who disagree with me on something, and they'll be like, this is wrong, here is why you're wrong. And then there's like a very quick, spirited debate. And sometimes it can even get a little heated. So the way I've always described what I do is that I'm basically like Rush Limbaugh, but for Zoomers. So it's almost like AM radio in the spirit of like conservative commentary, but obviously I think I have a higher standard for the veracity of the information that I'm looking at, because a big part of what I do, I think, especially in this age on the internet, is sift through the misinformation. So a big part of what I do is also just like going through all of that and in real time, and also trying to instill some sense of media literacy in the audience. So I explain it as I'm holding your hand through the journey of reading the news.
Do you take a bathroom break? Like, what's your...
I do.
How many bathroom breaks do you take?
I don't know, but
okay.
There are some people in the community that time my bathroom breaks,
okay.
And I think
So
what
about
can range
food?
Anywhere from...
Well, I don't even know how long the bathroom breaks are, actually.
The bathroom breaks range from 22 seconds
right,
to sometimes a minute and 10. But I'm away from the screen for a brief moment.
Yep.
And oftentimes I'll just have like the video running, like the live video feed running. And I'll stay tuned to it so I'm not like missing anything. I'll have my father, who comes and stays with me over extended periods of time, make me a meal and I'll eat that on camera as well. Because I'm live for 7 hours a day.
Right.
I eat at the same time every single day. I have a very strict regimen.
And so regimen. So like, how does your body feel? So after I podcast, this is, too much confession, but it's like I'm kind of exhausted in a way that is not the case if you sit down and write a column, I assure you, right? Like it's a physical experience to talk to someone or interview them in a way that I didn't expect before I got into this business, right? And most of the time you do have guests, but most of the time you're not doing interviews, but you are arguing with people in real time, right? Like, are you just spent at the end of the 7 hours, or do you like go off and exercise? Like what is the lifestyle?
Well, the lifestyle that your paper's style section actually documented was
I read that piece.
Yeah, so it was quite the controversial title for that piece that everybody seemingly got mad at, but you're absolutely correct.
Wait, what was the title? What was the title?
I think it was a progressive mind and a MAGA body or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So it depletes my social battery unlike anything else that I've ever done. After the end of like a 7, 8, 10-hour broadcast, I do oftentimes feel the need to just like kind of unwind, and I have a hard time just like talking to people
I can
in the
imagine.
immediate aftermath of that, because the way I see it, like you're constantly on. You have to be entertaining every single second of the 8-hour broadcast. Like you can't have dead air. You have to be constantly entertaining people, or constantly trying to educate people. So there are some difficulties in that. You're also constantly online, and in order not to feel super isolated and super sheltered from how regular people operate and how they feel, I always find that I ground myself basically by being around what I like to call normies or civilians. And I spend most of my time offline, directly outside, going to public parks, hanging out with my friends, and also working out is a big part of this as well, obviously.
Well, you can't have the MAGA body if you aren't working out, right?
Yeah,
that's what they tell
as...
me. I haven't put it to the test yet, but what? So you mentioned you're 34, right? So you're too old. You're too old to go for 9 or 10 hours. You have to go for 7 hours. You don't have a family, right? You're not married.
No.
Are you going to be doing this at 50? At my age of 45, the ancient years?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. The reason why I said that is because like I've designed everything in my life so that I can continue doing this. This is what I'm good at. This is the only thing I'm good at.
Well, you've designed it, but like not to play the social conservative advice giver, right? But like, do you want to have kids? Like,
I do, yeah.
Okay, but you might have to redesign your life someday.
Yeah.
Fit the kids in. Well, there might be an issue, but yeah. All right, let's.
No, I meant like there is no issue with scaling back on certain aspects of my life, is what I mean.
Right. So the weekends could free up someday.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
For sure.
All right. Let's talk about the cause then. What you're fighting for. Give me the Hasan Piker worldview. What do you believe?
I believe that the United States of America is a profoundly wealthy nation. It's the wealthiest nation on earth right now. And therefore, it could be doing right by all of the people that are in the United States of America, and yet it refuses to do so. And I want to, through a system of at first modest social democratic reforms, basically claw back autonomy for the everyday person, and hopefully give them more of a voice in their workplace and also in the political process as well, and slowly but surely yield more egalitarian outcomes. On the global dominance side, I think that we should significantly scale back imperialism and the endless wars that we engage in, and focus on helping people in this country, and even focus on helping people in other countries, but in a meaningful way. Not in a way where we change their own internal governance structures aggressively and sometimes directly through intervention and by force.
Okay. So situate that narrative relative to actual Democratic politicians and activists and so on, right? Like, are you where Bernie Sanders is and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are? Or are you someone who's saying, that's a good start, but fundamentally, you know, we want to be democratic socialists, but with an emphasis on the socialism? Like, how far do you want to take the transformation of America?
Okay. So it's not just the transformation of America. I think it's the transformation of global politics in its entirety. I think that capitalism was an evolution away from feudalism and monarchies, and I think it was a fantastic evolution away from that structure. And liberal capitalist democracies, I think, for a very long time presented this wonderful new evolution. But I think it's time for an alternative vision to take place, considering that the tremendous amount of bloodshed that keeps propping up this system continues. And I feel like we have an opportunity to move away from this, especially at a time when liberalism is demonstrably failing. And we are seeing, even as Cass Sunstein recognizes, illiberals that are taking advantage of this situation. Now, of course, he would probably consider me to be illiberal in some respects.
Well, we don't have to say illiberal. Let's say post-liberal, right? So you've got people on the right who would call themselves post-liberal. You've got religious post-liberals. You've got the Curtis Yarvin. You know, we're going to have a Silicon Valley king post-liberal, right? So you're a left post-liberal. I think that's fair. But
yes, I wouldn't say I'm a liberal, yeah.
Right, you're post, right? So you want something
I agree with everything you said about your mission, but holy wordy answer, man. For newbies to the channel sound like Hakeem Jeffries speak. Brother, I'm talking to the New York Times. I'm talking to Ross Douthat. I have to be very careful with the words I'm choosing. You will see exactly why I have to be very careful with the words I'm choosing. Okay? The fuck?
Liberalism was good for a while, but it's generated too many inequalities. It's too harsh on the world. But what is the alternative? Is it Marxist? Is it essentially deeper and more profound government management of the economy? What are we talking about?
I think I don't have the perfect solution for this, and this is something that I readily admit, but I think moving in the direction of socialism would be a wonderful start. And the reason why I say that is because, as you mentioned, like a lot of the post-liberal conversations almost always revolve around unifying strength in the hands of one singular figure or one person, going back to a neo-feudalist or like a
aristocratic
crypto monarch structure that Curtis Yarvin advocates for. What I'm advocating for is more democracy, principled democracy. Not even in the anarchist sense where everything has to be handled with, or all unjustifiable hierarchies must be abolished through direct participation, but at least like having a more democratic process and getting people more involved, starting at the point of commodity production and then moving all the way to political participation.
I want to talk in a minute about sort of how you developed this worldview and your background. But I want to pause on that idea of sort of democratic change, right? Is all effective change democratic? Or, the thing that the original post-liberal Marxists tended to believe, right, was that, there's certain things you can accomplish through a democratic system, but there's also revolutionary moments, right? To be clear, this isn't just a Marxist idea, obviously. This is the United States of America. We're founded on a revolution, right? But like, what is your view of revolution as a potential transformative force in the world?
All politics, in my worldview, revolves around the distribution of resources and the distribution of power. And a big part of that component is, of course, violence as well. Revolutionary violence, for example. And it just simply means like who gets to do the violence and who gets to be on the receiving end of that violence that we have normalized. Because the systems that we exist under are inherently violent. All political systems are. It's just more so about redirecting that. And I know violence is such a scary concept in this when we're discussing in this way, but we're talking about it in an academic context. But basically, the idea is that
why did you only stream outside for like 2 hours, Lamar? You could have watched your own interview any other day. What do you want me to do, man? I had other news to cover. Let me do what I'm doing, okay? You do what you're doing.
Instead of having a system that currently benefits the very few, I want a system that benefits as many people as possible, that has more, like I said, egalitarian outcomes.
It did not seem like he just wanted you arrested a little bit. I jokingly said that this is Ross Douthat very gently nudging the administration to arrest me in the aftermath of this interview.
And the current system, as you said, uses violence. And yeah, all political systems are about the monopoly of force in the end, right? But you use the phrase redirect violence. What does it mean to say we need to redirect violence?
I mean, first of all, I abhor violence. Let's just start there, right? But violence in this abstract concept would be equivalent to the structural violence of poverty, for example. So when I'm talking about violence, I want to make it very clear. I'm not talking like go out, take up arms, and like start shooting people, right? I'm talking about the structural violence of poverty. Redirecting that in the same way would be the structural violence of equity.
Right. Because the structural eradication of unjust wealth. Would that be fair?
That would be a better way to.
So the socialist society does not go out and shoot people.
No, yeah.
Though this has happened in some socialist societies in the past. I should just note. But it goes into you live in LA, right? So it goes into Beverly Hills or something, and it says today the city council has voted to expropriate your.
Dude, I'm convinced of it. He used the Reddit talking points. No, he didn't. He didn't use Reddit talking points. This is fucking Ross Douthat. Hasan is not a revolutionary. He just appreciates violence, and he used a clip from Asman when he half-sourced it from you. No, calm down, okay? This is the fucking New York Times. They did not source their target. This is not the free press, okay? All of the snark that you are experiencing from Ross Douthat is coming from him and maybe one of his like producers, okay? That's homegrown. You guys are crazy. You don't understand. You literally don't understand it. I'm sure he used the Asman clip because like someone in his payroll brought it up. But like, I will say Ross is very good at what he does here. He knows what he's doing, even though I hate it. Yeah, he is setting this up, and you will see in a second. He's setting this up to say your worldview is violent, and I know he's setting it up to say that, and that's precisely why I'm starting the conversation by describing what I mean when we're talking about violence, like the structural forms of violence, because basically poverty is structural violence. Not being able to make rent and then being evicted is structural violence, right? Eviction is a violent process. And the reversal of that process would be seemingly violent for those with the power, those with capital. It would be violent to force the landlords to no longer be able to evict people, for example, or be violently taking away their profit margins, eradicating or shredding their profit margins in its entirety. That would be a different way to examine structural violence in a hypothetical socialist utopia. The IRS collecting taxes, which I think brought up in this conversation eventually, is what libertarians would consider to be the state exercising or enforcing its monopoly of violence by telling you you're going to go to prison if you don't fucking pay the taxes. So when I talk about structural violence of that sort, even the reformist positions that I have that are fairly modest, reformist positions that I have, like increasing taxes, for example, yeah, that will be seen as something that is unimaginably violent for those who are at the highest percentage in the highest tax bracket. The reason why I started this conversation with structural violence, however, is because I know it's going to go back to direct violence, the type of violence that liberals actually see as truly violent, because no one actually recognizes structural violence as like another form of violence, okay?
Lavish undeserved wealth and return your homes to the people. And that's backed up by police power, so it's violent, but it's not shooting people against the wall. But like, is that what you mean? That kind of redirection?
A similar structure I think like has been attempted or was exhibited in Cuba, and I think it was Fidel Castro himself who personally took back any farmland from his own family members that went above and beyond what the state had designed. Now, obviously, this is a terrifying concept for a lot of people. So this is so far out in the future.
Yep. Right.
Yeah, this is so far out in the future for even someone like myself that, like, I don't even see the necessity of arguing on how this would work, because I'm more invested in, especially in the short term, getting socialized medicine, like getting universal health care, getting free schooling, all the way up to the college education, especially for public universities, ensuring that we have some semblance of government competition, if you want to call it that,
right,
that interferes with the regular market to claw back housing prices, for example, by creating public housing, things that exist in other fairly robust social democracies, and things that actually a lot poorer nations have been able to develop. Just good governance.
Okay, but we're having a debate right now about political violence in the U.S. Right? So yes, I agree. The expropriation of the property of wealthy Angelenos is abstract, and we can, far in the future, right? But debates about political violence in this moment aren't. And your platform, Twitch, is right now looks like it might be one of the Trump administration's targets in the aftermath of the Kirk shooting. There's been a lot of...
Is he low-key coming at you for living in LA? It's a not-so-subtle jab at, like, you're a fake revolutionary. You live in a nice house. Of course you don't want that. But he fails to comprehend that, like, I want more equitable outcomes for every single person. The example I always use was when people would be like, socialist but as a Porsche. And it's like, if in the future, in Los Angeles, if the only way that we could achieve robust public transit was for me to dump my fucking car into the ocean, I'd be the first to dump my car into the fucking ocean. Okay? That's it. That's it. It doesn't matter. I want these outcomes for everyone. And yes, this is consequential for my bottom line as well, but I don't give a shit. But in the interim, the idea that, like, I have to live like fucking Diogenes is stupid.
How about, we're going to go after institutions and organizations that support political radicalism or incite violence. I think Congress is calling CEOs from Discord and Steam and Twitch and Reddit to testify next month.
Yeah.
Why are they doing this? Why is Twitch a target?
I suspect a big part of the reason why Twitch is a target here, even though it was not mentioned in the investigation at all, like, there's no evidence that Tyler Robinson, the alleged shooter of Charlie Kirk, was ever on Twitch. He might have been, right? But there's no evidence for it whatsoever. But the reason why they're being called in, I think, is specifically because the administration currently is, in my opinion, perhaps in a very cynical manner, utilizing Charlie Kirk's death as a way to bring about significant clawbacks of the First Amendment, free expression and free organization, free organizing of the political left. And they haven't necessarily made this a secret either. They've gone after Jimmy Kimmel and numerous other cultural figures that conservatives have of petty grievances around, right? And they've done so in a way where even the most vanilla, the most timid assessment of events is enough for the administration to pull the FCC in to demand taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air. And this has created tremendous backlash from even Republicans, as a matter of fact, because a lot of people do love free speech. I love free speech. I come from a country that does not have free speech. I came to the United States of America from Turkey originally, a country that actually does jail political dissidents and journalists quite frequently. And I don't want that to happen here in the United States of America.
Right. But
but that is what they're going towards.
Right. So you have the Jimmy Kimmel controversy as of...
Yeah. Look, he's like, his position basically is, he doesn't ever fully say it, but his position basically is, yeah, it's really stupid that they went after Jimmy Kimmel. They should have went after you instead. Because you do deserve getting arrested for your speech.
As of this conversation, he's back on the air. But what they're doing with calling in Twitch and so on, like, that's kind of about you, right? Like, you are a target.
For sure.
Right? And are you a target? Are you a target just because You say, you're some kind of Marxist who wants to be post-liberal, or is it something else?
I think conservatives have a really great way of designing a narrative that makes sense to as broad of an audience as possible, even though their own setback is oftentimes how hard they go after certain people. But in the grand design of things, if you look at like the Antifa designation as a domestic terror group, for example, if you read the executive order, it makes sense. They're presenting this as this violent leftist organized unit that is like responsible for so much political violence that's taking place. It's of course built up around this hysteria that they expertly craft as a media narrative first and foremost.
Okay,
but then they want to tackle it.
Think, notice how anytime I start cooking, he goes, okay. And he has to interject. Like, I want to talk about some serious shit. And he's like, okay, but what about you? He's teasing the idea of you being violent might have more validity than you're leading on as snarky and gross. No, I know that. I knew that going in. I knew that going in. That's why I have to keep steamrolling through it to get to the meat of the matter. Because I also know the environment that I'm in. I'm speaking not to Ross Douthat. I'm speaking to New York Times readers, okay? Which also include, right-wing Republicans and conservatives that are going to see this and be like, wow, this is a dangerous guy. So on the one hand, that's what I'm cognizant of. But also on the other hand, I know that the real thing that Ross Douthat is not interested in talking about because he is a Republican is the fact that the administration is doing that, right? But he wants to legitimize the administration's actions in that direction by simply saying, well, you kind of deserve it, though. So if they do come after you, don't you think you deserve it? And yes, the New York Times readership is liberal, but Ross Douthat is not, or unless you mean liberal in like the actual political theory. What were your objectives? Inform and convince them? No, my objectives were to talk to a right-wing figure at the New York Times who is a pretty decent interviewer and get across some of my fears. Get across some of my fears about the Trump administration so that as broad an audience of New York Times readership as possible is also aware. It's the same shit that I do here every day.
Everyone is in the business of crafting media narratives,
Yes.
right? And
I wish Democrats were a little bit better at it, to be fair.
The media narrative around Antifa, right, exists at some level of hype, but also some level of reality, because if you lived in Portland, Oregon in the year of our Lord 2020, you had a lot of experiences of political protest and violence that involved people who called themselves Antifa. That was not fake, right? And it's also not fake that you are a provocateur, right? Like they're not, there are plenty of people on Twitch who...
We also will add a second thing onto the back end that I agree with, because like I do agree with being a political provocateur. I don't agree with the Antifa designation, but I agree with being called a political provocateur. So in that vein, like it looks like I'm agreeing with everything he's saying, but I'm actually agreeing with the second half of the statement.
Are, who they're not, who are not highlighted by conservatives, right? I just want to give you one more chance to describe the things about you in your own words that people are going after before I describe them for you.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that we'll get to that point as well. But like I said,
in just a second, we will.
The things that I advocate for are pretty clear. But of course, this is something that conservatives have experienced and have considered cancel culture or like wokeness in particular for quite a bit, where you can just like reframe someone and smear them, especially in the format that I exist in. It's quite simple to take people completely out of context or make it seem as though they are incapable of using metaphor or incapable of being insincere or hyperbolic in moments, right? And so it kind of goes back to the same thing as like Antifa is a serious threat to American stability and order, and it's an organized unit that must be tackled because they're justifying violence against,
and what do they think you
police
are? What do they
officers
think,
and things of that nature?
The equivalent of that would be conservatives saying that you're inciting violence, right?
Yes, I think that is precisely what they're going to try to do. And not just like inciting violence necessarily, but inciting terror, right?
Revolutionary
I think-
terror, you might say.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And I
Right.
think that is the grand design and the ways in which the conservative apparatus is going to try and stamp out any sort of political discontent, like any sort of political dissent, really. Because that much has been clear to me, where it's not just about people like myself who they can single out and target and say are like, you know, very
Right.
scary individuals, but it's also Gavin Newsom, right? Like Gavin Newsom will come out and make this symbolic gesture where he has no power over federal agents, but he'll say that in the next year, ICE agents that are conducting ICE operations in California state have to be unmasked when they're doing this, right? And this is, I think, it's a fairly reasonable provision, even though it's ultimately symbolic. Having said that, however, the conservative apparatus will point to that as like Gavin Newsom wants to kill ICE agents and dox them. Like that's not the case, right? I mean, that's ridiculous.
All right, so let's make this a little more.
Yeah, he hated every single time I compared myself, every single time I packaged like what the administration is actually doing, he would just get a little annoyed and try to get it back to just me. Because his entire framework is like the administration might come after you, and when that happens, it's actually totally just because you're a rabble rouser. Now, of course, obviously he doesn't fully subscribe to that notion, because if he thought I was like a dangerous terrorist, he wouldn't be having a non-contentious conversation or somewhat contentious conversation with me. Okay? But he is actively in this conversation trying to separate me from the likes of Jimmy Kimmel and separate me from the likes of Gavin Newsom. But from the administration's perspective, there is no stopping. And that's my point. There is no stopping at HasanAbi Piker, the dangerous radical, because I'm not a dangerous radical to begin with, I think. He might consider me that, but he's also, you know, a pro-life Republican and someone who's very right-wing. Like, I consider him to be a dangerous radical, right? So basically, the goal here is to separate me from the rest of the crop of, like, you know, high-profile liberals that the administration is going after. But unfortunately for him, the administration is going after them even harder than they're going after me. Okay? So that's why he keeps getting annoyed. And it's not even that he's annoyed with me. It's more so that he's annoyed with the administration. Did you think you were a moron going into this? He really undermined his own approach by letting you humanize and contextualize these topics before his analysis. No, I think that was fair of him to do so. I don't think he thinks I'm a moron, but I think he thought that I would dance around too much and I wouldn't appear confident in my worldview. Like, I mean, think about it this way. He had a similar conversation with, like, Peter Thiel, for example. He talks to a lot of very powerful people. He talks to a lot of very powerful people who are very confident in their abilities, even if they actually don't have the skill to properly communicate their positions. Peter Thiel is one of those people, right? And that's why he had like a awesome moment with Peter Thiel where he was like, "Are you the Antichrist?" And he's like, or do you want humanity to survive? And he's like, I don't know. I think that's maybe what he thought he could get out of this potentially, because I don't think he's like a huge fan of mine or anything. So I think he thought like even if he was like charitable in the beginning, he would be able to cook. But the problem there is twofold. One, while he might consider my worldview to be radical, I don't think it actually is. It might come across as radical if you look at like some edge cases or whatever, some clips out of context, but he's not indecent enough to go that hard on that kind of stuff, because that's like not the New York Times way. Because if he were to go that hard, then I think even the New York Times audience would be like, the fuck are you doing? Like at a time when Donald Trump is the president and Donald Trump is literally talking about fucking killing protesters and shit, you're focusing on some like random left-wing Twitch streamer that I've never heard of? The fuck's this? Like he would look too insincere. He thought you would spend all your time defending yourself instead of criticizing the admin's fascistic actions. That's also true. But I'm not there to talk about myself. Zohar Mamdani does a very good job with this as well. I haven't followed you for a really long time. Am I missing something? How they think you're violent? I assume you share the same confusion. Shit don't make sense. No, I know exactly where that animosity is coming from. There are clips out there, of course, over the course of tens of thousands of hours that people could point to from many years ago, or even recently, like when I talked about how Democrats need to be cutthroat in debates. They need to shank their opponents. Like, I'm being hyperbolic, but Republicans would clip that to be like, he wants people to kill people. Like, he wants Nancy Pelosi to take a knife out and, like, unironically stab, Mike Johnson or some shit. So, like, there are plenty of instances where you can do that to someone like myself, especially. The way the way I've come to terms with this is that it is virtually impossible. It is virtually impossible for any human being on the planet who speaks to as large an audience as I do for as long as I have in a medium where there is constant back and forth communication with haters and whatnot. It is virtually impossible for them to remain infallible, to look like they have never had a moment that can be clipped out of context. It's impossible. No, they're trying to preempt the Dems going the influencer route when people were calling for a leftist Joe Rogan to galvanize young progressives. That too.
Concrete. You are telling a story where it's you and Jimmy Kimmel and Gavin Newsom, right? And you're all targets of the conservative app.
I don't want to ask him if he thinks Alex Jones should be in prison because I think he would say yes.
Apparatus. Okay, but you're pretty different from Jimmy Kimmel and Gavin Newsom. In part, a lot for reasons we were just discussing, right? They're liberals. They're good milquetoast liberals, whatever they may say. And you are more radical. You're post-liberal in some way. You want a different horizon, a different future. But beyond that, you are also willing to push your rhetoric certainly further than Jimmy Kimmel does, right? And I say this, I want to be clear. I have a pretty high tolerance for, let's say, vivid political rhetoric. I came of age as a newspaper columnist in the 2010s when my liberal friends were all saying, like, oh, every time the Tea Party, talks about revolution and taking our country back, they're inciting violence. And now I live in a world where my conservative friends say Gavin Newsom's inciting violence. Anyone who calls Trump a fascist is fighting violence. I think this is
not even a Hassan Piker fan, and I do not understand how people blame him for barely existing leftist bias. You should have gone harder on the cancer of liberalism to the New York Times audience, in my opinion. No, I need the liberals who are reading the fucking newspaper to be my allies when the administration comes after me. You're wrong. Your analysis is not even controversial from most political science. I do not understand why you get so much hate. You can read books with similar analysis to yours. Yes, because those are books that you read in college, and they're not being blasted on the timeline to hundreds of thousands of young people in America. That's the difference. Like, I'll give you an example. The indigenous indigenous rights professor at Cornell University, who's Jewish, was recently suspended for teaching a course on Palestine. Okay, the professor is Jewish, and that professor was suspended after, there was a Unit 8200 IDF guy in the class. He was filming people. He was being disruptive, whatever, right? But that professor initially was targeted by Canary Mission and Richie fucking Torres. Okay? Why am I talking about this professor? Because it proves the argument that I'm presenting to you. When Canary Mission actually targeted this professor, I'm going to pull the quote for you real quick. Okay? They actually pointed to something that he talked about in his lecture. Okay? The thing he said only comes across as offensive to those who are completely not knowledgeable about the issue, about Hamas. This was it. Are you ready? Richie Torres, posting a Canary Mission tweet, says, Eric Chaffetz, who's a Cornell professor, demonizes Israel and lionizes Hamas, treating good and evil as evil, good as evil and evil as good. He insists Hamas is morally different from Al-Qaeda and ISIS because it does not advocate for universal jihad. It simply seeks to wipe Israel off the map. Chaffetz is untroubled by genocide when the target is the homeland of the Jewish people. Poisonous professors like Chaffetz are poisoning young minds at taxpayer expense. This is the quote. Unlike Al-Qaeda or ISIS, Hamas does not advocate for universal jihad. It is focused solely on the liberation of Palestine from Zionist fundamentalism, in parentheses apartheid, and the end of the state of Israel. November 4th, 2023. Now, nothing that Eric Chaffetz, who is Jewish himself, by the way, said there is actually even remotely offensive. As a matter of fact, it's the exact opposite. It is what you need from college professors. You need honesty and truth from educators in these esteemed institutes of higher learning like Cornell. What he is saying is factually accurate. Okay? This is not an opinion. This is just a fact. He is describing a fact. But to the broader audience, that fact is something that they don't want to hear. Okay? That's a fact that they do not want to hear. So what do? They bastardize that fact, they chop it up, or sometimes directly present that factually accurate statement and go, can you believe this college professor said this? So yes, while certain things might be completely true in an academic context, it can be very dangerous for a much larger audience to hear that scary truth. Okay? At least in the eyes of those who are very powerful and have an interest in making sure that the broader audience doesn't hear the truth. So my problem isn't that I'm engaging in like violent rhetoric or whatever. My problem is that I'm saying stuff like this, but oftentimes also using hyperbole, jokes, and making that process as entertaining as possible. And because of that, I'm able to do that to a much larger audience than a college professor could in their own lecture. That's the fear. That's what makes it so crazy for a lot of people. Because if Eric Chaffetz was saying that on a Twitch stream, he'd get yelled at all the same. As a matter of fact, he's getting yelled at for doing it in a fucking lecture that is directly about anti-colonial movements. His lecture is about Hamas. His lecture is about other indigenous movements that have fought against previous forms of empire and contemporary current forms of empire, imperial power. It's the medium that I do it and the way that I do it that makes it very scary for a lot of people. Do you understand? Because before the internet, there was a filter, as Noam Chomsky talks about, right? There was a filter for someone to reach a very broad audience, to reach this massive audience, massive number of people. You could only get there if you were from an aristocratic family or you went to the right schools, you kissed the right asses, and you chose your words very carefully, and you got elevated through the regular process in mainstream news, okay? And therefore, people self-censored in order to get to that level, in order to be in front of, in order to have the privilege of being in front of a massive audience and to be able to influence them. Whether they were going through that process in a newspaper, or whether they were going through that process through a television channel, doesn't matter. But now that the internet exists, you can have even larger audiences than CNN while sitting in a fucking hotel room or while sitting in your own living room, okay? And you don't have to filter yourself in that same way. But that's what's so scary about what I'm doing. That's what's so worrisome about what I'm doing, because you can't have people being like Israel's a fucking illegal criminal entity that is doing genocide. Because if there weren't more independent voices on the internet, if there wasn't TikTok, there wasn't like people on Twitter and whatnot saying this over and over again, you wouldn't see this level of mass discontent. It's about controlling flows of information. Why do we think TikTok was sold to Larry Ellison? Because the algorithm that was previously controlled by a foreign government was allowing unique thoughts to flourish in that algorithm, allowing speech that normally would not ever be heard in front of as broad of an audience as it was being heard on TikTok. If this wasn't so important or so scary for those who want to control flows of information, if they didn't consider this to be dangerous, they wouldn't have sold TikTok. They wouldn't have forced TikTok to be sold to someone who is one of the biggest donors to the IDF, right? Yes, even after the sale, it's still controlled by a foreign government. I know. It's Israel instead of China. I know. Doesn't matter.
Country. I think if you want to call Donald Trump a fascist, you're free to do so. If I want to call you a commie, I'm free to do so.
People do it all the time.
People do it all the time. Yeah. But this is my reading, and I'll let you tell me why I'm wrong in a minute. I think you push further, and I think you like to play with the rhetoric of violence. So like you were suspended from Twitch, I think, for a day.
Still, you are arguing for a process of consolidation that should be normal in a functioning democracy, not calling for anarchy or violence. I know, but his entire purpose here is to say I am actively calling for violence. And if I were to, like, when he initially started asking me about, like, you know, what my worldview is, he wanted me to say, like, no, through a system of violence, we will seize the means of production or some shit. So he could just start talking about how dangerous of a rhetoric it is. And for the record, there are plenty of people who do believe that. And no, that's not a fucking dangerous rhetoric either, okay? That's not. Let's be real. That's not fucking actually dangerous rhetoric. Partially because it's completely marginal. And partially because of the same exact underlying principle that I mentioned as well, which is structural violence being a constant and permanent part of people's existence. And yes, people resisting against that. I'm Osama, you ain't like us, you fucking loser. What? Anyway, I don't know what the fuck that guy was on, but my point is there are people who do believe that, and they are either marginal figures or overall, at most, they're talking about like historic examples that have existed. And the only reason why we see that as like a form of violence, as opposed to like World War II being a form of violence that is like permissible, is because they're on the other side. They're on the opposing side. We're capitalists. It's that simple. If the entire world was socialist and you had a bunch of capitalists living in a fucking socialist government and they were fantasizing about capitalist forms of violence, the socialist government would look at that and go, this is dangerous. This is violent rhetoric. It's that simple. We live in a capitalist country. Of course, any sort of redistributive policies are looked at with tremendous scrutiny. Obviously, that's the reason why people even fucking yell at me when I say we want to give socialized medicine to Americans. Like that is seen as a dangerous prospect, a dangerous proposition for many people.
It was an argument you were having about Medicare fraud, right? And the GOP was going to crack down on Medicare fraud. And you said, well, if they really cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. This is the Florida Senator.
People always try to paint you as more radical than you actually present yourself on stream for some reason. You don't even really advocate for violent revolution. You make fun of the revolution now, vanguardists, but they always simultaneously call you a dangerous revolutionary, but also a fake LARP at the same time. Yes. The reason why people present me as a much more violent and much more radical figure than I actually am is because for the current time frame and for the current material realities that we exist under and for the current political realities that we exist under, my rhetoric reaching this many people is dangerous for them. Okay? Israel gets to mutilate children with regular frequency every single fucking day. Israel gets to annihilate the Palestinian population. That is not seen as violence because that's the state doing that. Okay? How dare you call that out? But on the other side, if you turn around and say, no, people do have, under international law, a complete fucking legal right and moral responsibility to resist against a genocidal apartheid regime destroying their lives, then you're the fucking violent one.
And it's a reference to the fact that Scott's company paid some huge fines for, they were engaged in some kind of Medicare fraud, right? But you didn't say we should put Rick Scott in jail for Medicare fraud, right? You said,
if you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott.
This is not an Asmongold clip. This is from my own YouTube video, chatters.
You wouldn't make him a prominent part of the Republican Party.
Well, this was, for the record, this was in response directly to Mike Johnson. And it is something that I take ownership over. I did apologize for the language that I used instead of saying like, you know, just you should jail Rick Scott,
right?
Which would have been the most inoffensive. It was a hyperbolic statement that I made, not with like any sort of significant death threat issued to a sitting elected representative. Obviously,
I agree.
And
I don't think you were issuing a death threat. I agree.
Yeah. So, but you're right. That is hyperbolic language for sure, and it's one statement in a grand sea of others that of course gets highlighted through the same outrage machine, and then people demand punishments, and then those punishments do come down, and it causes me to be even more careful with my language. Having said that, given the 10-hour format that I have, there are definitely going to be weak moments where I just like say something without even thinking about what that might come across as.
Yeah. I mean, you do. Again, I read through. You have a lot of content, right? So I'm not going to tell you that I have read through every hour, every transcript. But I feel like I read enough to get a sense of sort of what you mean by hyperbole, right? And it means different things, right? It means like you're talking about landlords and why they're bad. I think you were talking to a landlord friend at the time, right? But you said, let the streets soak in their bleeping red capitalist blood, dude, right? So I
also said in a video game, but to showcase the silliness of the statement of itself.
Right. Okay. So it's like ironic, or is it Marxist revolutionary rhetoric? I just want to bring this to a fine point. There's the great case of Luigi Mangione, right? Who is charged with murdering the CEO.
Unsurprising that this is presented as some kind of advanced level tone policing critique. Yeah, I mean, that is what it is. Why is he talking to you like the school principal? Because that's what's going on. AKA, he read whatever viral conservatives think this guy wants to genocide the whites clips. Guys, it doesn't matter. Those clips are out there. Ross Douthat is probably one of the, I would say, one of the better formats and one of the better Republican thinkers to address those clips with. Okay, that's it. No way people are saying you lost the debate. No, who the fuck is saying that? The comments don't seem to think that at all. They actually enjoyed the conversation. Dude, I could fucking absolutely eviscerate whatever interlocutor in the marketplace of ideas, and there is going to be a crop of people online who are going to say, dude, he got fucking owned. That's just what they do. Those are the same people who, quite literally, when I made a public statement about not going to TwitchCon out of concern for the safety of others around me, not even myself, but the safety of others around me, literally use that as an opportunity to dunk. Okay? It doesn't matter. You need to understand, like, there's just gonna be people that do that regardless.
Of United Healthcare in broad daylight in New York City. And you're going to tell me that you've always said that murder is wrong and that Luigi Mangione should not have committed murder. But you've talked a lot about Luigi. And
of course. I think it's one of the most consequential, instances of adventurism, which I always will say is wrong, because I think it invokes social instability, which I think is bad in general to exist under. But what I try to always do, especially with the Luigi Mangione case, is to talk about the concept, for example, of social murder. The notion of our systems that already exist, like the privatization of healthcare and the denial of care that make people infinitely less tolerant than we normally would in a civilized society to an adventurous act of violence, such as the case is with Luigi Mangione.
Who is we?
I'm much more interested in talking about.
Just pause there. That make you're talking, because this is something you've done a bunch, right? You sort of You don't say I love Luigi. You're like, we people are, he's seen as a positive figure. He's for most of America. He says, I'm going to dish out what many Americans have experienced to the figurehead of that pain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think like most Americans sympathize with, like, who is the we who looks at shooting United Healthcare CEO and says that's understandable?
I think it's the people online that are not necessarily like card-carrying DSA members or whatnot, but just like
that's Democratic Socialists of America,
aunts,
just for
not the like the DSA guys or the Democratic Socialists of America or Party for Socialism and Liberation, but it's like the Barbaras and the Debras, as I like to call it, that live in the Midwest and are truly repulsed by the way that private healthcare operates in this country. And for them, I think the Luigi Mangione case is really unique because Americans do not like political violence, right? Nobody likes it. I mean, this is poll after poll that has shown everyone thinks that obviously murder is wrong. I think murder is wrong. Everyone thinks political violence is wrong. And yet, in the case of Luigi Mangione, a lot of people, I think, had such a deep personal experience with the way that the healthcare system has harmed them in some way that the reaction ultimately was very different than one I had expected. From the moment that, before they even found out who the alleged shooter was, from the moment that people recognized that the victim was the faceless CEO of a healthcare company, everyone immediately understood what the motive
not
was.
Faceless, right?
No, I'm saying like
for most people, the healthcare company had previously been faceless, and now there was a dead man who had a face, right?
Exactly, and I think that was a unique case that needed to be examined, and that's precisely the reason why the media was covering it in the same way as well. The only difference is that, tonally speaking, they were just more so outraged by the reaction in of itself rather than trying to examine why people felt this way. And I think what I try to do in this situation, I mean, look at this, bro. Look at this. YouGov, December 17th, 2024. Net favorability of Luigi Mangione, 18 to 29-year-olds, plus 9%. 30 to 44-year-olds, minus 1%. I mean, that's crazy. 18 to 44, either as a positive opinion or like 50-50 split on them. Yeah, if people have more financial security, then they have they have less interest in this kind of like dangerously unstable moment. That's it. If people are hopeless about their future, they end up leaning on adventurism. That is my argument. That is the point I'm making. It took people recognizing who the victim's job, not who the victim was, but just what the job was of the CEO or of the person who was shot, for them to immediately know, oh, I know what happened here. If Luigi Mangione went out and shot a cop, they would not have responded that way. Okay? If he went out and shot a politician, even people would not have responded that way. But healthcare is such a universal burden on all Americans that they literally understood exactly what the fuck was going on and responded the way that they did. And many others is to explain why people feel this way. Because for them, when their grandparent has cancer and then that treatment is denied or the coverage is denied, even though they're paying these incredibly costly premiums to this healthcare company, they view that as murder. They view that as a tremendous wrong that was done to them. And I seek to address these problems so that there isn't decentralized forms of violence where people make up their own minds and assume that they have the righteous vindication and they're going to go out and do things like this.
I don't know, man. I think you're kind of a hype man.
Yeah, but that is not a good counter to what I just said. Okay? If we're just going band for band on just debate, okay? We're talking about this from just the perspective of a debate, okay? I laid it out exactly. I said decentralized forms of violence is a risk. It's a risk for societal collapse because for many people, society is already unwinding. They understand they have universalized this burden of private healthcare. Okay, for them, they're like Brian Thompson. For the perspective of the average person, is people like Brian Thompson are responsible for a death of a loved one. Okay, by denying them coverage. I know he's a cog in the machine, and I know he's not directly responsible for it, but that's precisely how people reflected on it. And of course, I think it's worthy of analysis. And he goes, "Yeah, I don't know, man." How is that how is that? That's not a counter. I don't know. I think you like it. Okay, well, why did I describe everything then? Check the comments. Everything is negative, and he pinned the one neutral comment. Yeah, I have it right here, by the way. I don't know what he personally or what the New York Times personally pinned, but the reader picks are cooking him. I'd love to have someone take the most controversial statements that have been espoused by Hasan and contrast that with the inflammatory and insightful language of the mainstream media and the right. I think some folks would be surprised that, compared to some of Kirk's, Limbaugh's, or Carson's, or Poole's, or Coward's statements, he does not have nearly the same level of anger or vitriol that these people speak on. Truly, we live in some interesting times. Especially in the end, Ross comes across as totally out of his depth in a conversation that he's ostensibly leading. Hard to not see this whole exchange being emblematic of the media landscape. The traditional media seems to be operating in an outdated paradigm. That there's no doubt in my mind that Donald Trump is far more inflammatory than anything this man Hasan Piker can possibly say. And Donald Trump and his disgraceful minions have proven that they will attempt to carry out even every one of their violent and divisive acts in the name of my government. Whatever Mr. Hasan expresses, and I'm not at all familiar with him, I cannot express how disturbing I find the blasé manner in which Mr. Douthit attempts to associate people like me with violent rhetoric wherever it rears his ugly head, especially while he winks away through the disgrace of this administration. He explicitly says he doesn't endorse violence, so strange title. The double standard that the left has to be a paragon of virtue while they say everyone deserves healthcare, food, and a roof over their head is insane. Advocating for policies that end state violence is far less violent than what the right does and says. Hasan has a better grasp of political working class politics and the youth vote than 99.9% of elected Democrats. Now do the version where you investigate most of all political and cultural figures on the right. You don't see permission for violence in Kirk saying that gays should be stoned to death, in Kirk saying that he's willing to accept some gun deaths to maintain American gun culture, in Kirk saying trans people should be lobotomized. This is like people dunking on this Patrick guy who I guess said something like negative about me. You found the original Patrick comment? I'm not MAGA, voted for Harris. but I'll take 10,000 Charlie Kirks over 10,000 Hasan Pikers any day of the week. Pikers all over the map, as you'd expect from someone who streams his consciousness 7 hours a day. But there's an unmistakable permission for violence that runs through his interview. Charlie Kirk never did that. Ezra Klein took a lot of grief for complimenting Kirk's style, but I much prefer the one-on-one logical argumentative style over the run-on, formless dialogue with unseen and unheard viewers, peppering him with cash tips that characterizes Piker's whole shtick. By which I mean, Piker was a great interview subject. Nicely done, Mr. Douthit. I'm sure that many of your readers/listeners had no idea who Piker is or what he does, or the way he offers excuses for shocking violence under the banner of socialism and progressivism. And every one of the New York Times readers is like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is ludicrously revisionist about Charlie Kirk's public stances. Things like Islam is the sword of the left is using to slit the throat of America. Do you think that that's a call for his followers to engage in reasoned, measured debate with conflicting viewpoints to allow themselves to be convinced of things? Come off it. Marxists believe in ending the capitalist system just as liberals believe in ending the feudal system. Whether that process is violent or not is ultimately up to the ruling class. Patrick, more Patrick dunks. If you truly... Dude, they went crazy on my boy Patrick, okay? Patrick simply wanted to get a fucking slam in there and be like, fuck this Hasan guy. Charlie Kirk is so much better than him. And the New York Times readership is eating his ass alive. If you truly believe that Kirk never flirted with permission for violence, then you are very forgetful. Charlie Kirk was very nonchalant about excusing violence. For example, when thugs assaulted store workers and destroyed store property during the Pride Month in 2023, he further encouraged such displays of violence by painting them as shows of force. Literally, tonight we show them that they're the losers. Or when Paul Pelosi was attacked in his own home and Kirk encouraged his followers to bail him out while painting the attacks as karma against the Democrats. Or when he called the biblical passage that calls for the death penalty against homosexuals the perfect rule. Charlie Kirk was not the calm, reasonable, debating type you desperately pretend he was. Bro, if you get this dogpiled this hard by a bunch of fucking Barbaras, Deborahs that are New York Times readers who take the time out to fucking comment on a New York Times article, you gotta fucking unsubscribe from the New York Times, okay? You're cooked. You're getting, this is like getting fucking dunked on in the Pornhub's comment section, okay? Like, they said, smoke them. They fucking lined it up. Like, what are we doing? Douthit responds to Piker using the term adventurism. We already covered this. Today on Interesting Times, Ross pushing harder on a streamer from the left than he does when he interviews people on the right with actual power and incite the perpetuate actual violence. Peter Thiel and JD Vance. It's so obvious how we ended up here as a country and continually discouraging that our media continues to hand us the shovels that we use to dig ourselves deeper into a failing state. And even people who are like somewhat neutral to me that don't know who the fuck I am and are basically like, this is their first introduction to who I am. They basically say this, like, he's a fringe figure. He can have an audience of hundreds of thousands. But think about how tame he is in compared to the American extreme right, or even Rush Limbaugh back in the day. Piker doesn't consider conservatives un-American, doesn't hate them, doesn't want to use the power of the state to literally exterminate them. The reverse simply isn't true. Exactly. I want to literally exterminate their medical debt, dude. That's what I want for conservatives. Conservatives want me deported. I want conservatives' healthcare costs to be deported. That's the difference between me and the average fucking conservative. Now, they can fucking turn around and act as though they're not advocating for violence by simply presenting the Bible. They can be like, oh, the Bible told me it's okay to stone the gays. That's the Bible. Take it up with the Bible over and over again. I don't fucking sit around and go, look at Das Kapital. Das Kapital told me this. That's not what I'm doing. That's Bart from Idaho, by the way. Not a HasanAbi head. He is just fine. In case somebody bothers to understand what he's talking about, just fine. We are living in a baffling time in which a Twitch streamer is held to a higher standard than the President of the United States. I listened very carefully to this whole interview. I couldn't help but notice that every time I was especially compelled by Piker's response to something, which is to say, when I thought Piker was about to take down Douthit's assumption, thesis, argument in an especially powerful and eloquent way, Douthit would interrupt and either redirect or focus on a minute point, in effect derailing the narrative. This is a very smart tactic and one that is difficult to combat. It requires the interviewee to have 100% presence of mind and not be knocked off their feet. It's also a cheap tactic, understandable but cheap. Piker at moments overcame it by talking over Douthit's interruptions, but obviously Douthit had the home team advantage. To everyone's credit, though, I thought this was a great conversation, and I would be super supportive of more of this. The two sides need to keep talking to each other in this way instead of staying in echo chambers. Check this one. Hasan Piker has turned his reckless rhetoric into a full-time job. He's the guy who once said America deserved 9/11. Compared Hamas, okay, this guy is a fucking, this has to be like a Sex Pestini fan, right? I don't think the average New York Times reader is that tuned into, you know, This has got to be like a Ethan Kleiner or like a Asmongold fan or like a Sex Pez. The lone fucking check the YouTube comments. He pinned the one neutral comment. Everyone else is cooking him. Oh, on YouTube he pinned it. Love the podcast. Quickly becoming the best show. Ross tries to bait Hasan and call for an act of violence. Hasan chuckles. How to growing up in the Middle East radicalize you. This guy's a real piece of work. Nice to see a successful journalist sitting down with an up-and-comer like Ross. This reminds me of why I stopped reading the New York Times in the first place. It's hard to tell if Ross is intentionally misrepresenting Hasan with the explicit intent to deceptively warp his audience's perception, or his worldview is so distorted that he genuinely thinks what he said is true. I don't know which is worse. Insane interview. Ross putting words in Hasan's mouth and basically saying, I don't believe you when you say you don't advocate for violence is embarrassing. Hasan, people are being murdered by health insurance companies because they refuse to provide payment for curable illnesses, diseases, etc. That is structural violence. Ross, I don't know, man. I think you're hyping up the violence. That literally just happened. We just paused it right there. Like literally, that is verbatim a summary of the last 5 minutes of me like thoughtfully trying to describe to him, dude hated you before the interview, now hates you even more after reading those comments. No, I think like this'll work well for him because he got his point across, I think. And not only that, but also he not only did he get his point across, but then also on top of that, he was able to this will do good numbers. Like he gets good engagement out of this. So I don't think these guys care about that kind of stuff.
Though. Like yes, I agree. You're doing analysis, and sometimes the analysis, people would have celebrated Luigi Mangione, obviously, without you, Hasan Piker, talking about him all the time, right? But I listen to the way you talk about him. Like, you're fascinated by him, too. You're participating in the fascination, and you're doing a thing where you're like, well, you know, I'm not saying violence is good, but you've got to understand that there's other forms of violence in society besides this one, and people who like Mangione, they're saying this violence maybe isn't as bad as that kind of violence. And this just seems to me like you're not the guy who starts the revolution, but you're the violence appreciator. That's sort of how I feel about your Mangione coverage. You're out there, you're appreciating.
I wouldn't say that that's fair.
It's like, okay, tell me why it's not fair.
But the reason why I'm saying I wouldn't say that that's fair is because like I do make it obviously very clear that and I refer to this over and over again, adventurism and people taking matters into their own hands is a mere reaction to the social contract unwinding in real time in front of us. I don't think this is a good thing. I want to make sure that we have a system that helps everyone. And a part of that is creating the same social stability that existed. Now, you can do that by force, by stamping out dissent and moving in the direction of the Trump administration, or you can try and do that by addressing some of these inequities that exist that do actually harm a lot of people, right? Because I don't think you disagree with my assessment that systems are inherently violent, no matter which way they go, and that. And I assume you understand what I mean when I say like the social murder of tens of thousands of Americans in the process of having their healthcare coverage denied. Like it must interest you as well, right? Because it interests certainly people at CNN and many other mainstream outlets, like why people are doing this. But their reflection on it is,
I think it's 100% the case that people had certain people.
You want to know why this was a fucking lost cause for Ross? Because I feel like even Elizabeth Warren went on television after and everyone was like, why are people celebrating Luigi Mangione? We can't understand it. And even fucking Elizabeth Warren was like, why do you think? Like, look at the healthcare system. Like, what do you think is going on in the American healthcare system when people have their care coverage denied? Like, it's over at that point. Like, what do you expect? That's Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren is never going to say some shit like that.
People had terrible experiences with the health insurance bureaucracy.
Also, apparently, Ross Douthat defended Pinochet in his Harvard days. And I did not know that, but I mean, that does track. I wonder if did I bring up Pinochet at all in this conversation? Because it did go into numerous directions at times.
Had a reaction to.
I didn't know that he defended Pinochet, but it does make sense.
That is like what you described. I think that's absolutely real, and it says something about the way the system works in America. On the other hand, I also think, and again, because I'm not a socialist utopian, right? I think that there is not this magical alternative where, you know, if we only didn't have nasty politicians who love the rich imposing austerity, everyone would get all the care that they want. I don't think that world exists. You know, I have a lot of personally negative experiences with the American healthcare system. I technically still have chronic Lyme disease, which is a disease that officially doesn't exist. It definitely exists. And I've known a lot of people in that world who have a very specific version of the kind of anger you're describing that's directed towards the medical establishment and how it interacts with insurance companies. And, you know, these are people who've had their lives ruined by this illness that the system does not effectively cover or treat. But it's really important, right, as a society, that if one of my friends who had chronic Lyme disease went out and killed someone who they felt was involved in denying them treatment, and maybe was, right, that you wouldn't do, that it would be irresponsible for me to do a podcast and be like, man, that person looks badass. I think that would be irresponsible, even if I was appreciating something real. And that's where I think it's not you saying it's really interesting how people have this reaction to it is what I'm challenging or questioning. It's the extent to which, again, you're like, oh, he's an adventurer. It's the propaganda of the deed.
He's not an adventurer. He's an adventurist. I think he understands what that means, by the way, because he says propaganda of the deed, so he gets it. Of course, propaganda of the deed would be a more positive association with that sort of thing, whereas adventurism is the Marxist interpretation, which is a negative association with that sort of thing. So obviously, as a fucking Harvard-educated guy, I think he knows. I think he understands that.
Man, well, okay, yeah, but a society that has those adventurers is going to be in a lot of trouble pretty quick.
I agree. I don't disagree with you on this. I think it's a reflection of the very social fabric that keeps us together and keeps us stable. According to Ross, the proper course of action to respond to Luigi Mangione is to keep watching it happen and do absolutely nothing other than look at each instance of violence and go, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, in perpetuity. You, on the other hand, can go, maybe we can put an end to it, perhaps. Yeah. I mean, it's the same with, like, fucking gun violence. It's the same with gun violence. Like, I feel like I lost my mind a long time ago, constantly trying to understand, like, constantly trying to make sense of the senseless violence that exists in America, okay? Where I was just like, what are we doing? Like, this is insane. Please, some sensible legislation, please. Can we have some sensible legislation, please? Nope. Nope. It just doesn't make any sense. In real time. America is a very violent country, right? But we have systematized this violence and we have normalized it. And inevitably that violence has also come back to the domestic front, where there's unlimited bloodshed happening at schools. I mean, Charlie Kirk's assassination was the 46th school shooting, technically, a shooting that happened at a school. And then the 47th happened only an hour later in Colorado. And our reflection on these sorts of events is that because it's so normalized, because the system must continue, because there are numerous different interests at play here, specifically gun manufacturers, for example, a very important part of our domestic manufacturing industry.
America is an extreme
and a big part of American culture.
America is an extremely libertarian, personal liberties devoted society in ways that have right-wing connotations, like lots of gun ownership, and left-wing connotations too. But yes, go on.
Certainly. And what I'm trying to say is that in the absence of any sort of significant initiative to claw back some of that, to have some kind of reasonable policy that will say, all right, guys, like, we all like guns. I like guns. I like shooting guns, right? I do not have any sort of gun culture in my development.
You picked it up.
Began my journey of understanding guns because I was writing about gun control, and I was like, I need to learn about this stuff. But having said that, I still believe that there needs to be reasonable gun safety, reasonable gun control. This is not a call to action to say like, oh, it's awesome that like school shootings are happening, or it's awesome that political assassinations are taking place left and right.
No, but nobody. But this is the difference. And
but it's
I
to simply
promise
say that it's no longer just like random school children that are being killed, is what I mean. The only reason why this is becoming a more significant, more consequential problem in the eyes of many people in the media is because it's no longer people that we can just kind of see as collateral damage and like consider to be invisible.
I don't think that's right. First of all, I think that the media has
now we start the debate a little bit.
A lot of coverage to school shootings. I think it would be strange to say that the media has ignored that issue in any way, shape, or form.
Oh no,
I think
wasn't
the
saying
line,
that they ignore it.
But I think the line, you're like, the reason people are upset in this case, the reason that people are upset in this particular case, right, is that when school shootings happen, right, there is, except in very online communities, there is not valorization of the school shooters. Nobody calls a school shooter an adventurer, right? And the people, obviously we don't want to live in a world with school shootings, but we especially don't want to live in a world where it seems like people who are sort of in the public scrum, like you, right, are sort of appreciating violence. Like if I'm pro-life. I think abortion is a form of murder. I think if somebody killed an abortionist and I went in the New York Times the next day and tried to write something that was in the vein of what you said about Mangione, and
yeah, the difference is abortion is not murder. Okay, that's the difference, and he knows it's not murder. Whereas someone who is dying from a disease that they could prevent, but because it's paywalled, that is seen as actual fucking murder. Having said that, there are plenty of fucking right-wing commentators who have unironically advocated to directly murder doctors. The most famous example of this, of course, is Bill fucking O'Reilly, which I did bring up. I don't know if they actually is in the cut here. I said Bill O'Reilly quite literally did that with a doctor, Dr. Tiller. He called him Tiller the baby killer, and then one of his fans went to the church that he was at and shot and killed him.
Concede writing and talking are different, right? But if I'd done that, it wouldn't be published, and I might be fired. Not as a violation of my free speech rights, but because I would be crossing a line of, again, not endorsement, but even just appreciation, like the appreciation of the violent act. I think there's a taboo around that for a reason, and you like pushing at that taboo. I just think that's what you like to do.
I don't, it's not something that I like to do necessarily, but I want to examine the contradictions of even what you just said, right? You say abortion is murder. I obviously don't agree with that. I'm pro-choice. I think it's a matter of bodily autonomy, and the government shouldn't interfere in this between a medical professional and a woman. Having said that, you get to argue about women's bodily autonomy being potentially removed by making the argument through the systematized version of violence, because I think, as you would probably also recognize, abortion restrictions have come down in numerous states since the decision of Roe v. Wade was overturned. And in the process, women have found themselves in this unique predicament where they can't even get their ectopic pregnancies dealt with because their medical professionals are worried about potential prosecution. This has led to a lot of pain and a lot of torment, and maybe even in some instances, death. When you argue on behalf of the pro-life position, you don't have to say, like Bill O'Reilly did, Tiller the baby killer, and then someone goes out and actually shoots a doctor. You can simply say, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I don't know what your position is on or your advocacy around abortion, but someone of this mindset can easily just advocate for the harm that is done to millions of Americans, potentially, without uttering a single word that could be considered remotely violent by the broadest subsects of American society.
Right. So you're right.
That is the reason why I wanted to have this conversation. The asymmetry that exists with the ways in which the right get to dominate the narrative, dominate violent rhetoric, and say violent shit with regular fucking frequency. Charlie Kirk was a great example of this. I even brought up Ben Shapiro earlier on in the conversation. They did cut that part out, I'm pretty sure, because I said this is how Ben Shapiro gets away with being violent. He never says go out and kill black people. He says, in a system where there is disproportionate targeting of black people in the hands of the police, where the state has a monopoly on violence, he says, I want more targeting. I want more police targeting in black communities because they're poor and because they're violent communities that need to be targeted. He doesn't have to say that these are violent thugs, even though he does from time to time, or he doesn't have to directly do a call to action in the same vein that like a Klansman does. He can just lean on the pre-existing violent constructs. That's what I said about Ben Shapiro in this conversation. I don't know if they kept it, because that was the main point that I was trying to put forward. That is my main proposition. My argument is right-wingers, of course, can sit around and say, I abhor political violence, while they demand a metric ton of it. They demand it every day. And when people respond to that now and say that's fascist, because that is the most like understandable, like most understood form of serialized, systematized violence is fascism, right? It's the type of violent systems that we here in America, luckily right now we're still anti-fascist somewhat, look at and say that's violent. Okay, we look at that and we say that's violent, that's fascist. And Republicans now want to make it illegal to even say that. And when Ross Douthat comes after people like myself, he's actually leaning into that censorship agenda as well. This is the uneven dynamic is what I'm trying to explain.
I understand your argument, but your strategy for your argument is that effectively advocacy for policies that cause harm, economic harm, or physical harm, could itself in this case, right? But we were talking about economic harm earlier, so both
but
apply,
economic harm
right?
also leads to physical harm as well. But
that constitutes a form of, could be argued to constitute a form of incitement, right?
Yes, that's precisely what I'm
you're saying, right?
Yeah, and that's actually the argument with like policing,
right? But so
policing is a necessary institution.
But then why
people
do you
can just point to it and demand more of it? But that in that demand, they're technically demanding more of the unreasonable outcomes and the unjustifiable outcomes of policing that lead to, for example, the death of George Floyd, right?
Right,
or numerous other cases.
But this analogy is itself part of why people think you are normalizing the things that are taboo, which again would include right-wing forms of violence. But if your theory is all of these things are incitement, if you support...
He's about to say you're a hypocrite, but he doesn't understand you have your own moral compass. Yeah, I mean, I think he's like gearing up to be like, well, that's what you do. Like you're saying that, right-wingers are doing this. That's what you do. And I'm saying, yeah, my job is to describe that is wrong. That's what I'm doing. That's why I think it was important that I laid out initially that like politics is about the distribution of resources and power. And one of the key components of the distribution of power is the distribution of violence. Like who gets to do it, who gets to be on the receiving end of violence. So like in that sense, it is a constant. Yikes, this dude. Yeah, right-wingers do that for police brutality. I say it is unacceptable. Those systems of violence are unacceptable. And one of the undesirable yet inevitable outcomes of such a violent structure is going to be violent resistance. Sometimes that violent resistance is going to be just. Sometimes that violent resistance is going to be unjust. But the very fact that it's not always just in terms of retaliatory violence is the reason why we must solve these issues at the legislative level. That's it. Or at least deal with it in a more organized fashion, in a more directional fashion. That's my argument.
Putting more people in jail, that's incitement. If you support, border security, that's incitement. It's incitement all the...
Political violence does not protect the country, protect the speech in the country that you live. What? First of all, the fuck are you talking about? Political violence is a vague term. If you're talking about like actual like killing people, yeah, that's illegal. But if you're talking about like political rhetoric that could be potentially inciting violence or whatever, that is such a vague and nondescript way to describe anything that, yes, free speech would in most circumstances until recently would have kicked in and said, no, fuck that. You can't prosecute that shit at all.
Way down. Like you're basically saying the person who incites violence against a politician is in the same position as the person who supports border security. And that seems like an argument that lends itself to encouraging people to commit political violence, because you're saying, oh, it's all normal already. What's a little more? What's one more act of incitement in a world of incitement? You're just normalizing it when you make that argument.
Yeah, my argument is that I'm not normalizing it. It's already normal. I don't want it to be normal. I want it to be abnormal. I want people to actually take a serious look at the violent structures that already exist, that from the point of the recipient is already experienced as like a direct form of violence. But do you understand the broader point that I tried to arrive at in these conversations, for the record, which of course lend themselves so perfectly to quippy clips to just make it seem as though, you know, this is a person that is very clearly inciting a certain thing. Or do you think I'm just like dancing around the issue? You can be honest.
I think that I'll be honest. I think there's a reason that certain kinds of Marxism and socialist radicalism, when they...
You ain't challenging me? Come on live. It will be. What the fuck? Trying to go meat for meat? What's this? Are you trying to go sword fighting with our penises?
Take power or trying to come to power tend to resort to violence, and it is inherent in the argument that you've made. I'm not saying it's an argument that doesn't have a certain power. If it didn't have a certain power, lots of people wouldn't have believed in it, right? There is an inherent violence in the use of state power. There is an inherent coercion in all kinds of policies, including policies that I support, right? You know, I support restrictions on drugs, right? That probably you do not, that absolutely involve coercion. I believe in restrictions on bodily autonomy enforced by state power that uses violence. I believe in that.
Yeah.
I understand that someone can say, as you know, as a radical on the left, this violence exists and we want to redirect the violence. And do I think that you, Hasan Piker, you know, prosperous media personality in Los Angeles, are enthusiastic about, you know, the expropriation of wealth and punitive violence by communist death squads? I don't think you are. But I think that the reason you have strong taboos against sort of, you know, about,
I will say what I'm enthusiastic
to prevent that slope from slipping in that way.
Okay, so I am enthusiastic about the expropriation of wealth for people such as myself as well, in the form of taxation, though. And that's basically the grand design that I have.
Right now, though, no one's going to deplatform you, right? You know, Twitch is not going to suspend you for saying that you want to raise taxes on the rich and use the force of the state to take. But what do you think? Like, do you think it was reasonable for Twitch to suspend you for a day for talking about killing Rick Scott? Like, what are the obligations, I guess, I'm asking, of...
What's so crazy about this also is, like, he plays fast and loose with the killing of Rick Scott thing, because he also, like, early on recognizes that it's not a death threat, right? Like, he very quickly starts conversation by being like, it's not a death threat. We both know it. And then he just still kind of brings that back. In this way where it's like, what am I supposed to do? Like, literally fucking talk about that endlessly? I can't. I have to move on.
Of platforms with this stuff.
Yeah, no, I think it's understandable that Twitch did that, which is why I apologize for the use of my language as well. Like I said, there are certainly instances where it's an emotionally charged conversation, or I'm being careless, and it comes across it reaches an unintended audience that sees it as in this like super short format in a very negative way. It's unfortunately a byproduct of the medium that I'm in.
But you're okay.
Real-time discourse happening with random anonymous accounts.
But you're okay with some kind of taboo maintenance here.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
In order for normal discourse to flourish, obviously, some kind of terms of service need to be implemented. You know, like a direct call to violence is, of course, going to be considered unacceptable. I totally understand that. Even if it's like being made in jest, or even if it's like being misunderstood in that moment without the appropriate context.
Yeah.
Having said that, however, if we're talking about like broader things, like, and we didn't really get to talk about this a lot, but a deplatforming initiative has taken place on Twitch and on numerous other platforms, mostly championed by the ADL and some other actors as well, because of my Now we're consistent cooking. anti-Zionist advocacy. I am an avowed anti-Zionist. I openly say it. I have also spent all of my professional career combating anti-Semitism, which has grown in this country as well. And yet, a lot of these organizations, I think, and a lot of people have falsely maligned and smeared me as an anti-Semite, despite my advocacy against anti-Semitism.
So this brings us to the last area I want to talk about.
Yeah.
You've mentioned a few times growing up in Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
Just talk about for a minute your background in the Middle East and how it shaped your politics. How it radicalized you might be a good way of putting it.
Yeah, I mean, I have, I think, a very different opinion about American foreign policy than the average American has, due to the fact that I didn't grow up in America. I had more proximity or a closeness to, I guess, the recipient of American violence and American intervention, being someone who grew up in Turkey. And yes, bro, Middle East is a wild way to talk about it, but it is what it is. Come on, just move therefore on. My starting position is very different to the way that the American world police narrative was designed in the United States of America, admonishing its enemies, making them seem as though they're barbaric and deserving of some kind of direct military intervention. These are things that I obviously considered to be not only wrong, but also incredibly consequential. This kind of sentiment was incredibly consequential for people who had to live in these countries and had to be victims to boots on the ground military warfare and even the drone wars that greatly escalated under Obama.
What do you think about the government of Turkey?
I am not a fan of the government of Turkey, and I've written extensively about my criticisms of the government of Turkey. It's part of the reason why I can't really go back to Turkey, even though my whole family lives there, out of fear that I might be jailed. And I don't think the Trump administration would demand my return as an American citizen.
I'm curious how you think about how left-wing politics and Middle Eastern culture and Islamic politics fit together. And I understand you're not a Muslim. You don't consider yourself a Muslim and so on, right?
But I say I'm a Muslim.
But you're culturally
because,
right. You're
I'm culturally Muslim in the same way many secular Jews are Jewish, or many American Protestants say that they're Christian, but they're not really.
Right. So I'm going to ask you for a take, and based on that background, because I'm really interested in the ways that sort of
he's going to say Islamogoshism, dude. The mind of an American right winger that is like an intellectual version is so funny, because the intellectual version of the American right is Ross Douthat, right? And that is literally the perspective that he's about to describe here is like the average racist in France, okay, down the fucking street. Because he is trying to intellectualize Islamogauchism, okay, Islamo-Marxism, Islamo-leftism. This is like the hot European bigoted sentiment. In America, we look at that as like an advanced version. An intellectual version, an intellectual man, a thinking man's way of saying Mohammedan.
Conservative forms of Islam and the culture of the progressive left right now fit together, both in Europe and the United States, because in a way, these are some of the most different groups you can imagine, right? Sort of forms of Islamic cultural traditionalism are pretty distant from the norms and mores of the secular Western left, right? At the same time, including on some of the issues that you've been talking about, opposition to U.S. foreign policy, Israel, Palestine, and so on, there's a very strong alliance often between...
It's like the classic thing. It's like, yeah, these guys are barbaric. They don't abide by your worldview. Why do you want them to... why do you not want them to be genocided? And I do this thing where I was explaining to him a worldview that I find morally repugnant or abhorrent that is not morally equivalent. I will use the KKK example here instead of Hamas. And then I also explain But this isn't obviously a perfect example. I'm just using the KKK as the most extreme position that I completely disagree with, right? Even those people I don't think should be fucking firebombed and killed and genocided or whatever. But anyway, let's keep going.
Of Muslims who feel the U.S. is too imperialist or too pro-Israel, right? And these groups, and it's a pretty important force in European politics, and you see it. I think you see it more in progressive politics in the U.S. right now as sort of opposition to Israeli military operations.
Also, dismissing the progressive aspects of Muslims while calling them evil because of Islamogoshism. Yeah. If you're Muslim, automatically you're barbaric and evil and right-wing and backwards. Also, oftentimes the people that say that are literally evil and backwards and right-wing, which is really funny. It's something that I joke about all the time. Like, conservatives hate the conservatism of brown conservatives, right? Like, how many times have you heard, like, Ben Shapiro? Or even like fucking Asmongold will do this sometimes. We'll be like, "Oh, they hate trans people over there," right? And it's like, but don't you also kind of hate trans people? Like, I don't understand. You don't want them in your fucking video games. You make a big deal out of it all the time. Or not even Asmongold. Grums. Grums is a great example of this. He was celebrating that Saudi Arabia bought Electronic Arts, and he was like, "Finally, no more gays in video games." I'm like, dog, hello. Do you fucking hear yourself? You're saying like, awesome. Now it's like the Saudi kingdom, which is perhaps the most like fundamentalist, long-standing form of monarchy, will now control the cultural output of this formerly beloved, not really, but this otherwise like Western enterprise, and you think it's like awesome. You're basically saying like, oh no, it's cool. Like I want the Taliban to own EA Sports, like that's, or EA in general, because like that, I hate the gay people in the same way that like I think the Saudi government hates gay people. Is that the argument? Like that's what you're honestly saying? Okay, cool. Thank you for being honest, I guess.
And that has become more and more of a litmus test.
Which, by the way, no one is gonna fucking, Saudi Arabia is not gonna make, is not gonna do an anti-woke initiative for fucking EA. They don't give a shit. They just want to diversify their fucking portfolio. People are so stupid.
Yeah, I'm just curious if you have thoughts on like how that fits together. These two very different, very culturally different groups having a kind of alliance of, is it alliance of convenience? Is it something more? What do you think about that?
Super easy to explain. I disagree vehemently with the Klan. I don't want Arkansas to be firebombed into oblivion. I don't want the children of Klans members to be killed at their schools. I don't want the hospitals that Klans members go to be bombed as well. And I'm not even making an equivocation between the Klan and, for example, Hamas, which I consider to be a resistance group. They have a emancipatory movement, ultimately. I don't agree with their internal politics, their domestic affairs. I don't agree with a lot of the things that they represent or a lot of the things that they say. But these are utterly inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, in the overarching hierarchy, where the number one most consequential wrong that's taking place is not only 78 plus years of brutal occupation and apartheid, but then also the ongoing genocide for the past 2 years. I feel like that is far more important to address than any number of different like civil liberty initiatives that Muslim countries could engage in. And I think a lot of people see it that way as well, where they're just like, I don't think this should be happening. I don't think that this violence should be happening. And we need to solve that first and foremost. It's not necessarily that leftists in the West are like firm and committed believers in, I don't know, whatever kind of like stereotype version of Islamic fundamentalism.
No, I don't think they are
that
at all.
People present.
No, I completely agree. That's I think a big part of why it's an interesting political formation, right? I'm going to run with the Klan analogy just because you offered it to me, right? Like, if there was a war against a small political state controlled by the KKK that followed in the aftermath of the KKK going out and killing a lot of African Americans, black women and children, and the larger region consisted of a bunch of regimes that, even if they weren't fully KKK, had some sort of white supremacist.
He thinks this is a gotcha, but it's not, and you'll see why.
Just, elements at all were authoritarian and so on, right? Like, I feel like a lot of people would see a little more complexity in that drama than you do in the way you talk about Israel and Zionism.
Yeah.
And I should say, I think opposition to and skepticism of the Israeli strategy in Gaza is totally understandable, and I've expressed it myself, right? But you're something more. Again, you're an anti-Zionist.
Yeah.
In fact, you've said, as long as we're doing KKK things in one of your arguments, you've said sort of, a certain kind of Zionist tendency should be treated the same way we treat neo-Nazi tendencies, right? And then that kind of rhetoric shows up around on the left.
These are my favorite moments. I know, like, in the New York Times circles, see, the other stuff, like Luigi Mangione, whatever, like, well, not Luigi Mangione, but like landlord stuff, like those sorts of things, the New York Times readers are going to be like, ooh, that's kind of scary, actually. But many of them are adults, and they're obviously completely aware of, like, what is taking place here because they're fucking tuned into the goddamn New York Times. They know what the fuck Trump is up to. But these guys think that those statements are actually reflected on poorly by the audience. When the audience hears me say those things, his audience, New York Times readers, when they hear me say those things, they're going to be like, oh, I agree with everything that you just presented as like violent and negative commentary. Because the reality of the matter is when he tries to present this as like, well, Zionists should be treated like the KKK. It's like, yeah, I agree. Because they are. TVP 43, thank you for the 50, get the subs, by the way. 50 bomb. Yeah.
Isn't there something a little bit strange from a left-wing perspective about that kind of focus on the crimes of one country?
Yeah, he was doing the why do you care so much about the Jewish state? God. I got to actually do like a full-blown debate with someone on Israel because honestly, I think like I've dealt with all of this so many times that it's just like I really want to do it. Maybe Ben Shapiro. It could happen. Maybe in the month of January, it could happen.
That you've just yourself analogized to the KKK?
So, great question. The reason why I made certain to mention that I find the Klan's political opinions to be repugnant, but I still would not advocate to firebomb them, but then also made a distinction between Hamas as an emancipatory movement that is that has evolved over the years to fight back in ways that I might even personally find to be inappropriate or morally repugnant. Ultimately,
one or the other.
There is
more inappropriate or more morally repugnant.
I think that as someone who believes in human rights, I think like targeting civilians is the major reason why I criticize Israel. It would be very hypocritical if I considered targeting civilians to be appropriate if it was done during an emancipatory struggle. Having said that, I do have the same understanding or the same the same conceptualization of that kind of resistance as I do with the ANC or as I do with the IRA or even with the abolition of slavery in this country, right? The reason why I don't think it's an apt analogy to compare the KKK to Hamas beyond like disagreements and enforcement is because the Klan has not been dominated or the Klan itself has not existed under a brutal structure of like black supremacy that wiped them out. This is the reason why I don't think the comparison is apt in that regard, because I do agree with Palestinian liberation as a concept, whereas I would liken the Klan's operations or their worldview to the same kind of ethno-religious supremacy that is baked into Zionism as well, and the exterminationist policies, I think, that also exist within Zionism as well. So the Klan is a closer analogy when it formalizes and it turns into a system of violence to what Israel is doing. This is why I'm also not shy about making comparisons to even Nazi Germany, which a lot of people, I think, maybe a couple of years ago, even myself, would shy away from doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think those comparisons are not really persuasive at all if you actually read about the things that the Nazis.
I have. This is where it gets a little bit more heated because this is where he goes into New York Times mode, okay, where he's like, okay, burp, burp, must defend Israel.
Did on the Eastern Front and compare them to, whatever war crimes you accuse Israel of. Those comparisons seem pretty faulty to me, and they seem faulty in a way that again, I think yields a kind of unique scapegoating of the Zionist state within the wider range of...
There's fundamentally no difference to a Klan cross burning in a black family's yard versus settlers spray painting Jewish star on a Palestinian home straight the fuck up. Of course. And that's just the settler violence, which is, again, backed by the state in the same way that the Klan was backed by the state as well, or at least the state was turning a blind eye to. I would go so far as to say that, like, I mean, no, actually, it's a great comparison, but we're not even talking about, when we're talking about fucking Gaza, obviously, then the comparison goes away from the Klan to Nazi Germany. Anyway, let's see what he had. He said, you accuse Israel of war crimes.
Middle Eastern states especially, right? So, like, you know, it's, if you look at the history of the Middle East over the last 80 years, most of the crimes that you're accusing the Israeli government of committing you know, I mean, if you look at the history of Iraq, if you look at what happened to the Jews in Arab countries after 1947 and 1948, if you're looking for, you know, ruthless oppression, you can look next door to Egypt, right? Like, it seems like there are many, many potential targets of a leftist utopian form of moral outrage.
God, I've heard this so many times.
And
I
again,
wish this entire thing was about Israel, dude. I could talk about that for fucking hours. Also, this was like, I think we talked for 2 hours, and this is an hour long, so hour and 14. So
right now, Israel is conducting a brutal war, and so I'm not saying I agree with you that, like, right now it would be weird for you to go on your stream and say, let's not talk about Gaza. You know, let's talk about how the corruption of the Saudi monarchy. I agree with that. At the same,
which, by the way, I do talk about the Saudi monarchy quite a bit, or numerous other collaborative states far before even the Abraham Accords were implemented.
But you wouldn't describe yourself, right, as I don't know what the right term is, but you wouldn't say, like, it's, you know, it's wrong for Saudi Arabia to exist because it was, you know, founded in some acts of violence, right?
But can I elaborate on that?
Yeah.
I would say that it is utterly inappropriate and wrong if there were exclusionary practices, and some of this does exist in the Muslim states that we're talking about, where there was no allowance for example, Jews to come and live in these countries, right? And as a matter of fact,
oh no, this is like recent. So yeah, he still doesn't call it a genocide, even after the UN called it a genocide.
I'm pretty sure, speaking as a Christian, that there are some pretty exclusivist rules in more than a few Middle Eastern countries, right?
So absolutely, and I see that as a byproduct of the rampant destabilization that has existed in this resource-rich region. And my criticism against these countries not having the allowance or not having any moment of respite to be able to evolve, I see that as a byproduct of American imperialism and Western imperialism as well, because it makes it a lot more difficult for people to have any sort of civil rights struggle when they're so predisposed with being bombed or being destabilized in one way, shape, or form, either in the hands of Israel as a destabilizing factor in the region, or directly through American intervention, British intervention, and the like for coups and whatnot to take place in these countries. It makes it quite difficult for the regime change to take place in a revolutionary manner. And the Iranian Revolution also is a great example of this as well. When you put a puppet state in charge that is Western aligned, a lot of people, and that puppet state must enforce its dominance over and over again through brutal practices of torture and mass incarceration, people are inevitably going to revolt against that. And what I have seen in my experience as someone growing up in Turkey, more often than not, the people that actually find themselves the most earnest anti-Western figures, the people that these resentful populations can unite behind, oftentimes actually wear fundamentalism as a way to show how anti-Western they are. And this is the reason why some of these, like, despotic regimes actually end up taking power.
But you wouldn't extend, it seems to me like you wouldn't extend that kind of structural argument and narrative to the Israelis, right? You're like, well,
To a certain degree, I do, but Israel's the colonial power in this situation. So yes, there's a difference between victims of settler colonialism versus those who are doing settler colonialism. And there's certainly a difference between people who have experienced colonialism or war and the destabilizing nature of war itself, or even CIA intervention, like in the case with Iran, are obviously going to have revolutionary movements that are going to have fundamentalist leaders, because those are the earnest anti-Western figures. Israel is not a comparison that you can make with Iran, because Israel's fundamentalism is similar to America's fundamentalism, which I think I brought up here as well, where I talk about Israel growing in its hate because of its refusal to examine the inherent contradiction of the humanity of Palestinians that they always have to dehumanize and then forcibly excise from the land.
You know, there's so much. There's Western imperialism. You know, there's war. There's violence. This is how the Middle East, you know, ends up with dictators and theocrats. Okay, the state of Israel has been surrounded by countries that deny its right to exist, have invaded it repeatedly, and
Is that Israel was too busy killing Palestinians to have a civil rights evolution to respect Palestinians? I know, that's fucking nuts.
I don't think, and yet that narrative to you does not inspire any sympathy.
Cringe Lord, thank you for the 50.
Because
yes
they're
and no.
winning, because they're currently winning.
It's incorrect to say that my analysis does not factor in like externalities or resistance against like Israel's incursions, for example. Ultimately, it goes back to, did the Palestinians have good reason to say we oppose this? What? The war wouldn't have happened if Hamas commit mass murder. Hamas or ISIS. Can you not see that? And Ben Shapiro wouldn't waste his time on you, knowing you're brainwashed to think Palestine are the divine. Well, I mentioned Ben Shapiro on purpose because he is going to waste his time on me. XO Sophie XO. Okay? You can go back hundreds of years, and they always started their own wars with 5 Jewish countries. You know what's really funny about this, by the way? You know what's really funny about this? This is a damn near verbatim, identical argument against, like, Muslims that Nazis used against the fucking Jews, dude. That's what's so crazy to me. Like, Jewish Nazis straight up took what anti-Jewish Nazis were saying about Jews and made it their own thing. This is literally verbatim the 109 countries narrative. Bar for bar. When you hear Nazis go, oh, it's got to be a reason why Jews were kicked out of 109 countries. That's what these fucking stupid Zionist Nazi morons are doing. They don't even realize it. There's not even a fucking shred of irony in this situation. Okay? Not even a little bit of an irony. Like, you don't even understand it. You don't understand that you are literally a fucking neo-Nazi. Okay? You are a Jewish neo-Nazi. How is this so difficult to fucking comprehend? This is unironically the exact same thing that neo-Nazis say about Jews. There's a reason why they got kicked out of 109 countries, right? That's what they say. That's what neo-Nazis say about Jews. You're saying that about Muslims. There's a reason why nobody wants the Palestinians. God damn. I feel like half of the people that were sitting in like Holocaust studies were taking notes to be like, this is the most scary shit I've ever heard. We got to make sure this never happens again. And then the other half was sitting there being like, well, that's pretty good. I think we can use this one. Wow, they really cooked on this one. Okay, maybe not the oven thing, but we could just use conventional munitions. Like what the fuck is this? It literally feels like you were taking notes when during Holocaust studies. They'd be like, this is what we should do to the Palestinians. This is what we should say about the Muslims as a whole and the Palestinians as a whole. What the fuck happened? Jesus Christ. They dusted off old recipes, man. What the fuck? Opposed the Israeli state. Was it born out of ancient anti-Semitism? Check her reply bar for bar. What'd she say? What'd that dumbass say? It's facts, nothing Nazi about it. Yes, Nazis say that about Jews, dumbass. And when they're called out for it, they turn around and say the exact same thing. You're so stupid. God damn. That's just fascism. That's just fascism. There's no better description that this is a fascist ideology than this exact conversation that just took place. Or was it born out of an emancipatory need that all indigenous people have, all peoples of the world have, in terms of developing autonomy?
Well, it could have been,
argument
but it
that
could have
Israel
been both.
makes for its own Jewish determination, right? A Jewish state's self-determination,
but surely it could be both, right? You could say, of course, there's an admirable, understandable desire for emancipation, a desire to have your own homeland, but at the same time, at a certain point, when it hits a certain level of, KKK style hatred, you would say, even if the original motivation is correct, even if there are understandable motivations here, something has gone
hatred
wrong.
That's precisely the reason why it invokes a violent reaction, though. But ultimately, that is what Zionism ends up becoming. And like, he doesn't understand. I think he's talking about KKK style when talking about Hamas, and I'm talking about Israel. Like, that's why I was like, yeah, you're right. Of course, the KKK style hatred is going to invoke some kind of violent resistance. And I'm like, no, that's why Hamas is resisting violently. If left unaddressed, this inherent contradiction, this notion that of Jewish... Like, he doesn't understand that the comparison is more apt when we're talking about like KKK versus Israel. The comparison is more apt for Israel instead of Hamas. Self-determination is presented as like a totally normal thing. Everybody has self-determination. People have a right to develop their own nation state. But this one specifically has demographic concerns that require the eradication or the mass displacement of the indigenous population that do not fit the in-group, the demographic in-group. Come on, tell me that's not a cookening, though, for like liberals. I mean, yeah, everybody has a right to self-determination, but you can't do that by being like, my self-determination requires me to be an ethno-state. Sorry. That's a cookening, all right? And that is at the heart of this problem of how certain societies get more and more comfortable with fascist violence.
All right,
I see this as a dual problem in America as well as Israel.
So let's just take that, because I know you have to go stream. This is the last.
I mean, I can talk about this all day, by the way, especially on the New York Times. I mean, this is not.
But I'm sure you will be talking about it all day. Some of us.
I told the facts that history bear wants to think different. It's facts, dude. Check it. You and your followers are in a woke world that will make you see. What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Dude, you literally said Palestinians are getting kicked out all the time. Arabs are the ones who always start the wars. And you're straight up using Nazi rhetoric when talking about Jews, okay? Like, this is what Nazis say about Jews. If that's not enough for you, I don't know what else to say. You're wrong. You're fucking wrong. You're just straight up wrong, okay? Jewish people were not, or Jewish people were there. 2% of the population in Palestine was Jewish, but Jewish people did not like materialize there. And then all of a sudden, everyone was like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, we have to purge the Jews because we're anti-Semitic. Like, that's not how this happened, okay? It was a settler colonial occupation deliberately designed to slowly but surely, through a process of aliyahs, through a process of immigration initially, pilgrimages, okay, in the same way that like the early colonists did in the United States of America, came in and caused a lot of chaos. The indigenous population understandably resisted against it. There were riots and protests and whatnot. Some of that even turned bloody and deadly. But ultimately, the colonial power pulled back, and the Zionist brigades took over and mass slaughtered and then ethnically cleansed. It seems like about 75% of the comments like you and about 25% don't. Yeah. Anyway, ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. Oh, God, I can't believe we're doing this. Too scared to read the whole thing. 99% of the population think the way I do. Dude, you are literally fucking schizo. Straight up, no one agrees with you. The overwhelming majority of the population is anti-Israel, and a scary percentage of the population is now also anti-Semitic as well. They're not even just anti-Israel. They are unimaginably anti-Semitic too. And a lot of dumb fucks, I don't even know where they fucking exist, but they just straight up think that that's not the case. She's defo in Israel, and in that case, she's right. Yeah, the only place on the planet where that position is the majority position is Israel. That's it.
Some of us, though, don't have the same stamina. So I'm just going to ask a last question off that point, right? You're talking about parallels between the Israeli situation and the U.S. situation. You know, you're talking about, you know, the idea that the Israeli situation represents fascism facing resistance. The U.S. situation obviously lots of people on the left consider Trump a fascist. This is a very dark narrative. And one of my recurring sort of themes over the last month has been watching the left as an outsider and seeing it go dark, in effect, get really, really pessimistic. So I want to ask you about that, about nihilism and despair. You have a worldview, you know, that has a very bleak.
Bro, hit the NVE talking points, by the way. Like, even the nihilism. The last point is like, even the nihilism. Like, if I was transgender, he'd be calling the authorities. You know what I mean? It's like dangerous, violent rhetoric, anti-capitalist sentiment, anti-American sentiment, anti-Israel sentiment. Like, this is straight up like the last thing that I don't have, which we didn't get into, was like the dangerous gender rhetoric, extremist rhetoric around gender. And if he had hit that one too, because nihilism he's talking about too. Wait, he dead ass thinks you have a nihilistic worldview? No, I don't think he thinks I'm a nihil. I don't think he thinks that. I think he's just asking that question because there is a lot of nihilism out there.
Of the U.S. empire as a global force.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so tell me why you're optimistic. Let's end there.
Yes. So what I constantly, and I see this as well, I think nihilism is a major problem in the increasingly alienated, increasingly isolated, permanently online generations that are born into a universe where they just have an iPad in front of them from the start, right? And that nihilism is born out of our lack of our inability to make changes, meaningful changes in the system. One example I will use is like the Black Lives Matter protest that took place. Black Lives Matter protest took place. A lot of people in the aftermath of these lockdowns were very frustrated. They saw something that was so patently unjust, and they wanted to make demands. They did all of the right things. They protested. Some of those protests actually with police intervention, in some instances turned even violent, right? Many people were arrested as a consequence of this, but the broad majority of the protests were started off peacefully, and the argument was perfectly reasonable. We have to do something about the unfair practice of policing in Black and brown neighborhoods and the systemic racism that exists within the criminal justice system. And it's an argument that I also, of course, agree with. Now, after that, they also then turned around and voted. They voted for the Democratic Party. Joe Biden won over Donald Trump. There was a period of celebration, but no change actually came. The same structures of oppression existed, and the Democrats actually presented an alternative. They spent most of their time criticizing the activist-born defund the police movement without trying to understand exactly what that meant. Basically, for the political normie, they did everything by the book. And no.
Blake Neff, this doubt that Hasan Piker interview is deranged. Look, I'll just summarize it. The structural violence of equity. Yeah, that's the kind of term you hear 10 minutes before a commissar shoots you in the head. Okay, dude, keep fantasizing. Okay, producer for the Charlie Kirk show. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do with this? Like, that's just your fantasy. Okay? You have derived a fantastical narrative, a hysterical narrative off of this conversation. That's not my fault. Like, how am I supposed to literally be like, well, I guess you have a sincere fear here. Go ahead, sir. Lock me up. Like, what do you mean? Does he still think the show's going? That's crazy. It is going. It's Erica Kirk's show now, okay? 40K Nazi spotted? Where? When I'm talking about violence, it's an abstract concept, so I don't go to jail. Okay, dude. No change came. What do you expect in the aftermath of that but nihilism? But my solution to that has always been to maintain revolutionary optimism. I tell people not to succumb to nihilism all the time. I tell people to maintain revolutionary optimism. And the reason why I say that is because I myself understand how change takes place, how long it takes for actual systemic change, seismic shifts to take place in society, even in a democratic one that maybe is a theoretical democracy but doesn't actually abide by the democratic wishes of the majority. I know that these things take time. And one thing that I have seen that has given me tremendous confidence has been the attitude, the societal attitude on the issue of Israel.
I think the sheer brutality of Israel's conquest over the Palestinians, what I and the international community now recognizes as a genocide, has, I think, made people, in spite of the media sanitation, made people reflect on that and made people recognize the truth. So that actually gives me a little bit of hope that I think people do have the capacity to see exactly what's going on and have the capacity to recognize right from wrong and to demand change, no matter how impossible said change feels.
Hasan Piker, thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome.
I gotta talk to Ezra, bro. That's what I gotta do. I gotta talk to Ezra. Give me Ezra. I'm going after all the New York Times guys one by one. Drop the T on what he cut. I don't really know. I think Hassan actually walked an impressive line in this interview. No rage bait, but politically advantageous considering the audience here. You can see the exact moment Ross finds out you can't throw Hassan around like a chunky Reese Witherspoon. Wait, what? Insane interview. Ross putting words in Hassan's mouth and basically saying, I don't believe you when you say you don't advocate for violence is embarrassing. For those who are not aware, the guy on the right is 45 years old, only 10 years older than Hassan Lamau. The hilarious way Hassan will describe his worldview, then this New York Times dude tries to reframe Hassan's statement by inserting as many violent semantics as possible, and then just ask Hassan if he agrees with it. This isn't the debate, just an agonizing series of attempted gotchas. The U.S. is literally in the middle of a far-right coup that will probably never be undone, and the centrist intellectuals think the problem is socialist, same as it ever was. That's why the right-wing worldview is so funny, because I mean this guy perfectly describes it. The audacity of that interview, calling the left dark after saying he's okay with systematic violence on women and denying the genocide, is actually wild. Like, this is why I have hope, okay? Because there are so many liberals themselves who look at what's going on right now and are understandably disturbed, understandably terrified about the future, okay? Understandably terrified about the future. And therefore, they're trying to make this a thing. Yeah, this is the takeaway. The main takeaway from the New York Times thing is like the right-wingers are trying to use only this clip to be like, well, you know, there's a lot of liberals that are being shifted by this. I hope so. But basically, Ross, I think you lack the understanding of the term adventurous and its meaning in the leftist circles. You keep saying adventurous if Hassan the Hun meant it as a compliment. Adventurism is frowned upon by most Marxists, seen as lack of understanding of theory and discipline. Well, actually, one of the things that I got taken out was, I think I was talking about, what was I talking about? In the adventurism conversation, there was another thing that I brought up that I can't remember now. But I don't think they took anything like super significant out of that conversation. Oh yeah, there was a point about like taxation that I brought up as well. Like, libertarians consider taxation to be, violent. Your haters are dumb as rocks. Hassan haters are a different breed. The bozo who posted the LSF video that ContraPoints reposted also said that Hassan is too afraid to go outside because of the environment he helped create. Hassan is in Paris, France right now. Meanwhile, Hassan is too afraid to go outside because of the environment he helped create. Chatter said they showed their mom and they were surprised that their mom liked you, Lamau. No, I think liberals will look at that interview and not, they won't leave that interview with like a very negative approach or a negative taste in their mouth about like what I'm talking about. Let Mr. Piker run for president, please. Maybe then, once he's decisively rejected, we can find more common ground. America to mimic France. Regrettably, once a politician is elected, what the fuck? Mic drop. I want people to actually take a serious look at the violent structures that already exist from the point of the recipient. Is already experienced as a direct form of violence. Pike is an interesting guy, but he's pretty clearly trying to have his cake and eat it too, saying inflammatory radical things while trying to sidestep the culture these things produce by saying it was always there, or some such thing seems to me to be an enormous cop-out, frankly. In an era of such profound inertia, who hasn't entertained the thought? What leverage is required to effect meaningful change? We acknowledge that violence is not merely a social construct, but a fundamental observable element of nature, a force capable of unimaginable cruelty. Yet as a society, we are bound by principle, and we rightly denounce it. The irony is that the true glorification of force often comes from those in power. After all, Trump has explicitly equated fear as the ultimate source of power. While figures like Hassan Piker may occasionally push boundaries in their rhetoric, their honesty is a vital counterpoint to the political hypocrisy. Let us remember that revolution, which need not be violent, is sometimes a necessary catalyst. The collective task of discerning that moment falls to all of us. This got to be ChatGPT, right? I feel like it's a ChatGPT moment, maybe. I like Parker, though. I think he has a responsibility to be more careful with his rhetoric. I think the foolishness that he occasionally exhibits sometimes with live streaming form, I'm not sure it brings out the best in anyone. Whatever his faults, I think Piker bears witness to the lack of a coherent sense of community in our society. That is something the far left is attempting to address, while the center seems satisfied with the same old liberalism. They don't see that is what brought us Trump, but Piker does. He's ahead of the game in most aspects. Narcissistic young influencers who believe that every instantly conceived opinion is worth the attention of thousands of the products of our poor discourse platforms. Interesting how we can't have a similar discussion about Charlie Kirk's views, and not just because of his murder, but because the right, in his rush to canonize Kirk, has to ignore the mainstreaming of racism and sexism he advocated. Why is a liberal, even a Marxist revolution, to be feared, but beliefs that have held women back for thousands of years, left minorities in fear, are celebrated? God forbid we advocate for a living wage or reasonable apartment rents, but if you want to promote lynching or celebrate women being forced back in the kitchen, why you're a hero worthy of comparison to Jesus himself? Let's pause and reflect on the fact that Jesus was pretty much to the left of Pike here. Pike. Proclaiming the need to feed the hungry, house the homeless, and forgive our enemies. But sure, clearly all of our problems are due to the excesses of liberals, right? Jesus would want mass ICE stormtroopers in our neighborhoods. Or maybe the real hypocrites are those who pretend to be Christians. Maybe the real messengers are those who pretend to be secular Marxists. Maybe the rich aren't supposed to be our models. What the fuck? Brother, the New York Times comment section is writing revolutionary prose. It's like, I didn't realize. Amazing. This is the first time I've seen an actual Marxist be given even a second of time in a newspaper that lately seems to spend more and more time in articles that make fascism seem normal. If people heard what actual Marxists and anti-imperialists had to say, they might actually find themselves agreeing with us, which I have to assume is why we are so rarely allowed to speak in this space. I sincerely appreciate doubt that allowing this rare glimpse of a different world. I really enjoyed the arguments put forward by Hasan, but this interviewer is really bad. He regularly interrupts Hasan, and he keeps trying to imply things that aren't true about him. It's really gross and condescending, especially considering how the current administration is cracking down on free speech. This guy... People like this guy cracks me up. Free schools, free healthcare, free everything. Sounds fantastic. Problem is someone has to pay. Pay the teachers, pay the doctors. I guess this is what you get when you sit in front of a computer for 7 hours a day. Yeah, Don didn't like it. Keep this level of analysis of Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance, Steven Crowder, Nick Fuentes, Matt Walsh, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Rush Limbaugh, Jesse Waters, and Greg Gutfeld. Why does the New York Times insist on such an inflammatory title to this thoughtful and informed discussion by Hasan? The implication is that he's inciting violence when he's talking about the violence of our current system and why people are so upset. And that there is... way out. The weaponization of the government and the media by the Trump administration is real and threatening, and we need 100s more Picards who clearly say individual violence is wrong and collective action is needed to move forward, move towards fairer society. What is going on? Hasan Piker speaks word salad. He appears to be making a very good living by doing so. He's just another guy on the web making a living by talking and talking and talking. That's my favorite type of guy who's like, man, this guy's a real yapper, okay? That's all he does. It's like, okay, who the fuck do you think Ross Douthat is? That he's doing the same shit I've been doing. What is this? To be a socialist, to understand how hollow those symbols are without a commitment to those in power little represent. Too much wealth is concentrated in too few hands. And now those hands are pulling the strings of a fascist administration. Our democracy is dying while they get rich. They are the enemy. The sooner you accept that, the sooner we can start fighting in earnest. Oh my God. What is happening? New York Times comment section being like, we must engage in agitative propaganda in our lives in order to foment a revolutionary sentiment in the proletarian now, not tomorrow, but now. We must not wait. I am taking action immediately. This Penn lecturer is full of himself. I listened to the first 20 minutes or so of Ross Douthat, stopping at the point where he becomes clear he has no understanding of politics at all. Senior lecturer in political science at Penn. And to be clear, it's not that Douthat was really tough, let alone unfair in the interview. You just let Piker talk, and in talking, reveal that he has no understanding of politics at all. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're gonna, if you have, no. Barry Weiss to be named editor-in-chief of CBS News, so not just a boss, the boss. Oh, this is my favorite type of, oh, he hates Trump because of populism. These guys love talking about populism. That's the real issue is the populism. That way you can say the extreme left is populist and they're wrong, and the extreme right is populist and they're wrong. Notes from the middle ground. Exactly. Oh, these guys are awesome because their ideology has been such a spectacular failure, and it has unironically led to the development of a fascist movement, not only in this country but all around the world. Like, these guys have created an environment for fascism to thrive in. And now they just have to sit there and still yell at the left and be like, well, the left is radical too. They're also radical too. I promise. This is what you're doing to the New York Times audience. I know exactly what this clip is. I knew it.
You will be brainwashed. Me, America's son, will be a challenge. You bet.
I knew this was going to be
all those in league with imperialism. The bureaucrats, The big landlord class and the reactionary section of the intelligentsia attached to them.
New York Times comment section is the vanguard is happening. Anyway, I'm 8 hours in. It's 3:30. I am not even remotely tired, but I have to go. Okay, that's crazy that I did 8 fucking hours. Tomorrow I'll be live as well, as you know. You already know I'll be live, as always. Love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Peace, everybody. Bye bye.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There is again Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord agitprop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.